Chapter 93. Have you practiced this sword technique before? Deliberately putting on an act? Wang Xiaofei's 100-meter-tall shadow asked, his tone somewhat angry. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "This is my first time seeing this sword technique. I don't believe it. No one can cultivate an earth-grade sword art's sword intent in such a short time," Wang Xiaofei said in a low voice. Judging from his tone, he was ready to end the inheritance test at any time. Zhou Xuanji said impatiently, "If you don't believe me, take out another sword technique. How dare you question me? The supreme legendary sword system that I designed is just that overpowered." Another ancient book appeared before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took it and flipped through it. He realized that this sword technique was even more difficult than the Moonlight Wind Dance sword dance. It wasn't just a little difficult. Soul Eater Slash. The name sounded awesome, but who knew what kind of power it would have once it was mastered? He took out the swine-culling sword and began to practice. The first time he spent 20 breaths of time. The second time only took 10 breaths of time. After repeating it 100 times, the Soul Eater Slash had reached the small success stage. After 300 repetitions, the Soul Eater Slash was completed. After 500 repetitions, the Soul Eater Slash achieved sword intent. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and was pleasantly surprised. If this sword technique was used by the Ghost Curse sword, it would simply be able to kill gods and demons. The lethality was too great. He pretended to be expressionless and said, "What do you say?" Wang Xiaofei was silent. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "You don't want to admit it?" Wang Xiaofei's tone was complicated as he said, "Which almighty being are you the reincarnation of?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I'm from the sanctum of China. My name is Sword God Zhou." Sword God. This level of comprehension is indeed godly, Wang Xiaofei said faintly. Then he changed the topic and said, "Forget about the remaining dozens of rounds, you passed the assessment directly." Dozens of stages? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. So cunning. If this went on, who could stand it? "You have two choices. One is the Emperor's sword that I left behind, and the other is a sword technique that I left behind," Wang Xiaofei continued. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "You're one of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. Why are you so petty?" Wang Xiaofei coldly snorted and proudly said, "No matter which one I choose, I will be able to move unhindered in the world." Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and decided to take the sword. No matter how strong a sword technique was, it still required spiritual energy as a foundation. King's sword. If it was a good sword, he could even fuse it with his legendary sword. It might even be able to give birth to an amethyst divine sword. Of course, it could also be used alone. When you get out, the Emperor's sword will appear in your hand. Alright, the inheritance is over. Wang Xiaofei's tone became cold again. Zhou Xuanji blinked and asked curiously, "I really want to know, are you dead or alive?" "Humph." Wang Xiaofei waved his hand, and next, Zhou Xuanji felt everything around him shatter. As if he had awoken from a dream, he opened his eyes and saw Jiang Shui's face, causing him to tremble in fear. He called out, "What are you doing?" Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin turned around. Jiang Shui was also frightened. She clutched her chest and curled her lips. "Just look at you. Is there a need to be so exaggerated?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Getting so close would scare him to death. Zhao Congjian quickly asked, "So fast? Did Master fail?" Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "Are you looking down on me, your master?" He told them about the process of the test, and everyone sighed in amazement. Dozens of stages? What a scam! Beixiao Wangjian asked curiously, "Master, where's the Emperor's sword? Take it out and let us see." "Oh yeah, where's the Emperor's sword?" Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw that the small golden sword in his hand was not the Emperor's sword. "That old man lied to me?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. At this moment, the small golden sword suddenly exploded into countless golden specks of light. The specks of light quickly formed into a giant sword that was 1.5 meters long. The sword was entirely golden, and its blade was 30 centimeters wide. 2 golden dragons coiled around the hilt, which looked extremely majestic. "So this is the Emperor's sword? It weighs 5,000 kilograms. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. If not for his powerful body, he might have been smashed into meat paste. When the others heard this, they all reached out and shook hands. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin could not even lift it up. Zhao Congjian had it easy, but Beixiao Wangjian was struggling. Sword Spirit, what grade is this sword? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. The Emperor's sword of the sky-sundering sword Emperor should be more than gold grade, right? The Sword Spirit needs to examine it. Do you want to keep it in the Supreme Legendary Sword system? Keep it. As Zhou Xuanji spoke, the Emperor's sword disappeared. Zhao Congjian curled his lip and said, "This inheritance is a little shabby. It seems like the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way are nothing more than this." Huang Lianxin guessed. Maybe the period when he established the inheritance was not when he was at his peak. Or maybe he just wanted to help his descendants and not really let someone inherit his legacy. The little black snake came over and said disdainfully, "A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. 2 earth-grade sword techniques and a sword emperor's sword, what else do you want?" Beixiao Wangjian said, "Lianxin, let's starve it for 7 days?" Huang Lianxin nodded. "Okay." The little black snake became anxious. "Aren't you too stingy?" Great Zhou's royal city in an ancient-looking inn. A storyteller stood at the center of the first floor, surrounded by close to 100 people. He waved his folding fan and said with his eyes wide open, facing the threat of Tai Yulong and the other royal soldiers, Sword God Zhou slashed with his sword. The sword's radiance illuminated the heavens and the earth. That scene could not be described with words. Hundreds of thousands of people in Wuxia city sighed in admiration. A sword of a god. I heard that Sword God Zhou killed Tai Yulong and the others in an instant. He even slashed down a mountain and almost sank Wuxia city. The audience cried out in astonishment. Their faces were filled with admiration. At this moment, a voice came from the corner of the inn. "Mister, who do you think is more powerful, Sword God Zhou or the Sword Monarch?" The storyteller stroked his goatee and pretended to be profound. Actually, Sword God Zhou and the Sword Monarch had a battle before. With this, everyone opened their eyes wide. "Are you serious? How come I have never heard of it?" A muscular man held a bowl of wine and questioned. The storyteller said with a smile, "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. They fought to a draw and admired each other." The Sword Monarch said that once Sword God Zhou appears in the world, he will be famous. As expected, Sword God Zhou became the first person on the reputation ranking of Great Zhou this year. Even the sword noble Xiao Jinghong said that he was Sword God Zhou's disciple. The unparalleled Sword God Zhou, he truly lives up to his name. The crowd clapped and cheered as they listened to Sword God Zhou's stories. They all felt excited, as if they were Sword God Zhou themselves. Nonsense. Sword God Zhou is still far from the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. He can't even be compared to the Sword Monarch's disciple. The voice came from the corner of the inn again. It was full of disdain. This time he incurred the wrath of the crowd. Everyone turned to look, but in the next moment their expressions changed. They all knelt down and did not dare to look at that person again. The storyteller was also shocked. He quickly knelt down and said with a trembling voice, "Your Highness." The person who spoke was the crown prince of the Great Zhou Empire, Zhou Qianyu. Zhou Qianyu looked like he was in his early 30s. He had a dignified face and a calm temperament. He wore a white shirt. The innkeeper was also shocked. He quickly ran over and asked with a stutter, "Your Highness, why are you here?" Zhou Qianyu drank a bowl of wine and said expressionlessly, "I passed by this inn and heard that someone was praising Sword God Zhou and belittling the Sword Monarch. So I came in to take a look." After that, he got up and walked towards the side door of the inn. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. With his back facing everyone in the inn, he said, "Sword God Zhou can't even protect his own disciple. He's not a hero. If he dares to challenge the Sword Monarch, I, Zhou Qianyu, am willing to take him as my teacher and let him be the Crown Prince's teacher. You can spread the word." "I don't think he dares to." Chapter 94. The Crown Prince of Great Zhou challenged Sword God Zhou in public. He claimed that if Sword God Zhou dared to challenge the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, he would become Sword God Zhou's disciple. He did not say that Sword God Zhou had to win the challenge, but as long as he dared to challenge. This matter shook the Great Zhou dynasty. In just a few days it spread to all the dynasties under the Great Zhou dynasty. Many people thought that Zhou Qianyu was too high profile. Sword God Zhou might not be as powerful as the sword monarch of Great Zhou, but he still had the courage to challenge the sword monarch. After all, Zhou Yalong is going to replace him, so he couldn't help but come out and cause trouble. What a joke! Who has Sword God Zhou been afraid of? He even dared to go against the Empress of Great Zhou. Why would he be afraid of the sword monarch? Has the Great Zhou crown prince suffered a qi deviation? Clown! No wonder the Emperor of Great Zhou doesn't think highly of him. Almost everyone thought that Zhou Qianyu was playing to the gallery. Now, Sword God Zhou was no longer the person who had just become famous. His battle achievements had pushed his reputation to the peak. Among the sword cultivators of Great Zhou, only the sword monarch of Great Zhou could suppress them. Sword God Zhou was an upright person, and he loved to help others. He was more reputable than Great Zhou's crown prince. After learning about the reaction of the outside world, Zhou Qianyu was so angry that he smashed the table and flew into a rage in his own house. This incident also made the world understand Sword God Zhou's reputation. Unknowingly, Sword God Zhou had become an unparalleled powerful cultivator in their hearts. Take me as your master? With his aptitude? I'm not interested. Zhou Xuanji snorted. Zhao Congjian was standing in front of him. Every 3 months, Zhao Congjian would go to the Zhou dynasty to find out about Xiao. This time, after hearing about Zhou Qianyu's provocation, he immediately came back to report. Zhao Congjian smiled. If Zhou Qianyu knew that you are his younger brother, what would he think? Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully, I don't have an elder brother like him. The other princes were all thinking of ways to win the hearts of the people, but this guy only knew how to talk. For example, Zhou Qingxin was not talented, but he worked hard. Then Zhao Congjian passed on the news to the others. Jiang Shui pursed her lips. If he didn't provoke Xuanji, the world wouldn't know that the Great Zhou dynasty has a crown prince. Northern Sword Valiant had a look of disdain. Frog at the bottom of the well. Huang Lianxin smiled. Brother Zhou Yalong is only SOSO. The little black snake laughed. Ha ha ha. I admire him. Thus, the little black snake was starved for another 7 days. Time passed. After another 3 months, Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 3. There was still a month before he turned 15. Now, his height had increased by leaps and bounds, and he had already reached 7 meters. Dressed in the white dragon golden robe, he was elegant and handsome. His black hair was tied at the back of his head, leaving a lock of black hair in front of his ears, revealing his forehead. Anyone who saw him would sigh in admiration. What a bright and handsome young man. After breaking through successfully, Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and stood on the top of the slope. He opened his arms and enjoyed the sunlight. Unknowingly, I'm almost 15. Back then I boasted that I could dominate the world in 10 years. What a slap to my face. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart with squinted eyes. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared behind him and hugged him. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be knocked down and cursed. Who dares to sneak attack me? Hand over your life. After saying that, he turned around to tickle Jiang Shui's waist. Jiang Shui had completely grown up. She looked about as tall as Zhou Xuanji. She wore a long yellow dress. Her hair was up and her skin was fair. Her face was exquisite, and her eyes were captivating. When the two of them stood together, they looked so compatible, as though they were made for each other. I surrender. Stop. Jiang Shui quickly got rid of Zhou Xuanji's demonic claws. You only know how to tickle me. Zhou Xuanji snorted. That's what you get for sneak attacking me so often. Jiang Shui came up and pinched his face. Xuanji has grown up, and he is getting more and more rebellious. He used to let me play with him. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, I think we need to sleep in separate rooms. You're already 18, and you still sleep on top of me every night. Now, he was afraid to sleep with Jiang Shui. After all, his body had already matured, and he could not stand the physical contact with Jiang Shui. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji could sense that this girl would purposely rub against him every night, pushing him to the corner of the bed. No. Jiang Shui pulled Zhou Xuanji's face and snorted. Her eyes were filled with joy, and she was proud in her heart. It seems like what Sister Lianxin taught me was right. To prevent Zhou Xuanji from being lustful in the future, she thought that she had to continue with her plan. Zhou Xuanji had lived 2 lives. He saw the look in her eyes and immediately understood what was going on. This girl was flirting with him. Oh my, this girl is not innocent anymore. Zhou Xuanji sighed. Why did he have a premonition that he was about to lose his chastity? Jiang Shui put her hands behind her waist and clasped her fingers tightly. She leaned forward and bent down to look at him. It seems like my Xuanji level has indeed increased, she said, looking up at him. Seeing her cute look, Zhou Xuanji could not help but lean down and peck her on the lips. His kiss was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Jiang Shui was stunned. She opened her eyes wide, and she felt as though she was electrocuted. Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly and brushed past her. You dare to flirt with me? You are still far from it. He smiled and prepared to go down the mountain. At this moment Jiang Shui pulled his hand. He turned around instinctively, and Jiang Shui dashed up to him. Just like before, she pecked him lightly on the lips and ran away quickly. Zhou Xuanji was stunned, looking at her back as she ran away. His heart beat faster. What the hell? Is this the feeling of falling in love? Oh no, I was flirted with again. Zhou Xuanji was stunned on the spot and laughed foolishly. At the foot of the mountain, the little black snake, which was coiled on a giant rock, lowered its head. Could not bear to watch anymore. I have never seen such a shameless adulterer and adulterer. In broad daylight. Sigh. It heaved a long sigh and could not help but think of the female demons in its cave. Looking back, it had mixed feelings. Zhao Congjian and Beixiao Wangjian were both training their sword techniques, and did not notice the commotion on the mountain. Huang Lianxin noticed them, and she covered her mouth and giggled. A big and small heir were sleeping soundly next to each other. The sun set and the moon rose. Zhou Xuanji returned to his house and prepared to rest. Every night, he would internalize qi in his house. He would first tell Jiang Shui a story, then sleep for a while. He would wake up when the sky was just brightening to absorb the violet qi from the east. Xuanji, what story are you telling me tonight? Jiang Shui sat on the wooden bed and asked as she combed her hair. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, I'll tell you a love story. Jiang Shui heard him and her eyes brightened immediately. Tell me quickly. She cried out immediately. Zhou Xuanji sat beside her and said casually, Kiss me and I will tell you. Jiang Shui blushed and pouted coquettishly. What's there to kiss? When I was young I kissed you every day. Didn't you think my saliva was dirty? Zhou Xuanji said righteously. That was in the past. Now. So fragrant. Jiang Shui felt sweet in her heart. She raised her chin and snorted. I'm not going to kiss you. If you don't kiss me I won't tell you. Fine, I won't tell you. Please kiss me. Call me sister. Sister. Good boy. Come, put your face closer. Chapter 95. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight swept over from the horizon, streaking across the mountains and rivers. On top of a mountain, a black bull with a shoulder height of 15 meters was gazing into the distance. Its 4 limbs were muscular, and the black fur on its body was like steel needles. Its horns were like curved blades, and its eyes were cold and fierce. Standing on top of the mountain, it felt like a king. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers were crawling at the foot of the mountain. Most of them had already transformed and were waiting for the Black Yak's orders. Children, do you remember our goal? The Black Yak suddenly opened his mouth. His domineering voice reverberated throughout the mountains. Kill Sword God Zhou. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers roared in unison, scaring away the birds in the surrounding forest. The Black Yak twisted its body and stood upright, transforming into its human form. A black cloak appeared out of thin air, and he quickly put it on. He had the head of a bull and the body of a human. His skin was dark and his face was wild. A terrifying blade that was 30 meters long appeared in his hand. The saber looked very exaggerated and oppressive. He raised his blade and roared furiously. My children, Sword God Zhou is hiding within a radius of 1,000 miles. Find him and inform me. Yes. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers shouted in unison, all of them quickly leaving. In less than 5 breaths of time, there was not a single demon soldier left at the foot of the mountain. The black bull laughed coldly. Sword God Zhou? I would like to see if you are really that strong. I will chop off your head. The Gulan demon emperor wants your head. After that, he laughed wildly, as though he had already obtained Sword God Zhou's head. Zhou Xuanji was sunbathing on the slope with his hands under his head, looking quite relaxed. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Congjian was teaching Bei Xiao Wangjian. Jiang Shui was practicing her spells while Huang Lianxin was practicing her swordsmanship. The little black snake was being bullied by a big and small heir. It was like a whip being tossed around, screaming miserably. The three-eyed drought rodent squeaked on a big's head. The Emperor Sword's grade has been detected. The sword spirit's voice suddenly resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name. Sky-sundering Emperor Sword. Grade. Amethyst description. Contains a sword soul and is forged from 5,000 kilograms of dark steel. It is indestructible, and when swung, the strength of the slash will be doubled. It possesses a special ability. The power of the ancient sword emperor can only be used once a year, and there are no side effects. The power of the ancient sword emperor? Once a year. Zhou Xuanji blinked and inwardly asked, how powerful is the power of the ancient sword emperor? He was in a wonderful mood. He did not expect that the first amethyst god sword would not be from the Supreme Legendary Sword System's lottery. 10,000 kilograms of Xian iron doubled his strength. To a Dharma cultivator, this was a devastating blow. It depends on the strength of the sword master. With every level he ascends, he'll be able to unleash more of the power of the ancient sword monarch, reaching the Mahayana realm at the very most. The sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes wide. Mahayana realm. That was an existence that was about to ascend. He immediately became excited and took out the sky-sundering Emperor sword. This golden dragon sword was so mighty that 5,000 kilograms of weight was nothing to Zhou Xuanji. He held the sky-sundering Emperor sword in one hand and performed the moonlit wind sword dance. The giant sword danced with a domineering aura that could split mountains and rivers. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Shui and the other 3 could not help but raise their eyebrows. Zhao Congjian's eyes lit up and he mumbled, how domineering. I really want to learn. Oh, there were too many sword techniques he wanted to learn. Zhao Congjian held back his excitement and turned around. Bei Xiao Wangjian was also envious, but it was a pity that they did not have Zhou Xuanji's talent. They needed at least a few months to learn a set of sword techniques, and it would take years for them to reach black grade. After practicing the moonlit wind sword dance, Zhou Xuanji's hands were itching. He immediately gathered everyone and told them that he was going to a stronghold to train. He tried to come back at night. No one had any objections. Although Zhou Xuanji was only at inner pellet level 3, he was the most powerful among them. He left on the windcutter sword and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Outside the border of Great Zhou, there were many criminals, evil cultivators and tyrants who established strongholds or sections. There were countless of them. Zhao Congjian, a big and small heir, discovered many of them. When Zhou Xuanji brought little Jiang Shui out to play occasionally, he saw traces of bandits. They flew for about 100 miles. Zhou Xuanji stopped suddenly and looked in the direction he was looking. In front of him was a barren land with few trees. The terrain was uneven. A majestic silhouette sat on a small hill. It was a bull demon in human form. He was extremely domineering, especially the horrifying broadsword beside him. Even though he was 1,000 meters away, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shudder in fear. Undefeatable. Could this demon be a 6th rank or even a 7th rank great demon king? Just as he was thinking, the bull demon's voice came. Young man, come here. I have something to ask you. If you don't come, I will cut you down with my broadsword. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and flew over immediately. He could use this demon to test the power of the sky-sundering Emperor sword. Soon he came up to the bull demon. The bull demon stared at him with eyes that were as big as bronze bells and shouted, I am Zongyo Dark Emperor. Have you heard of my name? In Great Zhou's territory, my name is used to scare kids like you. Zhou Xuanji stood on the windcutter sword and pretended to be terrified. Great, King, what are you going to do? Zongyo Dark Emperor was satisfied. Zhou Xuanji's chi obscuring incantation was like nothing in front of him. He had already seen through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, but he did not take it to heart. An inner pellet realm cultivator was still an ant to him, and it could not be Sword God Zhou. Too weak. Do you know where Sword God Zhou is? Zhongyou Dark Emperor asked with a deep voice, staring at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji looked as though he was about to cry. He replied with a trembling voice. No. Why are you looking for him? Zhongyou Dark Emperor snorted coldly. To kill him, of course. I heard that Sword God Zhou is short, but his sword technique is one of the best in Great Zhou. It's a pity that there's a powerhouse in the demon race who wants his head. Zhou Xuanji looked terrified, but he was thinking in his heart. A powerhouse in the demon race? Could it be the Gulan demon monarch? Other than that, he could not think of any other powerhouse in the demon race. Young man, don't be afraid. Back then I had a master as big as you. Do you know what happened to him? Zhongyou Dark Emperor laughed, but the broadsword in his hand never fell. You ate him? Zhou Xuanji asked carefully. How did you know? Zhongyou Dark Emperor was shocked. He always used this story to scare people, but this time, Zhou Xuanji guessed it in advance. This made him very unhappy. Be good. Kneel down. I will cut you down with my broadsword and let you die without pain. Zhongyou Dark Emperor waved his hand at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's skin was soft and tender, so he must taste good. Zhou Xuanji's face turned pale. He stuttered. My king. Why do you want to eat me? I have already told you the truth. Zhongyou Dark Emperor laughed proudly. So what? I am going to cut you down. Hurry up and kneel down. If you dare to escape, I will make your life worse than death. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly in his heart. Stupid bull, I am going to kill you. Stop. At this moment a loud and righteous cry came. Zhou Xuanji and Zhongyou Dark Emperor turned around instinctively and saw a priest in a green robe flying toward them. The priest in a green robe was a little skinny. He had stubble by the side of his mouth, but his eyes were sharp. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. Zhongyou Dark Emperor glanced at him and said with disdain, I was wondering who it was. So it's Zhou Yalong's son, Zhou Zhongdao. If I kill you, will Zhou Yalong come after me? Zhou Zhongdao shouted, Let that kid go. If you have the guts, fight me. Kid. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and cursed in his heart. I am your uncle. It was his first time meeting Zhou Zhongdao. Zhou Yalong had many wives and children. Zhou Zhongdao was the most famous and powerful son. Zhou Yalong thought highly of him. Chapter 96. Zhou Zhongdao moved like an arrow and quickly arrived in front of Zhongyou Dark Emperor. He waved the horsetail whisk in his right hand and a white light shot out from it. It turned into a long whip and lashed at Zhongyou Dark Emperor's body. Zhongyou Dark Emperor did not dodge. Even though he was hit, his expression did not change. He grinned and sneered. Didn't you drink milk when you were young? Compared to your father, you're too weak. When Zhou Zhongdao heard this, he frowned and continued to wave his right hand. The white whip continued to hit Zhongyou Dark Emperor's body. Zhou Xuanji stood on the windcutter sword and observed the battle quietly. It was indeed an ox demon. High HP, thick skin and high endurance. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had not left, Zhou Zhongdao was furious. He cursed loudly. Get out of here. Do you think you can do whatever you want after breaking through to the inner pellet realm? If you don't get lost, you'll die here. When one sees injustice on the road, he will draw his sword to help. What he fears most is meeting a fool. Zhou Xuanji heard him, and his face turned cold immediately. This nephew of mine is a little jumpy and needs to be taught a lesson. At this moment, Zhongyou Dark Emperor suddenly grabbed the white whip and pulled it, pulling Zhou Zhongdao down from the sky. Bang! Zhou Zhongdao crashed into the small hill under Zhongyou Dark Emperor's feet, and it was a head-on collision. Zhou Xuanji felt pain just by looking at it. Who asked you to have such a big mouth? Zhongyou Dark Emperor leapt up. Zhou Zhongdao was about to cover his face when he was kicked out of the mountain wall. His body was so tall and sturdy that he weighed at least tens of thousands of pounds. Zhou Zhongdao was stomped on the ground by him, causing the ground to collapse. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking was incomparably clear. Zhou Xuanji frowned and cursed in his heart. You're so weak and you still dare to act like a hero. Although his father and grandmother were Zhou Xuanji's enemies, This boy dared to stand up for them, which meant that he was not a bad person. Zhou Xuanji could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, so he decided to save him. Kid, you don't have your father's ability, but you do have your father's courage. If you die here today, Zhou Yalong won't even know. You asked for it. Zongyou Dark Emperor raised his saber high and laughed ferociously. His laughter was extremely arrogant and even a little excited. He had met Zhou Yalong before, but he was no match for him. How could he not be excited now that he could kill the son of the future emperor of Great Zhou? Xiao! An ear-piercing sound could be heard. Zongyou Dark Emperor's eyes narrowed. He waved the blade in his right hand and sent the bloodbath sword flying. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was standing on the windcutter sword. Brat, you dare to attack me? He roared. He slashed out with his saber, and a black saber chi swept out. It was 100 feet long like a black crescent moon, and was extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji immediately dodged with the 8-step sword lunge. He reappeared behind Zongyou Dark Emperor. The sky-sundering Emperor sword appeared in his hand, and he directly used the power of the ancient sword Emperor. The method to use it was very simple. One just had to pour one's dermic powers into the blade, then withdraw it and pour it in again. After repeating this 3 times, one would be able to unleash the power of the ancient sword Emperor. Rumble! Zhou Xuanji felt a horrifying power explode in his body, and a visible aura flame appeared around his body. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and pieces of rocks and grass flew into the air. He raised his sword and slashed forward. This sword was like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. The rainbow pierced through the sun, and the power poured out. It felt so good that it could explode. Zongyou Dark Emperor subconsciously swung his blade to block. Clang, the blade and the sword clashed, and Zongyou Dark Emperor was sent flying. It was a majestic sight to see his gigantic body flying up. Zhou Zhongdao, who was lying on the ground, was dumbfounded. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. How can it be? Zhou Zhongdao could not believe his eyes, but the pain in his body told him that everything was real. Zongyou Dark Emperor flew out nearly 100 meters. After he landed, he slid back a dozen meters, kicking up a trail of dust. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. Who are you? He roared furiously with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji held the sky-sundering Emperor sword in his right hand, and the thunderclap sword in his left. The windcutter sword and bloodbath sword levitated above his shoulders, and the tips of the swords pointed at Zongyou Dark Emperor. His expression was cold, but his heart was filled with excitement. So powerful. At this moment he felt boundless power. No matter who stood in front of him, he could defeat them all. He walked toward Zongyou Dark Emperor and burst out in laughter. Aren't you looking for Sword God Zhou? Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile, which stunned Zongyou Dark Emperor. Zhou Zhongdao, who just got up, was also stunned. He had heard of the name of Sword God Zhou. These 2 years, the most famous person in Great Zhou was Sword God Zhou. So it's him? Zhou Zhongdao was stunned. He was ashamed in his heart and wanted to find a hole to hide in. How dare he call the famous Sword God Zhou a kid? He immediately understood that Sword God Zhou must have wanted to tease Zongyou Dark Emperor. But he interrupted him. It was too embarrassing. At the same time he was a little touched. Even so, Sword God Zhou did not hold a grudge and helped him when he was in danger. Sword God Zhou! Zongyou Dark Emperor roared. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He dashed toward Zhou Xuanji with all his might. Zhou Xuanji also dashed toward Zongyou Dark Emperor with the 8-step sword lunge. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. Dual Swords Mode. 2 dragon roars could be heard. The sky-sundering Emperor sword and the thunderclap sword were surrounded by a dragon-shaped sword chi. The 2 swords slashed toward Zongyou Dark Emperor. The muscles on Zongyou Dark Emperor's arms bulged. He was about to smash Zhou Xuanji into a meat patty. Clang! Zongyou Dark Emperor was sent flying away again. The violent force made him feel an excruciating pain between his thumb and forefinger, and his face twisted. This guy's strength! Zongyou Dark Emperor was shocked. No wonder the Gulan Demon Monarch wanted to kill Sword God Zhou so badly. Everyone was in awe of Sword God Zhou's sword techniques, but they did not know that his body was also very strong. Dual cultivation of essence and body. Zhou Xuanji quickly charged over. This time he directly used the Soul Eater slash. Lightning intertwined on the two swords, and the aura flame on Zhou Xuanji's body grew tremendously. He slashed out with both swords, and a violent gale swept out, causing the ground to crumble. 5 streams of black sword chi shot out vertically. At first glance it looked like a demonic claw had appeared out of thin air. In front of it, even Zhongyou Dark Emperor seemed small. Zhongyou Dark Emperor's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously raised his blade to block. There was a loud bang. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was sent flying. His huge body was like a rolling stone, crashing into rocks and trees along the way. He flew a full 800 meters away. He gripped his saber with both hands and stabbed it into the ground, barely stabilizing his body. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, his whole body trembling. His robe had many cuts, and his body was covered in cuts. What sword technique is this? Those 2 swords are demonic swords? Zhongyou Dark Emperor thought in shock. He heard that sword god Zhou had many swords, and each of them was a legendary sword. He immediately got up and transformed into his original form. He turned around and fled. The great saber shrunk and entered his ear. In his original form, although his body was still huge, his speed was really fast. He covered 200 meters in 3 steps, leaving deep hoof prints on the ground. Demon! Where are you going? With a loud cry, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword and chased after them. Zhou Zhongdao stood up with difficulty. He looked at Zhou Xuanji's back with admiration. Zhongyou Dark Emperor was like a stray dog before him. Damn! Zhongyou Dark Emperor gritted his teeth and tensed his limbs. He ran with all his might, which created a strong gust of wind. At first glance it looked like a layer of chi enveloped him. Unstoppable! At this moment, anyone who appeared in front of him would be frightened by his aura. Along the way, many cultivators who wandered the world were so frightened that they ran away in panic. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind him. The man and the demon were as fast as the wind. Sword God Zhou, do you really want to kill us all? Zhongyou Dark Emperor roared furiously as he sprinted. All the cultivators within a radius of 10,000 meters were stunned. Sword God Zhou? Why should I be merciful when I slay demons? Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and earth. It was so cold and filled with a murderous aura. Zhongyou Dark Emperor cursed in his heart. Such a hypocrite. Chapter 97. Although he had the power of the ancient Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji's speed could not catch up to Zhongyou Dark Emperor. Zhongyou Dark Emperor ran with all his might. The man and the demon crossed over the mountains and forests. Their speed was in a stalemate. He's heavily injured. I don't believe he won't stop. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he thought. Zhongyou Dark Emperor wanted to kill him, so he naturally couldn't let him go. At the same time, he wanted to make a big deal out of this matter so that the powerful figure of the demon race would not dare to act recklessly again. Along the way, he madly attacked for hundreds of miles. Zhongyou Dark Emperor's speed began to decrease, and the distance between him and Zhou Xuanji shortened. Xiao! Bloodbath sword suddenly flew over and stabbed Zhongyou Dark Emperor's back. Zhongyou Dark Emperor roared in pain. He was pleased with himself. How can you hurt my skin and flesh? The next second, his expression became one of horror, because he could feel the bloodbath sword sucking his blood. He was so frightened that his ox body trembled and forced the bloodbath sword out of his body. The bloodbath sword quickly flew into Zhou Xuanji's body. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji felt that his stamina had recovered to its peak. As expected of an ox demon, it felt so good to have so much health. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled. Next, he tossed out the bloodbath sword continuously. Zhongyou Dark Emperor began to dodge, but every 3 times he dodged, he would hit once. After all, he could not look back for fear that his speed would slow down. Just like that, Zhongyou Dark Emperor's HP decreased. However, he did not despair, because there was a Yao Kingdom up ahead. As long as he entered the Yao Kingdom, he would have a chance of survival. He cursed in his heart. The Gulan demon monarch tricked me. He even said that Sword God Zhou did not live up to his name. Your mother is trying to cover up your son's shame. He immediately hated the Gulan demon monarch. He hated him even more than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also noticed the waves of demonic qi coming from ahead. He had heard Zhao Congjian mention that there was a demon kingdom nearby, with hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers. The strongest demon had reached the 5th level of cultivation, which was comparable to the human race at the Spirit Spring stage. He did not stop and continued to move forward. A 5th-ranked demon king was no longer a threat to him. Rumble! Zhongyou Dark Emperor rushed into the forest with an unstoppable force, knocking down trees one after another. Dust flew everywhere. Looking down from the sky, it seemed like the forest was going to be split into two. Zhou Xuanji flew above the forest. He asked in his heart, "Sword Spirit, how long can the power of the ancient Sword Emperor last?" Although Zhongyou Dark Emperor was severely injured, he would not be able to kill him without the power of the ancient Sword Emperor. Based on the extent of the Sword Master's execution of the sword technique, it can at least last for half an incense stick's time. The Sword Spirit's words put Zhou Xuanji at ease. Looking at Zhongyou Dark Emperor's speed, it would probably slow down soon. He gripped the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword tightly, and prepared to use the ranged sword propelling technique. The Bloodbath sword and the Thunderclap sword flew over, forcing Zhongyou Dark Emperor to dodge to the left and right. 5 kilometers away on a wasteland, there was a city with mountains on both sides. Above the city gate, there were countless spears made of white bones and 3 huge beast heads. Many demon soldiers were fighting on the city wall. At this moment, there were dozens of demon soldiers escorting 4 prisoner carriages towards the city gate. There were 70 to 80 prisoners in these carriages. All of them were curled up in fear. "I can finally have a good meal today. Ha, I've taken a fancy to that girl. When the time comes, let's have some fun together before eating." Recently, many people have left the border of Great Zhou. I wonder what happened. No matter what, it's a good thing for us. These people are all cultivators. They taste good. The demon soldiers chatted and laughed. Their words made the prisoners feel even more hopeless. Boom! The wilderness suddenly shook, startling everyone, including the demon soldiers, to turn their heads to look. So did the demon soldiers on the city wall. They saw a muscular black bull with a shoulder height of 15 meters galloping toward them. That imposing manner seemed to be able to break through all obstacles in front of it. "I am Zhongyou Dark Emperor. Open the city gate for me." Zhongyou Dark Emperor shouted anxiously. At this moment he was covered in blood, and blood splattered everywhere along the way. All the demon soldiers were stunned. Among the demon race, Zhongyou Dark Emperor was quite famous. Any older demon would have heard of him. At this moment, they noticed that someone was following Zhongyou Dark Emperor. It was Zhou Xuanji. 10 people stood on a tall mountain to the left of the demon kingdom. They were all dressed in black, and the leader was a middle-aged man with long white hair. He had 2 swords on his back. "Zhongyou Dark Emperor? Why is he here? Who's chasing after him?" the middle-aged man asked in astonishment. He frowned. The man in black beside him shuddered and cried out, "He has 4 swords. Could it be Sword God Zhou?" Sword God Zhou. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Not only him but the demon soldiers also guessed that it was Sword God Zhou. The most famous sword cultivator in Great Zhou was Sword God Zhou. If it was the Sword Monarch, Zhongyou Dark Emperor would already be dead. Zhou Xuanji could already see the walls of the demon kingdom. At this moment, Zhongyou Dark Emperor's speed was much slower than before. Just when Zhongyou Dark Emperor dodged the Thunderclap sword, Zhou Xuanji threw out the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword. Ranged sword propelling. The amethyst legendary sword exploded with horrifying speed. Pissing. Zhongyou Dark Emperor opened his eyes so wide that his eyeballs almost popped out. The excruciating pain made him bite his tongue. In that instant he almost fainted. His 2 front hooves knocked into each other, and he fell to the ground. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and looked a little embarrassed. Because the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword pierced the bottom of Zhongyou Dark Emperor's tail. Blood spurted out, and even he felt a chill in his back. Miscalculation. This will tarnish the reputation of Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji felt awkward in his heart, but he looked expressionless on the surface. He quickly flew to Zhongyou Dark Emperor. Zhongyou Dark Emperor's head was on the ground. His hind legs were stiff and he raised his butt high. Only by doing so could he alleviate his pain. He felt that his body was in turmoil, and it was extremely uncomfortable. It was worse than death. The sky-sundering Emperor's sword shone coldly under the sunlight. The entire plain was silent. Seeing Zhongyo Dark Emperor's pitiful state, all the demon soldiers were dumbfounded. Even those who were in prison were petrified. Zhou Xuanji held the thunderclap sword and slashed down. Soul Eater slash. Lightning surrounded the sword chi and slashed down on Zhongyo Dark Emperor's head. Blood gushed out from Zhongyo Dark Emperor's neck and splattered on the ground. The lightning ravaged Zhongyo Dark Emperor's body, and his vitality was quickly drained. A dignified demon king had died so miserably. How pitiful. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the sky-sundering Emperor sword flew out of Zhongyo Dark Emperor's body. A stream of blood spurted out, and Zhongyo Dark Emperor's body twitched and fell to the ground. Looking at the disgusting thing on the blade, Zhou Xuanji shook his right hand and flung it away. He then swung his sword at Zhongyo Dark Emperor again. This was his habit, to prevent the enemy from feigning death. After making sure that Zhongyo Dark Emperor was no longer alive, he looked up at the demon kingdom in front of him. When the demon soldiers saw his gaze, they turned around and fled in fear. They did not even care about the prison carriages. Zhou Xuanji flew over on his sword and destroyed the 4 prison carriages with the vibrant raindrops sword. Those who were saved cried tears of joy. They got off the carriage and knelt before Zhou Xuanji, calling out Sword God Zhou's name. Zhou Xuanji ignored them but looked at the demon kingdom in front of him. He flipped his right hand, and the sky-sundering Emperor sword spun. The tip of the sword pointed forward. He tossed it forcefully. The sky-sundering Emperor sword flew out. Boom! The city gate exploded immediately. The walls on both sides were filled with cracks, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. This terrifying power made all the humans and demons dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? Chapter 98. The city gate was broken open, and the city walls shook. All the demon soldiers on top leaped down in panic. No one dared to stop Zhou Xuanji. Zhongyo Dark Emperor's tragic death was right in front of them. Who dared to go against Sword God Zhou? Zhou Xuanji stepped on the Windcutter sword. With the sky-sundering Emperor sword and thunderclap sword in his hands and the bloodbath sword above his head, and he approached the demon kingdom. Roar! A deafening roar came from the demon kingdom. The roar shook the mountains on both sides and rocks fell down. A muscular figure leaped up and flew over the city walls before landing on the ground. His legs crushed the grass beneath him. It was a demon king with a lion's head and a human body. He wore a tiger skin robe with scale armor inside. His mane was majestic and domineering, and his mouth was filled with fangs. He looked extremely ferocious. Tianhou Lion King. He was the lord of this demon kingdom. He had cultivated for 1,000 years, and his power was unfathomable. He stared at Zhou Xuanji furiously. His body trembled in rage. Numerous shapeshifted demons flew up from the city and levitated in the air. Each of them held a weapon and looked ahead anxiously. A tense atmosphere before a battle spread across the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji flew to Tianhou Lion King's head and looked down at him coldly. Thump! Tianhou Lion King knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground. Sir! He gritted his teeth and said, "We are not friends with Zhongyo Dark Emperor. Please spare our lives." All the shapeshifted demons were stunned, but no one tried to dissuade him. Sword God Zhou was too powerful after all. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "Release everyone in the city. If you dare to hide even one person, I will chop off your head immediately and let all your demon descendants die with you." His voice was soft, but the murderous aura in it made Tianhou Lion King shiver. He immediately turned around and shouted with all his might, "Release everyone in the kingdom. Do not delay." He abandoned his dignity as the lord of the demon kingdom at this moment. Zhou Xuanji waited patiently. Those who were saved behind him did not leave but discussed excitedly. He is the unparalleled Sword God Zhou? He's so powerful. Tianhou Lion King did not even dare to fart in front of him. From today onwards, whoever dares to say that Sword God Zhou's fame is greater than his power, I will be the first to beat him up. With this level of strength, he's definitely a top-notch expert. If he were to enter the Great Zhou army, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the 2nd or 3rd rank. Oh my god, is that really Zhongyo Dark Emperor? In front of Sword God Zhou, He died in such a cowardly manner. How big is the difference in their power? Zhou Xuanji, who had his back to them, smiled. It seemed that he had underestimated his fame. Before he even announced his name, these people already recognized him. Sigh. It wasn't good to be too famous. He couldn't even keep a low profile. Just as Zhou Xuanji was feeling melancholic, the 10 men in black on the mountain to the left of the demon kingdom fell into silence. After a long while, the middle-aged man who was the leader said in a deep voice, "There's a change of plan. Sword God Zhou's power far exceeds the mission's threshold. Retreat immediately. From today onwards, we will no longer accept missions from the Empress of Great Zhou." Damn it! You tricked us. The other 9 black-robed men nodded. They were all here to search for Sword God Zhou's tracks and assassinate him. But when they saw it today, they almost wet their pants. They quickly disappeared into the mountain forest. Zhou Xuanji did not know that he had unintentionally scared off a group of assassins. After half an hour, all the people in the demon kingdom were escorted out. There were 1,800 people in total, and all of them were injured. Apparently, they were tortured before this. When these people knew that Sword God Zhou came to save them, they were all very excited. Some were even crying. There were all sorts of emotions. After they walked to his back, Zhou Xuanji stared at Tianhou Lion King and asked, "That's all?" Tianhou Lion King knelt on the ground and said anxiously, "Really?" His heart was beating like a drum. It should be all gone, right? As the ruler of the demon kingdom, he did not know how many people were imprisoned in the kingdom. "Do you dare to bring me in?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Tianhou Lion King did not dare to reject, and immediately let Zhou Xuanji into the demon kingdom. Finally, Zhou Xuanji realized that there was really no one in the demon kingdom, so he left. Tianhou Lion King sent him to the city gate with a very humble attitude. Not long after Zhou Xuanji left, a young man ran over and knelt in front of him. "Sword God!" he cried out indignantly. "Please slaughter this demon kingdom. Take revenge for those who have died." With this, Tianhou Lion King's expression changed drastically and cursed in his heart. At the same time, he became anxious, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would turn around and attack him. Zhou Xuanji stared at the young man and said calmly, "The heavenly law is reincarnation, and the strong prey on the weak. You are already lucky that I saved you today. If you want to take revenge, you have to rely on yourselves. Don't think that they are despicable. When we humans eat livestock, have we ever thought that we are despicable as well? The powerful must strengthen themselves. Never place your hopes on others, or else you will encounter the same danger again in the future." After that, he left with his sword. He did not fly too quickly, in case Tianhou Lion King suddenly attacked. The young man was stunned and sighed in the end. Sword God Zhou was right. Instead of being resentful, it was better to become more powerful. He looked up and saw Tianhou Lion King looking at him furiously, as though he wanted to tear him into pieces. The young man was so frightened that he immediately turned around and ran away. Everyone who was saved began to run away from the demon kingdom. Tianhou Lion King looked at Zhou Xuanji's back and mumbled, "The heavenly law is reincarnation, and the strong prey on the weak. I admire you." With such a breadth of mind, it was no wonder that he was famous today. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji stood on the windcutter sword and sighed. The power of the ancient sword emperor lasted too short. Such a pity. He mumbled. Slaying demons was the responsibility of human cultivators. It was the same for demons to eat humans. From different standpoints, there was no such thing as absolute justice. If he could destroy this demon kingdom, his reputation would be even greater. Although he was confident that he could face Tianhou Lion King, the hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers were not just for show. If he encountered other powerful enemies during the great battle, he would really be dead. "I will be 15 in half a month. I can look forward to a new legendary sword." Zhou Xuanji collected his thoughts and began his journey back. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and there were no clouds in 10,000 miles. Jiang Shui, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, the little black snake, and the 2 dragon eagles stood in a row. Their faces were pale. On the grassy field in front of them, Zhao Zongjian held his sword in his right hand. He knelt on one knee and panted continuously. There were 6 wounds on his chest, and blood was flowing out. His eyes were ferocious as he stared ahead. 10 meters away. A handsome young man dressed in golden robes looked at him with disdain. Undefeatable Zhao Tsongjian with 3 sword moves. The one who could climb the ladder of the emperor? What a joke! No wonder you would become Sword God Zhou's slave. You are too weak. The young man in golden robes said with a smile. He held an iron fan in his hand, which was filled with steel needles. Beixiao Wangjian said furiously, Han Shumbua, you are ranked first on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. You are dozens of years younger than Zhao Tsongjian. How dare you say such a thing? The young man in golden robes was ranked first on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Han Shumbua, whose name shook Great Zhou. He learned from the sanctum. Meng Tianlang challenged him dozens of times but never won. Han Shumbua laughed with contempt. I'm here for Sword God Zhou. Fortunately, he is not here. If not, you will see him kneeling in front of me and begging for mercy. You will be even more furious. After that he burst out laughing. He did not take Beixiao Wangjian and the others seriously at all. Chapter 99. Seeing Han Shumbua's arrogance, the crowd found it difficult to suppress their anger. Zhao Tsongjian clenched his teeth and charged towards Han Shumbua with his sword in hand. However, before he could even touch Han Shumbua, he was sent flying by the fan. Han Shumbua's iron fan was obviously not an ordinary weapon. With a wave, a strong wind howled. Even Zhang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian and the others could not help but take out their instruments to defend themselves. Zhao Tsongjian, who was already heavily injured, fell to the ground in a sorry state. Blood could not stop spurting out from his mouth. Too weak. Han Shumbua shook his head. His tone changed and he sneered. If Xiao Jinghong was here, he might stand a chance against me. Unfortunately, he has already fallen into the hands of the sword monarch of Great Zhou. You will never have the chance to see him again. No one said anything. They were all thinking about how to deal with him. Han Shumbua curled his lips and thought that it was really boring. He immediately kept his fan and asked, when is Sword God Zhou coming back? After I defeat him, I still have important matters to attend to. I don't want to waste time. Huang Lianxin snorted coldly and said, you speak as if you just happened to pass by. Aren't you just trying to step on our master to climb up? My master is number 1 on the honor roll of Great Zhou, while you are only number 1 on the hero roll. Don't you know how big the difference is? Hearing this, Han Shumbua's face instantly darkened. No matter how high one's ranking on the hero ranking board of Great Zhou was, it was only for the younger generation. On the other hand, the Great Zhou's reputation leaderboard was a competition with the rest of the world. The quality of the two could not be compared at all. Which of the people who shook the Great Zhou dynasty wasn't an expert who dominated an area? Humph! When your master returns, you will understand who is the real. Han Shumbua snorted, his tone laced with killing intent. Although he was ranked first on the Great Zhou Hero Ranking Board, he had never entered the top 10 of the Great Zhou Hero Ranking Board. The top 10 of the honor roll list had all accomplished earth-shattering feats. Although Han Shumbua was strong, he had never achieved much. If they were too strong, he couldn't beat them. He couldn't afford to offend those who were weak and famous. Xiao! Right at this moment, the sound of air being torn apart resounded, and it interrupted Han Shumbua. He subconsciously tilted his head, and the wind-cutter sword swept past his ear. Clang! The wind-cutter sword fell in front of Zhao Tsongjian. Seeing this sword, Zhao Tsongjian was instantly excited. It was the same for Zhang Shui and the others. What a sharp sword! Han Shumbua was secretly shocked. He immediately guessed who it was. He turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji walking over with his sword in hand. The white dragon golden robe fluttered in the wind. He had an extraordinary aura, like a sword immortal. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He looked at Han Shumbua with a murderous aura. You are Sword God Zhou? Han Shumbua asked, his eyes flashing. You're finally here. He immediately introduced himself. I am Zhou Xionging. Zhou Xuanji came up to him with the 8-step sword lunge and slashed with the sky-sundering emperor sword. Damn it! Han Shumbua cursed in his heart. I haven't finished speaking yet. He instinctively swung his iron fan to block. Clang! His right arm was numbed by the impact, and he was sent flying by Zhou Xuanji's slash. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, you dare to bully my sword slave. Even if you are the heavenly emperor, You will be beaten up." With that, divine swords appeared around him out of thin air. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Falcon Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword. The 18 legendary swords were all pointed at Han Shenbua. He activated the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation straight away. Each legendary sword was surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi. Just when Han Shenbua steadied himself, the 18 legendary swords charged at him. Even the Wind Cutter sword in front of Zhao Zongjian rose from the ground and charged at Han Shenbua. This time, Han Shenbua was surrounded by 19 legendary swords. He was at a disadvantage immediately and was caught unprepared. The Crimson Dragon Sword released its dragon soul and surrounded Han Shenbua. The Thunderclap Sword exploded with lightning, forcing Han Shenbua to dodge to the left and right. The other legendary swords also showed their prowess. Zhou Xuanji looked at them and waved his right hand. The Book Cutter Sword flew back to his hand. Ordinary stone-grade legendary swords were too weak. They could be easily broken by Han Shenbua's Iron Fan. Han Shenbua's spell was exquisite. He was surrounded by so many legendary swords, but he was not injured. Looking at his posture, it was obvious that he was struggling. How can it be? These swords? Han Shenbua was shocked in his heart. He felt that he was surrounded by 18 sword cultivators with exquisite sword techniques. A few of the swords were of a higher grade than the Iron Fan in his hand. He became anxious immediately and dared not to let his guard down. Sword God Zhou was really powerful. Together with the 2 swords in Master's hand, he can control 20 swords at the same time? Beixiao Wangjian opened his eyes wide and mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji did not usually practice sword techniques, so he did not expect his improvement to be so exaggerated. Jiang Shui was pleasantly surprised, while Huang Lianxin and the little black snake were petrified. Zhao Zongjian looked at the battle with passionate eyes. He forgot about the pain in his body and only felt excited. Even though he worked hard to cultivate, the gap between him and Zhou Xuanji was still widening. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Only a grandmaster in the sword's way like this was worth following. Zhou Xuanji stored the Book Cutter Sword into the supreme storage and came up to Han Shenbua with one step. He activated 6-path Sword Shadow. Han Shenbua felt even more pressured. He felt that his opponent was not just one Sword God Zhou. It was a group of Sword God Zhou. He almost collapsed. How could he fight like this? If his cultivation was not higher than Zhou Xuanji's, he might have been killed in an instant. The Sky-Sundering Emperor Sword, which weighed thousands of kilograms, slashed at him continuously. Every time he faced the sword head-on, his arm would feel numb from the impact. Looking closely, the web between his thumb and forefinger was already bleeding. 10 breaths later, Han Shenbua was injured. 20 breaths later, Han Shenbua's right hand was crippled. He had no choice but to wield the fan with his left hand. He cast all sorts of spells, but he still could not break free from the siege of the legendary swords. 30 breaths later, Han Shenbua's left hand was crippled too. When the Iron Fan left his hand, Zhou Xuanji and 6-path Sword Shadow activated the Trisource Vein Severing Sword together. The sword chi engulfed Han Shenbua. A painful cry came from his mouth and reverberated across the wilderness. His vital channels were severed, and he felt powerless instantly. 18 legendary swords pierced into his body from different directions, turning him into a porcupine. Thump! Han Shenbua knelt before Zhou Xuanji powerlessly. His body was covered in blood. His face was pale and his eyes were lifeless. He mumbled, "Impossible. Impossible. How could there be such an insane sword cultivator in the world?" In front of the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, he felt so helpless. Zhou Xuanji raised the Sky-Sundering Emperor Sword and pressed its tip against Han Shenbua's forehead to prevent him from falling to the ground. Han Shenbua's forehead was pierced, and blood flowed down the blade. The scene froze. Han Shenbua, who was pierced with 18 legendary swords, knelt before Zhou Xuanji. His forehead was pressed against by the Sky-Sundering Emperor Sword, which made Zhao Zongjian and the rest breathe rapidly. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than Han Shenbua, but they did not expect the gap to be so huge. It must be known that Zhou Xuanji had not activated Hell King possession yet. Too powerful. Zhou Xuanji looked at Han Shenbua with disdain and said, "Do you want to live or die?" The icy murderous aura made Han Shenbua shiver. "I want to live," he said instinctively. He was not even 100 years old, and he was ranked first on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. It was the highlight of his life. How could he die like this? He was not willing. "But I want you to die," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He turned his right hand, and the tip of the sky-sundering emperor sword rotated like an electric drill, which made Han Shenbua's forehead feel excruciating pain. The pain made Han Shenbua more clear-headed. He endured the humiliation and said with gritted teeth, "As long as you spare my life, I am willing to be your slave. I will do whatever you ask me to do." Zhou Xuanji waved his left hand, and a brush, paper, ink and brush appeared before Han Shenbua. Han Shenbua's pupils contracted suddenly. His smile was bitter and forced. "Write down a condition that can move me, and put your handprint on it," Zhou Xuanji said slowly. "It would be a waste for the top rank on Great Zhou's hero ranking board to die like this." Han Shenbua raised his right hand with great difficulty, and it trembled continuously. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji lay on the grass with a strand of weed in his mouth. Han Shenbua massaged his legs and asked with a flattering expression, "Master, this strength, how is it?" His acupoints were sealed by Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Zongjian cast a spell on him. He could no longer activate his spirit energy, and now he was like a cripple. To survive, he could only struggle at death's door. Not only did he have to serve Zhou Xuanji, but he also had to listen to other people's orders. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly and did not speak. He was waiting, because he was 15 years old today. Zhou Xuanji did not reply, and Han Shenbua could only focus on massaging his legs and shoulders. A while later, Zhou Xuanji sat up suddenly, and Han Shenbua immediately stopped in fear. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 15 years old. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained. Chapter 100. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 15 years old. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold Tempest Calmer, Silver Living Snake Sword, 3 age-retaining pills, and a spirit-boosting bangle. Zhou Xuanji looked delighted. It was another 2 legendary swords. One of them was even gold tier. He immediately took out Gale Calmer and Living Snake Sword, one in each hand. A few lines of small words appeared in front of him. Only he could see them. Sword name, Gale Calmer level, gold description. Wind attribute Divine Sword, able to resist storms and calm huge waves. Sword name, Living Snake Sword level, silver, description. A divine sword made from a 10,000-year-old spirit snake. The blade of the sword retains the vitality of the spirit snake, and will actively entangle the enemy. Each of them had their own uses and they all looked pretty good. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and looked at the 2 swords in his hands. The blade of the Tempest Calmer was wide and thick. There were many fine patterns on it, as if the wind was blowing on the blade. The hilt was engraved with fish scales, and it was not too heavy to hold. The Living Snake Sword was a white sword. Its blade was like the belly of a snake. It was nearly 2 meters long and shone with white light under the sunlight. Han Shenbua, who was squatting at the side, widened his eyes. He asked cautiously, "Master, do you still have 2 swords?" Back when he had fought Zhou Xuanji, these 2 swords were not among the many legendary swords that Zhou Xuanji had taken out. He subconsciously reached out to touch the Living Snake Sword. At this moment, the Living Snake Sword suddenly twisted and turned into a white snake, winding along his arm. The blade of the sword turned into a snake's mouth, biting Han Shenbua's abdomen. Han Shenbua's face instantly turned pale, and the pain in his abdomen almost made him cry out. He subconsciously held the blade of the Living Snake Sword. His palm was in pain and quickly became bloody. He was so frightened that he let go. Zhou Xuanji's right hand trembled slightly, and the Living Snake Sword shrunk back to its original state. Han Shenbua hurriedly retreated, his forehead covered in cold sweat. What a strange sword. If the sword had moved down a few centimeters, he shuddered and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Right now, he couldn't use his spiritual energy, so he was like a mortal. Zhou Xuanji threw him a stare and said, "Who asked you to touch me? I almost crippled you. Are you scared?" The living snake sword was very intelligent. Not bad, not bad. When facing an enemy, the living snake sword might be able to give the enemy a fatal blow. Han Shimbua hurriedly knelt down and nodded like a woodpecker. He said in fear and trepidation, "I'm afraid. I won't dare to do it again." Zhou Xuanji ignored him. He stood up and stored the living snake sword into the supreme storage. Holding Tempest Calmer in his right hand, he walked to the top of the slope, faced the blazing sun, and swung his sword. There was no fancy sword technique, just an ordinary sword. As the blade fell, a strong gust of wind howled and gathered into a tornado that swept forward. Rumble, the entire hillside shook violently, and the nearby forest swayed unsteadily. Jiang Shui, Zhao Tsongjian, and the rest turned around to look. They saw a 1,000-foot-tall tornado appearing behind the hill, sweeping up countless sand, dust, and fallen leaves. It was a spectacular sight. "Is that a sword technique?" Zhao Tsongjian's eyes lit up. Northern Sword Valiant patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Zhao, stop looking. Stay calm." Zhao Tsongjian woke up with a start. He was drenched in cold sweat and quickly turned his head. "I can't think about it anymore. I need to learn the current sword technique first." Zhou Xuanji stored his sword, and the 100-foot-tall tornado dissipated. The dust was still flying and it looked like a sandstorm. He turned around and walked down the hill. Han Shimbua came back to his senses from the shock. He quickly got up and walked to Zhou Xuanji's side. "Master, is there anything else you need me to do?" he asked carefully. Compared to his arrogant self half a month ago, he was like a completely different person. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Go help the three-eyed drought rodent catch some insects, and help the hegemon-scaled black dragon take a bath." Han Shimbua heard him and his expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something but stopped. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and walked straight to Jiang Shui. As he walked, he took out the spirit-boosting bangle. The bangle was like a metal hoop. It would absorb the surrounding spiritual qi automatically and maintain a full state. Once he entered a battle, it would help him replenish his spirit energy. It was a good support enchanted artifact. He wore it on his right wrist and took out an age-halting pill. Age-halting pill, as the name suggested, could make one look young forever. This pill was a perfect birthday present for Jiang Shui. After getting the age-halting pill, Jiang Shui really liked it and even kissed Zhou Xuanji in front of everyone. Huang Lianxin was envious. Which woman doesn't want to stay young forever? Zhou Xuanji noticed her expression. He did not give her the age-halting pill immediately but promised to give it to her in the future. It was all for Huang Lianxin to work hard in her cultivation and help him out. After that, he came to Zhao Tsongjian's side and said, "Do you know where the sword monarch of Great Zhou is?" When Zhao Tsongjian heard this, he immediately sheathed his sword and asked, "Master, are you thinking of?" He challenged the sword monarch of Great Zhou and seized the sword noble. He immediately became excited. This was the Zhou Xuanji he knew. No matter who it was, they dared to fight. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Within a year, we will go to the sword monarch of Great Zhou to ask for him." Zhao Tsongjian asked curiously, "Why a year? Not now." In his opinion, a year's time was not enough to make him much stronger. At least, it could not make up for the gap between him and the sword monarch. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously. Since the sword monarch wants Jinghong, then let Jinghong learn from him for a year. When he comes back, he will teach Jinghong to us. Having heard this, Zhao Tsongjian's eyes glowed. Good idea. He did not know where the sword monarch of Great Zhou was, so he promised that in the next year, he would find an opportunity to ask around and find the route. At the same time, the news about Sword God Zhou killing Zhongyou Dark Emperor was finally released. Within half a month, those who were saved spread the news after they returned. At first, not many believed it, but as more and more people spread the news, it spread like wildfire across Great Zhou. How powerful was Zhongyou Dark Emperor? A 6th-rank peak Great Demon King. It was equivalent to the pinnacle of Astral Infant, half a step into astral projection. Such a powerful being was killed so easily by Sword God Zhou? After Zhou Yalong's son, Zhou Zhongdao, returned to the Great Zhou royal city, he told everyone about it personally. which made the news even more popular. The whole world knew about it. Great Zhou Royal City in the Crown Prince's residence. Clank. The Crown Prince Zhou Tianyu flipped the table violently. Is this true? He asked with gritted teeth. The soldier kneeling at the door replied with a deep voice. It should be true. Zhou Zhongdao also testified many times in the city. He claimed that Sword God Zhou was a grandmaster with an extraordinary demeanor. Sword God Zhou was his goal in the future. Zhou Tianyu heard and became even more furious. He cursed. That brat really brought shame to the royal family of Great Zhou. The person he hated the most was the second prince, Zhou Yalong. He did not have a good impression of his son. Your Highness, there is news that Sword God Zhou will go to the Sword Monarch's pinnacle personally in a year to ask for Sword Noble Xiao Jinghong. The soldier continued. At this point his expression became strange. Sword God Zhou and the Sword Monarch were definitely the two pinnacles of the Sword's Way in Great Zhou. One appeared out of nowhere and dominated Great Zhou's reputation ranking. The other was well known for protecting Great Zhou, and was recognized as the monarch of the Sword's Way. Ever since Sword God Zhou topped Great Zhou's reputation ranking, countless people were looking forward to the battle between him and the Sword Monarch. They did not expect this day to come. Zhou Tianyu's expression changed slightly and asked, is he really going to challenge the Sword Monarch? If it was true, he would become Sword God Zhou's disciple. At that time, how would the emperor view him? But he thought about it again. If Sword God Zhou dared to challenge the Sword Monarch, he would definitely die. If Sword God Zhou was dead, would he still need to take him as his master? Chapter 101. Zhao Zongjian flew back on his sword and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fist. Master, the news has been sent out. Zhou Xuanji, who was internalizing qi, nodded slightly. Zhao Zongjian asked doubtfully, why did this matter have to be spread out in advance? If he lost to the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, wouldn't he become a joke to the world? He didn't dare to say this out loud. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant, so he opened his eyes and replied, my identity, have you forgotten? The Empress of Great Zhou will definitely try her best to find trouble with me. The bigger this matter is, the more people it will attract. The Empress of Great Zhou is in the wrong. If she dares to deal with me in front of everyone, she probably doesn't want to keep her position anymore. At the same time, she can also attract Emperor Yan of Zhou's attention. Zhao Zongjian frowned. He understood a little but felt that it was inappropriate. Zhou Xuanji let out a long breath and said, to put it bluntly, I want everyone in the world to be my backer. The reason why the Great Zhou dynasty was able to establish itself in the Great Zhou dynasty was inseparable from those sects and families. What would the cultivation world think if the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty attacked him? Doing so would chill the hearts of countless people. Of course, the Empress could also reveal Zhou Xuanji's identity, but it would be more difficult to do that. As the Empress, she actually dared to attack and kill a prince. She would become the laughingstock of the entire northern wilderness region. Zhao Zongjian finally understood and said in admiration, good plan. In this way, if Master reveals his true identity in the future, he might really have the power to fight for the position of Crown Prince. The title of number 1 on the Great Zhou honor roll was extremely valuable. This proved that within Great Zhou, the name of Sword God Zhou had reached a stage where everyone knew about him. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I'm not interested in becoming the emperor. Being the emperor might seem impressive, but in reality it was extremely troublesome. How could he be as carefree as he was now? As for power, Zhou Xuanji always had a plan. These sword slaves were the power he wanted. If they were to be nurtured into world-renowned experts who could fight against thousands of troops, wouldn't that be a form of authority? To be in charge of someone else's money was a small power. Controlling people's lives was a great power. Controlling the lives of the people in the world was the power of the world. Zhao Zongjian looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. As a prince, Zhou Xuanji had such talent. The throne was not far from him, but he could still reject it. This was the magnanimity that a Sword Dao Grandmaster should have. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 4. He had to admit that the spirit assisting bangle was quite powerful. It could even help him in his cultivation. On this day, Zhao Zongjian came back to report the news. Master, I'm afraid the Great Zhou dynasty will be in danger soon, Zhao Zongjian said with a solemn expression, causing the others to gather around. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Speak." Zhao Zongjian immediately told him everything he knew. Recently, the Northern Wilderness region's demonic sect, Xinhao sect, had their eyes on Great Zhou. Xinhao sect colluded with the demonically fire sect in the Great Zhou dynasty, and started to attack the dynasties near the Great Zhou dynasty. Not only that, but the demon monarch of Gulan was also on the move. 10 days ago, the southern Snow Kingdom's border was breached. Countless civilians were killed and the kingdom was turned into a living hell. The Great Zhou dynasty had already sent reinforcements. In just one season, the flames of war had been ignited in the Great Zhou dynasty, and the country was in danger. Zhou Xuanji frowned and mumbled, "If the situation becomes critical and Great Zhou falls into chaos, it will not be good for us. The Empress will surely wait for an opportunity to make her move." Emperor Yan of Zhou's gaze was always on the entire Great Zhou. Han Shimbua's expression changed drastically and said, "Xinhao sect? That's one of the top 10 sects in the Northern Wilderness region. Can even shake an empire. With the help of the demon monarch of Gulan, Great Zhou is really in trouble." His teacher was a sanctum which was located outside of Great Zhou. Naturally, he knew more about the Northern Wilderness region. Jiang Shui asked curiously, "Since Xinhao sect is so powerful, why did they attack Great Zhou? Aren't they afraid that both sides will suffer great losses?" Zhao Zongjian said, "I heard that the top prodigy of Xinhao sect, Huang Ming, was in isolated cultivation in a valley and was ambushed by Zhou Yalong. In the end, both of them left with severe injuries. Huang Ming bore a grudge and informed Xinhao sect's sect lord Tianqin. Tianqin was infuriated and declared war against Great Zhou." "So careless?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. "Isn't this too childish?" But this also showed how important Huang Ming was to Xinhao sect. It also showed Tianqin's character. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Zhao Zongjian nodded and said solemnly, "Tianqin is not weaker than Emperor Yan of Zhou." Han Shimbua swallowed his saliva and said, "Let's leave Great Zhou." The little black snake nodded. "I agree." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought and did not reply. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 5. With this speed, he could break through to Soul Fountain at 18 years old. Zhao Zongjian only broke through to inner pellet when he was 18 years old, but his talent was already comparable to Zhou Yalong's. 3 days later, Zhao Zongjian returned. His expression was more solemn than half a year ago. Everyone gathered around wanting to hear more news. Zhao Zongjian came up to Zhou Xuanji and said with gritted teeth, "Bad news." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "What is it?" "Tianqin's grandson, Qishua, heard about your fame and declared that he wants to challenge you. If you don't go within 3 months, he will massacre the entire Southern Snow Kingdom. Now the Southern Snow Kingdom is already occupied by Xinhao sect, and the population is less than 10% of what it used to be. Master, if you go, you will most likely die. If you don't go, the fame that you built will go to waste." As he spoke, Zhao Zongjian clenched his fists. His face was filled with hatred. Jiang Shui opened her beautiful eyes wide and said, "This Qishua guy, is he sick in the head? Did our Xuanji offend him?" Zhou Xuanji was speechless too. He was sitting at home but the pot fell from the sky. Han Shimbua reminded him, "Qishua is very talented. When he was at Inner Pellet, he killed someone at Soul Fountain. Now, he might have broken through to Soul Fountain. You better not go." Of course, he did not really care about Zhou Xuanji. It was only because of the blood contract that he had to lower his head. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhao Zongjian and asked, "Have you heard of the Hidden Sword sect?" Jiang Shui heard him and shuddered. She covered her chest with her hands. She immediately understood what Zhou Xuanji meant. Zhao Zongjian frowned and said, "Isn't that a small sect in the Southern Snow Kingdom? They are either dead or locked up in the Southern Snow Kingdom." Zhou Xuanji stopped talking and began to think. "Master, please reconsider. Xinhao sect is an evil sect. If you defeat Qishua, can you escape?" Huang Lianxin reminded, "Even if you don't go, the world will only criticize you for a while. They will not really blame you. Great Zhou did not do anything, why should you care?" Beixiao Wangjian looked at Zhao Zongjian and asked, Yeah, what about Great Zhou? Are they not going to do anything? Zhao Congjian sighed. Great Zhou is in a terrible situation. Not long ago, Meng Tianlang led his army to the southern Snow Kingdom and was utterly defeated. Even Meng Tianlang was locked up in the southern Snow Kingdom and became a prisoner. If we bear with it, Great Zhou should be able to resolve its crisis in at most a few years. The other empires will not ignore it. If Great Zhou falls, the other empires will follow in its footsteps. Meng Tianlang knelt down too. The group fell into silence. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji looked up suddenly and said, 2 months later, we will depart for the southern Snow Kingdom. With this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Chapter 102. 2 months later. Zhou Xuanji and the others packed their things and headed towards the southern Snow Kingdom. On Ada's back, Jiang Shui asked Zhou Xuanji softly, Xuanji, are you really not going to reconsider? She knew why Zhou Xuanji wanted to go to the southern Snow Kingdom. It was definitely because of Qiu Beili. But in her heart, Zhou Xuanji was more important than Qiu Beili. She did not want Zhou Xuanji to be killed. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I don't want to regret. Hearing this, Jiang Shui no longer tried to persuade him. Wait for me outside the southern Snow Kingdom. Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and said. The beauty behind him was the most important person in his life, and he did not want her to follow him into danger. Jiang Shui shook her head and said, No matter where you go, I will accompany you. Even if I have to die, it will be the same in the past, the present, and the future. Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart, but he said unpleasantly, Are you going to accompany me and be a burden? Jiang Shui glared at him. I'm currently at the second level of the enlightening realm. I'm proficient in all 5 elemental spells and healing spells. I'm the healer that you've always mentioned. If you're injured, I can help you. As she spoke, she pinched Zhou Xuanji's waist and said coquettishly, You dare to look down on me? Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, Can you be more gentle? You weren't like this when you were young. It's all because of your pampering. Jiang Shui blushed as she said in a low voice. She would only act like this to Zhou Xuanji. Towards others, she would be very polite and maintain a certain distance. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead with determination in his eyes and said, I still want to dote on you for another 10,000 years. Don't worry, from this trip to southern snow, we will both come back alive. Jiang Shui's heart was filled with sweetness. She rested her chin on his shoulder, hugged his waist, and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Southern Snow Kingdom. The once prosperous dynasty was filled with smoke, and every city had been reduced to ruins. In the center of the empire, only Monarch City remained standing. The city walls were filled with the figures of demonic cultivators. They were all wearing the same dark yellow robes with 2 large words imprinted on their backs. Xian Hao. In Wangcheng, the number of Xinhao sect's demonic cultivators was uncountable. They could be found all over the streets. There were many corpses lying on the streets, and many prisoners were chained to the corners of the walls, unable to move. Qiu Beili and a group of hidden sword sect cultivators were imprisoned on a dilapidated street. The iron chains on their bodies were connected to each other, with long nails piercing into the ground at both ends. Everyone's shoulder blades were pierced through, and their meridians were severed. They were like cripples. Qiu Beili's clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and his face was covered in scabs. He leaned against the wall and looked at the sky blankly. Even Meng Tianlang was defeated. It won't be long before we are the ones to be beheaded. An old man muttered to himself in despair, causing the others around him to tremble. They had suffered all kinds of torture and humiliation. In the end, they couldn't escape death, so they might as well commit suicide. But who could truly face death? A hidden sword sect female disciple gritted her teeth and said, Tachishua has already announced that he wants to challenge Sword God Zhou. As long as Sword God Zhou wins against him, he will let us go. We still have hope. Sword God Zhou will surely come. When the other disciples heard this, their eyes lit up. The hidden sword sect practiced the sword, so everyone in the sect naturally looked up to Sword God Zhou. That's right. Sword God Zhou will definitely come. Sword God Zhou is kind and generous. He will surely not give up on us. He is not even afraid of the Empress of Great Zhou and the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Of course, he is not afraid of Ta Qishu. When the sword god comes, he will surely defeat Tachishua. The hidden sword sect disciples were all excited and discussed softly. Zhou Beilei's body trembled. When he heard the word sword god Zhou, he could not help but think of Zhou Xuanji. It was said that sword god Zhou had a small physique, which was very similar to Zhou Xuanji. But no matter how devilish Zhou Xuanji was, he could not be this devilish, right? In just a short 10 years he had already reached the stage where the whole world knew about him. It shouldn't be him. That kid was extraordinarily talented. He should be trying to break through to inner pellet. How could he kill Qin Qitsuan, Tai Yulong, and Zhongyou Dark Emperor? It's a pity that I cannot see you again in this life. Zhou Beilei sighed faintly. In his heart, he had already treated Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui as his grandchildren. When he was not cultivating, he would always miss the two kids. Of course, he only missed them and not worried. With the little devil Zhou Xuanji around, Jiang Shui would not be at a disadvantage. At this moment, a group of evil cultivators passed by with a prison cart. The people on both sides of the street looked up and saw a lonely silhouette sitting paralyzed in the prison cart. It was Meng Tianlang. At this moment, Meng Tianlang did not look as majestic as before. His hair was disheveled, his armor was removed, and his black shirt was tattered and stained with blood. He lowered his head, and his eyes were hollow like a dead person. Did you see a dark horse? Your great Zhou's second-rank genius on the hero ranking board is nothing more than this. On the prison cart, a silhouette sat and laughed wildly. He was Tachishua. He looked like he was in his early 20s. He was handsome and devilishly handsome. His long hair was coiled under his silver crown, and he wore a luxurious red robe that looked like it was dyed with blood. Looking at him, the people on both sides of the street dared not to say anything. Tachishua bent his right leg and placed his right hand on his right knee. His posture was lazy, but his smile was a little maniacal. If Sword God Zhou dares to come, he will be my next human pet. I know that all of you are looking forward to Sword God Zhou's arrival. I am looking forward to it too. I can't wait to see him kneeling and begging for mercy. Ha ha. Tachishua said and laughed. He did not take Sword God Zhou seriously at all. Everyone on the street stared at him with red eyes. If looks could kill, Tachishua would have already been torn into pieces. The troops continued to advance. Tachishua planned to let all the captives see Meng Tianlang's miserable state. Ming! The dragon eagle's cry resounded through the sky. On a big's back, Zhou Xuanji held the furious ape sword in his left hand. He also transferred his spirit-boosting bangle to his left hand. Even though he had been charging for 10 days, his hand did not feel sore at all. Compared to the last time, his cultivation had risen greatly, so he was naturally more relaxed. Zhao Congjian carried the little black snake, Beixiao Wangjian carried Han Shambua, and Huang Lianxin rode on her sword alone. The group of people swept past the mountains like immortals. Zhao Congjian turned around and said, "Master, we are still half a day away from the Southern Snow Kingdom. We will need another 2 days to reach the royal city of the Southern Snow Kingdom." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "After a while, we will stop and rest for a while before heading toward the Southern Snow Royal City at full speed." No one had any objections. 2 hours later, they landed on the plains to rest. As far as the eye could see, they could already see the outline of the Southern Snow Kingdom's border. Zhou Xuanji began to deploy the plan, and the group listened quietly. After he finished, Han Shimbua could not hold it anymore and said, "Can you unseal me? I'm completely useless now." The top rank of Great Zhou's hero ranking board was reduced to an ordinary person. Following Zhou Xuanji and the rest like this was suicide. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "If we can survive this battle, I will unseal you." Han Shimbua heard him and his face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The little black snake came to his side and straightened his body. "Don't even think about it. Do you know how many years of torture I have suffered? You have not even been here for a year. Continue to wait." Chapter 103. The group rested for 2 hours before continuing toward the Southern Snow Kingdom. The Southern Snow Kingdom's border custom was covered with corpses. There were human corpses and demon corpses. Blood dyed the ground red. It was hard to imagine how intense the battle must have been. Some demon corpses were as huge as a hill, which was a shocking sight. Even the border customs city wall had dozens of holes. Zhou Xuanji and the group flew past the border custom unobstructed. The tragic scene along the way made their hearts heavy. Only the little black snake was still cheerful. It looked around on small heirs back with greedy eyes. The ground was filled with food. Occasionally, there were even living demons foraging for rotten meat. Desolate. Desolate. A murderous atmosphere pervaded the heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji held the furious ape sword in his left hand, and the sky-sundering emperor sword in his right. He held the sword with both hands and looked ahead, ready to fight. Beixiao Wangjian smiled and said, "This might be what Master said. You know there's a tiger on the mountain, but you still want to go there. Of course. Let's fight together and die together. Our lives will not be in vain." Zhao Songjian smiled proudly with a heroic spirit. Huang Lianxin stared at him and said, "Don't say such depressing words. With Master around, we can all come out alive." "That's right. We will not die." Zhang Shui waved her fist and said excitedly. The group looked at each other and laughed. The tense atmosphere dissipated immediately. The southern snow royal city. Ta Qixue sat on a tiger-skin chair in front of the palace gate and enjoyed the shoulder massage from two enchanting ladies. He held his wine cup and looked at the square below the stone stairs. Two inner pellet prisoners were fighting to the death. One of them had lost an arm but was still fighting with gritted teeth. Between the two of them, only one could survive. At this moment, an evil cultivator from Xinhao sect came to Ta Qixue's back and said softly, "Young master, Sword God Zhou has entered the southern snow kingdom." Having heard that, Ta Qixue immediately sat up straight. He smiled and said, "Very good. I want to see how powerful this guy, who ranked first on Great Zhou's reputation ranking, is. Pass my order. Do not stop Sword God Zhou." After the evil cultivator received the order, he turned into a wave of demonic qi and disappeared. Ta Qixue was elated. He immediately channeled his spirit energy and shouted, "Sword God Zhou has entered the southern snow kingdom. By then all of you can come and watch the battle. Watch how I defeat your Sword God Zhou." His voice spread throughout the city, causing all the captives to be moved. On one of the streets under a tree, Zhang Tianjian and Zhang Ruyu were both excited. The two of them looked like beggars, disheveled and unkempt, with injuries all over their bodies. "Senior Zhou is here. We're saved." Zhang Ruyu spoke incoherently. His body was trembling, and the iron chains were also shaking, making a ringing sound. Zhang Tunjian covered his mouth and whispered, "Lower your voice." The father and son turned around and saw that the other captives were also excited. Although Meng Tianlang was defeated, Sword God Zhou had never been defeated since his birth. Sword God Zhou is finally here. Sword God Zhou is indeed benevolent. But Xinhao sect sent so many evil cultivators. Even if he wins, can he escape? Indeed, Sword God Zhou shouldn't have come. Even if he loses, I have no regrets. There are so many heroes in Great Zhou. How many of them would dare to come and save us? God bless Sword God Zhou, you must win. The captives were discussing on every street in the king's city. In a dungeon, Meng Tianlang also heard Ta Qixue's voice. He looked up slowly with a complicated expression in his eyes. "Sword God Zhou," he sighed. Although he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji last time, he had seen through Zhou Xuanji's power. Beside Ta Qixue was someone who surpassed the astral infant stage. If Sword God Zhou came, he would most likely end up like him. Now, he could only pray that Great Zhou would send a first-rank general as reinforcements. On the way to the southern Snow King's city, there were countless forests, and many people were hiding in them. Most of them were taking refuge. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and his companions flying across the sky fearlessly, they were all astonished. Who were these people? The dragon eagles roar across the sky. The sword god slays the thieves, and the sword king follows. It's Sword God Zhou, and Northern Sword Valiant. Cries of astonishment came from a forest. Not only him, but the others also recognized Zhou Xuanji and his companions. Northern Sword Valiant had been in the Southern Snow Kingdom for decades, and many people had seen him before. Moreover, the two dragon eagles looked so majestic. It was easy to associate them with the world-renowned Sword God Zhou. The arrival of Sword God Zhou excited the people hiding in the forest. Now, in the hearts of all the kingdoms under Great Zhou's banner, Sword God Zhou was a legendary figure. He was a legendary cultivator who could compete with the Sword Monarch for glory. His arrival might really save the Southern Snow Kingdom from its dire situation. Master, the Southern Snow King's city is 100 miles ahead. Zhao Zongjian stood on his sword and said with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with fervor. Before the battle began, he could feel his blood boiling. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly, and the others prepared for battle. Only Han Xinbo was trembling. He cried in his heart. If my spirit energy was not sealed, why would I be so panicked? He was the top genius on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. A short while later, Zhou Xuanji could already see the city walls of the Southern Snow Kingdom. He immediately stood up and stepped on a big's head with his left foot. He held his sword with both hands and channeled his spirit energy. Ta Qishue, I Sword God Zhou am here. His voice swept across all directions and spread across the entire Southern Snow King's city. The entire city was in an uproar. Sword God Zhou really came. Qiu Bailey heard his voice and fell into a daze. Zhou Xuanji's voice was already changing, but he still felt a sense of familiarity. Boom! A horrifying demonic chi exploded from the center of the city like a long black pillar. The thunderclouds gathered and connected the heavens and the earth. It was a majestic sight. Ha ha ha! Sword God Zhou, do you dare to come in and fight me? If you can defeat me, I will let everyone in this city go. Ta Qishua's arrogant laughter came from the city. He sounded extremely excited. As the grandson of Xinhao Sec's sect lord, he was equally talented. Even Meng Tianlang was not his match in a one-on-one fight. Zhou Xuanji said this and leaped up. You guys wait here. I will enter the city alone. The windcutter sword appeared under his feet out of nowhere and flew toward the Southern Snow King's city. Jiang Shui was extremely anxious. She held the flaming fan tightly in her right hand. The others were the same. Zhou Xuanji tried to persuade them for a long time. They only agreed after he threatened them. If all of them entered the city, they would be like trapped beasts in a cage. Soon Zhou Xuanji flew past the city wall. The evil cultivators looked up at him. He doesn't look that powerful. The rumors are true. The swords in his hands are not ordinary. That sword is so majestic. Could it be a level 6 enchanted artifact? TSK. This brat is really seeking death. Take a guess. How long can he live? The evil cultivators discussed among themselves and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. To them, Zhou Xuanji was a fool to come alone. If such a fool did not die, who would? Chapter 104. After entering the city, Zhou Xuanji directly flew towards the pillar of demonic qi. The furious ape sword in his left hand was still accumulating power, ready to strike at any time. After entering the city, the captives and demonic cultivators on the streets all raised their heads to look at him. The captives were excited, but the demonic cultivators were disdainful. Father! It was really Sword God Zhou. He's here. Zhang Ruyu was so excited that he jumped up and down on the spot, ignoring the injuries on his body. Zhang Tianjian looked at Zhou Xuanji and fell into a trance. Back then, if he had taken Zhou Xuanji as a sword slave, perhaps things would have been different. Unfortunately, he could not abandon everything he had at that time. But now he had lost everything. In retrospect, it was really a joke. The other side. Qiu Bailey widened his eyes and stood up while trembling. Zhou Xuanji did not notice him. His eyes were fixed on the long pillar of demonic qi in front of him. It's really him. He's Sword God Zhou. Qiu Bailey's expression was complicated. His eyes revealed shock, disbelief, surprise, worry, fear, and all sorts of other emotions. He had long since guessed that Zhou Xuanji's name would spread across the world. But he didn't expect this day to come so soon. Now he could only look up to him from the crowd. However, he was also worried about Zhou Xuanji. This situation was almost a dead end, and he was afraid that something would happen to Zhou Xuanji. In the center of the city, on the square in front of the palace, Ta Qishue stood on a long pillar of demonic qi, wantonly declaring his power. Thousands of Xinhao Sec's demonic cultivators were spread out at the edge of the square, on top of the high walls and palaces, surrounding the square so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. A scarlet-robed old man stood in front of the palace's entrance. His figure was tall, his hair was white, and his eyes were sunken. He seemed extremely gloomy and cold like a venomous snake. He was an elder of the Xinhao sect. His name was Xiahou Gongji, and his abilities were unfathomable. He had watched Ta Qixue grow up. No matter where Ta Qixue went, he would follow him closely. Inner pellet stage level 5? What a joke. Xiahou Gongji shook his head and laughed. Young master had been looking forward to it so much, but it turned out that it was just a paper tiger. After Ta Qixue saw Zhou Xuanji, he shook his shoulder, and the long pillar of demonic qi exploded, turning into a black mist that spread across the square. Thud! Zhou Xuanji landed, and the wind-cutter sword levitated above his head. The tip of the sword was pointed at Ta Qixue. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change even when he was surrounded by thousands of evil cultivators. You are Sword God Zhou? He was born with a good body. Didn't they say you're only as tall as a child? Ta Qixue looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously and asked in amazement as he sized him up. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, That's because I grew up. Grown up? Were you really a child? Ta Qixue was even more curious. He rubbed his chin and pondered. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, If I defeat you, will you really keep your promise? Ta Qixue smiled and said, Xinhao sect is not an evil sect without principles. As long as you defeat me, all the captives in the city can leave. He waved his right hand, and two fiendish cultivators leapt out from behind the high wall on the left side of the plaza. They carried a prisoner cart to the ground, and Meng Tianlang was imprisoned inside. Seeing Meng Tianlang's miserable appearance, Zhou Xuanji slightly narrowed his eyes. Meng Tianlang was also stunned and lowered his head in shame. Back then, he had missed his appointment with Zhou Xuanji, and the person he feared seeing the most was Zhou Xuanji. He did not expect Ta Qixue to be so vicious that he actually escorted him out. It was worse than killing him. Do you know him? He's ranked second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. He brought an army to rescue us, but he's the only one left alive. Don't you think it's funny? Ta Qixue pointed at Meng Tianlang and laughed. His laughter sounded insane, and in Zhou Xuanji's eyes it sounded like he was sick. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and pointed the sky-sundering emperor sword at Ta Qixue. Don't talk so much. If you want to fight, let's fight. He was still holding the furious ape sword in his left hand, and had been accumulating energy. He had the confidence to deal with Ta Qixue, but to guard against the powerful cultivators from Xinhao sect, he had never stopped accumulating energy. Ta Qixue heard him and laughed even more wildly. He opened his hands and two curved blades appeared in his hands. The two blades were filled with an evil qi. The blades were blood-red, as though they were just drawn out from a pool of blood. With the blades in his hands, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. If you lose, you will become my human pet, just like him. Ta Qixue laughed coldly and turned into a ferocious demon in an instant. Demonic qi surrounded his body, and his fiendish aura soared into the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he came up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and slashed down furiously with the sky-sundering emperor sword in his right hand. The blades clashed, and the horrifying force caused Ta Qixue's arms to tremble a little. Such a heavy sword. Ta Qixue was shocked in his heart. He turned around and slashed horizontally with both blades. Zhou Xuanji flew into the air. He moved his right hand quickly and activated the vibrant raindrops sword. Countless sword stars descended. Ta Qixue swung his blades and deflected all the sword stars. Ding! 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 The sword stars landed on the blades, and there was a sound of metal clashing. Great sword technique. Ta Qixue finally understood that the title of Sword God Zhou was not just for show. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji came to his back with the 8-step sword lunge. 6-path sword shadow. Ta Qixue was surrounded in an instant. He instinctively spun his body, and his blades swept up a bloody gale. Zhou Xuanji and the 6-path sword shadow used the Soul Eater slash together. The black sword qi engulfed Ta Qixue in an instant and soared into the sky like a black tornado. This scene shocked the thousands of evil cultivators. The Xinhao sect's elder, Xiahou Gongji, frowned and mumbled, "Such a domineering sword technique. What is this guy's background? amethyst legendary sword, and an earth-grade advanced tier sword technique. The destructive power was so powerful that the ground of the square shook violently. Tachishua leaped out from the black sword chi quickly. His robe was torn, and he was covered in blood. After a somersault, he landed steadily and knelt on one knee. He looked up. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were wide open. He was obviously shocked. "What sword technique is this?" he asked with gritted teeth. He was already injured in the first exchange of blows. Thousands of eyes stared at him, which made him want to find a hole to hide in. Meng Tianlang, who was in the prison carriage, was stunned. The six-path sword shadow dissipated. Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at Tachishua and said with an indifferent expression, "Soul Eater / specialized in slaying evil spirits." After that, legendary swords appeared around Zhou Xuanji out of thin air. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Falcon Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Stormcalmer Living Snake Sword. All of them pointed their swords at Tachishua. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward, and the legendary swords followed closely behind. Tachishua's face was extremely unsightly. He slashed the ground with both of his blades and leaped up with the recoil. A bloody gale blew, and it looked like a gigantic blood-colored bat was entrenched on his body. Zhou Xuanji held his sword in his right hand and thrust it toward the sky. All the legendary swords followed suit. They were all ranged sword propelling. Tachishua's expression changed drastically in midair. He instinctively crossed his blades in front of him to block. Clang! 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 The legendary swords clashed with his blades consecutively and sent him flying into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was 90 meters above the ground. Many captives on the street saw this. They looked up and craned their necks. "That's Tachishua. It's that devil. Such beautiful swords. Could they be Sword God Zhou's treasured swords? So domineering. Sword God Zhou lives up to his name. Doesn't he only have 9 legendary swords? Not only that. Look carefully, there are at least 15 of them. So powerful." Cries of astonishment came from every street, one after another. The legendary swords with different radiances charged at Tachishua, aiming to pierce him out of the sea of clouds. The scene was shocking. So powerful. Cho Bailey opened his eyes wide. Although he did not see Zhou Xuanji's silhouette, it was obvious that Tachishua was at a disadvantage. How powerful is that little demon now? Chapter 105. Damn it! Tachishua resisted with all his might, but there were too many godly swords. Each of them had their own special abilities, and they consumed his spiritual power crazily, making him suffer. His gaze passed through all of the swords and saw Zhou Xuanji standing on the ground, looking up at him. This scene infuriated him. He was the grandson of Xinhao Sect's sect leader. How could he be in such a sorry state? He immediately bit his lips, causing blood-colored scales to appear on his cheeks. The demonic aura surrounding his body increased exponentially. There was a loud bang. All of the legendary swords were knocked away by him, and he paused for a moment before rushing towards Zhou Xuanji. It was like a blood-red arrow falling from the sky. His target was Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and laughed loudly. "I was wondering how capable you were. Just so. You dare to challenge me? Even a sparrow dares to spy on the height of a swan?" His voice reverberated throughout the southern Frost Royal City, causing everyone to go into an uproar. Sword God Zhou had the upper hand? After he spoke, Zhou Xuanji used the Soul Eater slash again and slashed. The 10,000-kilogram amethyst godly sword contained terrifying power. The surface of the ground crumbled and 3 black sword chi rushed towards Tachishua like sharp claws. Tachishua's dual blades slashed forward. The blades crisscrossed, and the blood-colored bat on his body transformed into a crescent blade chi that swept out. 2 powerful forces collided with each other, sweeping up countless gravel and shaking the plaza and surrounding high walls. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! The godly swords drew a perfect arc in the sky and charged towards Tachishua again. Tachishua's expression changed and he cursed, "Shameless! How were they supposed to fight? At this moment he felt the same as Han Shenbua. It felt like he was fighting a group of sword god Zhou. He immediately dodged, narrowly dodging the attacks of the divine swords. Zhou Xuanji let go of the sky-sundering emperor sword and raised his right hand. With the Hell King sword in hand, he entered Hell King possession straightaway. His left arm trembled slightly. Using the Nether King's possession while accumulating power was a bit too much. Of course it was just barely. He leaped up and transformed into the King of Hell, charging towards Tachi Shui. All the divine swords followed closely behind. Their light gathered together and condensed into a 7-colored glow that illuminated the heavens. Zhou Xuanji immediately entered the Soul Eater/'s sword will mode, and his aura grew tremendously. Tachi Shui opened his eyes wide. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was like a sheep that turned into a ferocious tiger. Zhou Xuanji's viciousness made him shudder. Zhou Xuanji leaped into the air even higher than him and charged toward him. Little brat from the devil cult. This sword. I'll make you understand why you've lost. Zhou Xuanji gave a loud cry and ferociously stepped on the thunderclap sword with his right foot. Lightning surrounded his body as he used the 8-step sword lunge. The lightning could stimulate his muscle cells, making him much faster than before. Before Tachi Shui could react, his chest was penetrated by Zhou Xuanji's Hell King sword. Blood splattered everywhere. Tachi Shui's hideous expression froze. His pupils twitched violently and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could there be such a fast sword? How dare you? With a loud cry, Xiahou Gongji charged toward Zhou Xuanji like the wind. One by one, the divine swords flew towards him. The Crimson Dragon Soul, Cold Waves, Lightning, and others were so powerful that they were about to drown him. He was extremely agile and dodged them easily. However, the living snake sword coiled around his ankle and slithered upward like a spirit snake. The sky-sundering emperor sword followed. It weighed thousands of kilograms and was unstoppable. Xiahou Gongji slammed the sky-sundering emperor sword away, but at the same time, his right palm felt slightly numb. At the same time, the living snake sword was about to bite his neck. He grabbed it with his left hand and flung it away. Stop! Zhou Xuanji's loud cry came and stopped Xiahou Gongji in shock. The thousands of evil cultivators nearby took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. They saw Zhou Xuanji standing in the ruins with his right foot on Tachi Shui's chest. The Hell King sword was still stuck in Tachi Shui's chest, and blood flowed down the blade. His right hand was pressing on the Hell King sword's hilt. If Xiahou Gongji dared to come near, he would surely kill Tachi Shui on the spot. Silence. The entire place was silent. All the evil cultivators were in disbelief. Brat, do you know what will happen to you if you kill him? Even Great Zhou cannot protect you. Xiahou Gongji squinted his eyes and threatened with a cold voice. Zhou Xuanji looked at him sideways and said, he lost. Release all the captives in the city. For every captive missing, I will chop off one of his arms. Xiahou Gongji heard him and his face turned dark immediately. Meng Tianlang, who was in the prison carriage, was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji really won. And he won in such a dominating manner. Tachi Shui, who was standing under Zhou Xuanji's feet, looked at the sky with a blank expression. He could not believe that he was defeated. And he was utterly defeated. How could it be? His cultivation only seemed to be at the inner pellet stage. Just now, at this moment, Tachi Shui's pride and self-esteem were all shattered. Zhou Xuanji immediately cried out, Tachi Shui lost. Release all the captives in the city, or else I will chop off his head. With his spirit energy fully channeled, his voice traveled across the entire city. Boom! The entire city was in an uproar. Sword God Zhou won? So fast? Mighty! This is the unparalleled Sword God Zhou. Invincible. Too powerful. How long has it been? I told you. Tachi Shui is just a clown. He can't even withstand a single blow from a truly powerful cultivator. It seems that Meng Tianlang is not just a little bit weaker than Sword God Zhou. He still went back on his words. From today onwards, Sword God Zhou is my faith. All the captives were excited. The sound of metal chains shaking could be heard in every street. The evil cultivators who were guarding the captives were even more stunned. They knew how powerful Tachi Shui was. Astral infant stage. And he was defeated so quickly? and under the protection of Elder Xiahou. How could he be threatened by Sword God Zhou? At this moment, Sword God Zhou's image in their hearts grew higher and higher. Zhang Tianjian and Zhang Ruyu's eyes were filled with tears. Father, Sir Sword God Zhou is invincible. He's really invincible. Zhang Ruyu held Zhang Tianjian in his arms and jumped up and down excitedly, like a child. Zhang Tianjian was excited too, but he felt more regret. If only he could become Sword God Zhou's sword slave. What kind of serendipity would that be? On the other side, Qiu Bailey was stunned on the spot. It was as though he was in a different world from the excited captives around him. He really won. Qiu Bailey mumbled to himself. Suddenly, a surreal thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji came for him? It shouldn't be. Maybe he has already forgotten about me, a terrible old man. Qiu Bailey began to worry about his gains and losses. The evil cultivators around him began to hesitate whether to release the captives or not. On the ruins of the square, Zhou Xuanji pressed down with his right hand, and Ta Qixue cried out in pain. Ah, the Hell King sword was a gold-grade legendary sword. It was so sharp that it could cut through his bones easily. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xiahou Gongji and said coldly, "If you don't say something, your young master will suffer a fate worse than death." Zhou Xuanji did not trust the evil cultivators. Ta Qixue's words were reserved. If he won, he would release all the captives in the city. Even if he took it seriously, he did not say that he would let Zhou Xuanji go. Xiahou Gongji's eyes were filled with blood. His murderous aura soared into the sky. "Release the captives!" He roared furiously with a deep voice. His voice resounded across the entire city. All the Xinhao sect's evil cultivators cut off their chains and released the captives. Chapter 106. Outside the southern Snow Royal City, Huang Lianxin said excitedly, "Master 1. Jiang Shui, Zhao Congjian, and Beixiao Wangjian were also very excited. Han Shimbo was a little dazed. Facing a group of powerful cultivators from Xinhao sect, could Zhou Xuanji still capture Ta Qixue? There was no justice in this world. The little black snake coiled on a large rock and said with a complacent smile, "I've said it before, this kid isn't a fish in the pond. He's a true dragon and won't die here. You guys just don't believe me. Weren't you scared to death just now?" Jiang Shui snapped. The little black snake was even more pleased with himself. "That was just to scare you. Your psychological endurance is really bad." Beixiao Wangjian could not stand it anymore. He rushed over and gave it a kick, but it nimbly dodged it. "I'm no longer the earthworm from back then. You want to kick me?" The little black snake raised its head and said arrogantly. Huang Lianxin said, "Let's starve it for 10 days. Jiang Shui. Not enough 20 days. Zhao Congjian. 1 month rounded up." The little black snake was speechless. Han Shimbo sighed and sat on the ground. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to escape from Zhou Xuanji's clutches. At this time, captives were fleeing from Royal City in a panic, and Zhou Xuanji was still facing off against Xiahou Gongji. He removed the possession of the Netherworld King, his left arm trembling non-stop. Xiahou Gongji noticed this scene. "Kid, looks like you use some kind of secret technique and can't hold on much longer, right?" Xiahou Gongji sneered. His smile was extremely cruel. Meng Tianlang, who was in the prison cart, shuddered. It was that sword. He thought back to the terror of battling Zhou Xuanji years ago. Zhou Xuanji pointed the furious ape sword at Meng Tianlang and said, "And him. Let him go too." Xiahou Gongji immediately waved his hand. The 2 fiendish cultivators in front of the prisoner carriage opened the door and removed the chains on Meng Tianlang's body. To prevent Ta Qixue from exploding, the bloodbath sword had already pierced into his palm and was absorbing his blood to help Zhou Xuanji recover his stamina. Zhou Xuanji's gaze never left Xiahou Gongji. This was because this person's cultivation had surpassed the nascent soul realm. If he was slightly distracted, he would definitely be killed by Xiahou Gongji with lightning speed. He looked calm, but he was actually extremely nervous. Do not panic. The more critical the moment, the calmer he had to be. At the very least, he had to look confident. Zhou Xuanji smiled, as though he had Xiahou Gongji in his grasp. Xiahou Gongji frowned and thought to himself, could it be that this brat still has a trump card? Meng Tianlang walked forward with difficulty. When he reached the gate, he looked back at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji looked so domineering when he stomped on Qi Shui, which made people feel fascinated. He murmured, "Thank you. If you can leave this place alive, I will become your slave." With that, he turned around and walked through the door, his figure quickly disappearing. "Let me go. If you kill me, don't even think about leaving." Ta Qishue gritted his teeth. He could feel that the bloodbath sword was sucking his blood. If this continued, he would die of blood exhaustion. Zhou Xuanji did not look at him but stared at Xiahou Gongji and said, "If you are obedient, I will not kill you." Ta Qishue was so angry that his chest felt stuffy, causing blood to gush out of his wound even faster. Divine swords floated around the two of them. As long as Xiahou Gong dared to get close, the divine swords would fall and turn Ta Qishue into a sieve. Time ticked by. Zhou Xuanji's left arm trembled even more violently. The battle just now messed up his rhythm of charging up energy. His blood flow was not smooth, and his internal organs felt uncomfortable. Half an hour later, Xiahou Gongji could not help but persuade him again. "If you give up now, Xinhao sect can recruit you. With your talent, no matter where you go, you will be treated well." Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "I will only follow my sword. If you join Xinhao sect, you can lead hundreds of thousands of demonic disciples. I only want to lead my sword. If you join Xinhao sect, you can learn supreme energy techniques. I only want to learn sword techniques that are suitable for my sword. Other than swords, what else do you know?" Xiahou Gongji almost lost his composure. Why is this kid so stubborn? Does he really want to fight to the death with Xinhao sect? Zhou Xuanji calculated the time silently. The king's city was huge, and the injured captives needed time to escape. He did not expect everyone to escape, but he wanted to save as many as he could. Another half an hour passed. Zhou Xuanji's left arm trembled violently. He knew that he could not wait any longer. He immediately lifted Ta Qishue up with his sword, and Ta Qishue howled in pain. "What are you trying to do?" Xiahou Gongji cried out with a deep voice. Tens of thousands of evil cultivators gathered around him and were ready to pounce on Zhou Xuanji at any time. "After I leave the city, I will let him go," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. After that, he leaped up lightly, and the wind-cutter sword landed under his feet. He flew out of the king's city. Xiahou Gongji chased after him, and tens of thousands of evil cultivators followed closely behind. Zhou Xuanji did not fly too fast. He scanned the streets below him while keeping an eye on Xiahou Gongji, who was behind him. At a glance, other than the corpses in the southern Snow King's city, the captives had all escaped. Maybe there were still people hiding in the dark, but Zhou Xuanji could not care so much. After half a cup of tea's time, Zhou Xuanji came to the city wall with Ta Qishue. "Enough. If you go any further, I will kill you at all costs." Xiahou Gongji cried out with a deep voice. They were Xinhao sect and they were threatened by someone. Wouldn't they become a laughingstock if word got out? Far away, Jiang Shui, Zhao Tsongjian, and the rest also noticed Zhou Xuanji's silhouette, and they became even more anxious. "Let's not get close lest we drag our master down," Zhao Tsongjian reminded. Even if they attacked together, they would still be cannon fodder. The group nodded. The little black snake also looked at Zhou Xuanji anxiously. At this point, he did not want Zhou Xuanji to die here. Only by following Zhou Xuanji could he live a good life. He might break through to 6th rank someday. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly threw Ta Qishue toward Xiahou Gongji and leaped up. Seeing this, Xiahou Gongji's eyes were filled with a horrifying murderous intent. He wanted Zhou Xuanji dead. "You dare to fool me. I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Xiahou Gongji roared furiously and leaped up to catch Ta Qishue, who was severely injured. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the air, raised the furious ape sword and slashed. "Bastards! Go to hell!" The furious ape sword, which was charged up, let out an earth-shattering roar. The captives who were escaping looked back. They saw a gigantic ancient ape formed by strong winds above Zhou Xuanji's head, roaring toward the sky. Shocking. Domineering. Everyone was stunned and opened their mouths wide instinctively. The sword Qi, which was hundreds of meters long, swept down and widened rapidly. It crushed the majestic city wall straight away. The entire king's city shook violently. The sword Qi collapsed buildings one after another. Before this horrifying destructive power, everything was like a piece of paper. Tens of thousands of evil cultivators were blinded by the sword gleam and were drowned by dust immediately. Oh no! Just when Xiahou Gongji caught Tachisua, before he could move, the sword chi landed. Boom! The city wall exploded and dust billowed up. Broken rocks and wooden pillars flew in all directions, as though they were going to pierce through the sky. The entire wasteland shook, as though an earthquake was coming. Even Zhou Xuanji vomited blood from the impact of the explosion. His body was sent flying backward. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew far away. All the legendary swords flew toward him swiftly and disappeared into the supreme storage. Save our master! Zhao Congjian cried out and took the lead to fly on his sword. Beixiao Wangjian carried Han Shimbua and followed closely behind. Jiang Shui rode on a big, while Huang Lianxin and the little black snake rode on small air. The group moved quickly without any hesitation. At the same time, the southern Snow King city was swept by the furious ape sword chi. A quarter of the city turned into ruins. Chapter 107. The dragon eagles were extremely fast. Before Zhou Xuanji landed, a big quickly flew over, and Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji. Go! Zhou Xuanji cried out with gritted teeth. Without his order, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, a big and small air all flew toward the horizon. On the ground, the captives who had been shocked also woke up with a start and fled in panic. This sword again. Last time in Wuxia city, I heard that it was also this sword, accompanied by the roar of an angry ape. Too powerful. Sword God Zhou is invincible. Don't just stand there. Even Sword God Zhou escaped. Yes. If you lament anymore, we'll be caught again. Wait for me. The captives cried out in alarm as they fled with all their might. After leaping over a mountain, Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked back. Following his gaze, Qiu Bailey and a group of hidden sword sect cultivators were climbing the mountain. Qiu Bailey was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Qiu Bailey opened his mouth slightly. He revealed a smile on his face but didn't say anything. Nothing needed to be said. The kindness of the past must be repaid today. Looking back, the past events had come to an end. Both of them understood that they would no longer interact with each other. On a big back, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui quickly disappeared over the horizon. Qiu Bailey smiled and said, "Incredible, incredible." A hidden sword sect disciple next to him asked curiously, "Master, what's so great about it? Sword God Zhou?" Qiu Bailey shook his head and looked towards the horizon. "What I said that day might come true. You will stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. No, perhaps you will surpass them." The streets at the edge of the southern Snow Royal City were all in ruins. The city walls had collapsed, and dust was flying everywhere. One after another, demonic cultivators crawled out of the ruins with ashen faces. Almost all of them were injured. Most of the demonic cultivators had been smashed to pieces and had gone to the Yellow Springs to be reincarnated. Bang! A huge rock was lifted. Xiahou Gongji, who was covered in blood, slowly stood up while carrying Tachisua. His face was gloomy as he coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Tachisua, who was in his arms, was already dead and could not be more dead. Being struck by the furious ape sword at close range was extremely terrifying. Now Zhou Xuanji was much more powerful than before. Accumulating energy for 1 day was equivalent to accumulating energy for 3 days. Even someone as strong as Xiahou Gongji was severely injured. He felt a burning pain in his internal organs. "Sword God Zhou," he gritted his teeth and said. These 3 words contained his endless anger. He did not know how to explain to Tatianshan about Tachisua's tragic death. But he understood one thing. He had to behead Sword God Zhou, or else Tatianshan would kill him. It wasn't just Tachisua. Tens of thousands of demonic cultivators were too close to him, and less than 10% of them survived. Sword God Zhou alone had almost annihilated his evil sect. The more Xiahou Gongji thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes were bloodshot. He put Tachisua down and started to recuperate. Sword God Zhou was too strange. He did not dare to rush up recklessly. Too treacherous. He purposely lied to me and made me think that he was at inner pellet stage 5. Xiahou Gongji took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew 1,000 kilometers, not daring to slow down. They were afraid that Xinhao sect would catch up with them again. Jiang Shui treated Zhou Xuanji's injuries and asked, "Xuanji, are you feeling better?" Zhou Xuanji forced a smile. "I'm all right." Beixiao Wangjian came over on his sword and said excitedly, "This slash was even more powerful than the one in Great Zhou 2 years ago. Destroying a city with one slash. It was like going to heaven." Zhao Zongjian was very excited too. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. "Practice your sword well. One day you too will be able to do it too." Zhou Xuanji smiled at them. Although his smile was fatigued, it was as though a layer of radiance was shining in the eyes of the two. The little black snake wrapped around Small Air's neck and said in amazement, "I admire his mouth." The group continued to move forward. Even when the night fell, they did not stop. Until the next morning. They hid in a valley. They were surrounded by a forest. Even the top of the valley was covered by branches and leaves, which made it difficult to be discovered. After Zhou Xuanji landed, he immediately began to recuperate. This battle was fruitful. That slash could kill at least 10,000 to 20,000 evil cultivators. Besides, he had an epiphany during the battle. While accumulating energy, he used another sword technique at the same time. It was a great test of his control over his spirit energy. His talent in multitasking became even more powerful. He took out a spiritual pill from his storage ring and threw it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and transformed into a warm current that healed his internal organs, tendons, and bones. "Master, should we rest here and avoid the limelight for a while before going to the Sword Monarch's pinnacle?" Huang Lianxin asked softly. This time they were dealing with Xinhao sect. According to Zhou Xuanji, Tachishua was most likely dead. The death of the sect lord's grandson was quite troublesome. If it were in the past, it would have been a disaster for them. But now that they were following Zhou Xuanji, they did not feel too much pressure. "Amazing." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Let me rest for 2 days, then we will head straight to the Sword Monarch's pinnacle." He had already spread the news that the 1-year deadline was almost up. How could he not go? Wouldn't he be a laughingstock in the world? Zhao Zongjian landed from the top of the valley and walked up to Zhou Xuanji and the rest. "I didn't see any evil cultivators from Xinhao sect. It seems like they suffered great losses and are unable to pursue us." After that, he looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. Yesterday when Xiahou Gongji unleashed his murderous aura, even though he was far away, he was still shocked. Facing such a horrifying cultivator, Zhou Xuanji could still suppress him with one slash. So domineering. Han Ximbua sat on a rock and said worriedly, "If we kill Tachishua, we will completely offend Xinhao sect. Do you know how horrifying Xinhao sect is? Unless they are protected by the emperor or a sanctum, no one can stop them." The little black snake flew over and whipped his face with its tail, sending him flying away. After it landed, it said with disdain, "You only know how to boost others' morale. So satisfying. Finally, someone could be tortured by it." Zhou Xuanji said, "Let's rest first and move out as soon as possible." The group had no objections and dispersed. Between the vast heavens and earth, there was a tall mountain that reached into the clouds. In front of it was a river, and on the left and right were forests that rose and fell. Behind it was a boundless plain. Looking from afar, it looked like a gigantic sword stabbed into the ground. It was majestic. The Sword Monarch's pinnacle. With the Sword Monarch's pinnacle as the center, cultivators came from all directions. Some walked on foot, some flew on their enchanted artifacts, and some rode on their mounts. They were all here to watch the duel between Sword God Zhou and the Sword Monarch. Although Sword God Zhou was only here to take his disciple, the Sword Noble, how could the two grandmasters of the Sword's Way meet peacefully? On the mountainside of the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, a group of Great Zhou's princes and princesses were drinking tea in the courtyard. Crown Prince Zhou Tianyu, Prince Zhou Qingxin, and Princess Xuanya were among them. The 1-year deadline is almost up. Why isn't Sword God Zhou here yet? Could it be that he's afraid? A prince asked with a smile while drinking. They plan to use this duel to rope in powerful cultivators from all over. Princess Xuanya, who was born with the embodiment of Tao, stared at him and said, "How can it be? Sword God Zhou is fearless." The prince did not dare to retort and could only smile awkwardly. Zhou Qianyu put down his cup and smiled. His opponent is the sword monarch of Great Zhou after all. He might be regretting it already. Princess Xuanya stared at him, but because he was the crown prince, she did not retort. At this moment, a royal soldier of Great Zhou flew over the clouds and landed in front of the princes and princesses. Report 7 days ago, Sword God Zhou went to the southern Snow King's city alone. He killed Tachishui and tens of thousands of evil disciples, and saved all the citizens in the city. Even General Meng was saved by him. His journey was delayed because of this. I estimate that he will reach the Sword Monarch's pinnacle in half a month, the royal soldier said with a deep voice. His face was filled with excitement. Sword God Zhou's action was absolutely hot-blooded to the soldiers. What? How can it be? Zhou Qianyu slammed the table and stood up. His face was filled with shock. Chapter 108. He killed Tachishui? And 10,000 evil cultivators? How can it be? Wasn't there a Xinhao sect elder protecting Tachishui? How could he let him get away with it? Zhou Qianyu grabbed the royal soldier and asked excitedly. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. The royal soldier was frightened by his expression and replied carefully. It's true. That Xinhao sect elder was severely injured by Sword God Zhou and almost died. General Meng wrote a letter to me personally. He could tell that Zhou Qianyu was furious, so he did not dare to show his excitement. He despised Zhou Qianyu in his heart. You want to be the emperor with such magnanimity? Sword God Zhou never offended you. You were the one who talked big. Now that Sword God Zhou saved so many people, you are still angry? No wonder you were always suppressed by Zhou Yalong. Princess Xuanya giggled. I knew it. Sword God Zhou is not afraid of the Sword Monarch. Zhou Qingxi nodded as well. Sword God Zhou is really a role model for our generation. When Great Zhou is in danger, he is not afraid of offending Xinhao sect. The righteous and benevolent Sword God Zhou is not just for show. Hearing the two of them echoing each other, Zhou Qianyu's face turned even uglier. The other princes saw the situation and also added insult to injury. With this achievement, even if Sword God Zhou is not as good as the Sword Monarch, he is still qualified to challenge the Sword Monarch. It would be great if we could rope him in. This person is definitely a ferocious being who can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers alone. Yeah, who would want to offend such a person? I really want to see Sword God Zhou's glory soon. Soon. The battle between the two peerless experts will definitely be a story that will be told throughout the ages. Emperor Yan of Zhou had lived for thousands of years and had countless children. There were more than 100 princes. Most of the princes who came to the Sword Monarch's pinnacle wanted to be the crown prince. Once they had the chance, they would step on the crown prince. Zhou Qianyu was furious, but he did not explode in case he became a joke. In less than half a day, the news of Sword God Zhou invading the southern Snow King's city spread across the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. The news shocked the cultivators. At the same time, they looked forward to the battle between Sword God Zhou and the Sword Monarch. At the top of the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, there were many pavilions and palaces. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them, and they were all residences of the Sword Monarch's disciples and grand disciples. In one of the courtyards, Xiao Jinghong was practicing his swordsmanship. He was dressed in black, and his movements were as swift as a swan. Gusts of strong wind were created as he swung his sword, sweeping up the fallen leaves in the courtyard. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a white dress walked into the courtyard. Jinghong, you're really hardworking. You've never slacked off. The white-dressed lady smiled as she looked at Xiao Jinghong with a brilliant light in her eyes. Xiao Jinghong ignored him and continued to practice his swordsmanship. I just received some news about Sword God Zhou. Do you want to hear it? The woman in a white dress smiled as she asked. Xiao Jinghong immediately stopped when he heard this, and then he put his sword away before he turned around to look at her and said, Speak. Sword God Zhou killed Tachishui and severely injured Xinhao sect's elder, Xiahou Gongji. He rescued tens of thousands of captives and is rushing towards the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. The woman in the white dress said slowly. She couldn't help but be surprised when she mentioned this. In her heart, Sword God Zhou was not very powerful, but this matter changed her opinion. In the current Great Zhou, how many people could be as brave and righteous as Sword God Zhou? No wonder Xiao Jinghong was so loyal to him. Xiao Jinghong smiled and shook his head. Then he turned around and continued practicing. The lady in the white dress asked curiously, "If Sword God Zhou comes to ask for you, my grandteacher will surely seek him out. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to Sword God Zhou? After all, swords have no eyes." Sword God Zhou's power had always been a mystery. When he fought against an inner pellet cultivator, he was said to be injured. Now, he could even kill an astral infant cultivator. It was really strange. However, the Sword Monarch was different. He was an unparalleled cultivator who stood at the peak of Great Zhou. No matter how powerful Sword God Zhou was, he would not be a match for the Sword Monarch. Xiao Jinghong replied as he swung his sword. "My teacher has never been defeated before. Invincible. Has the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou ever been undefeated?" Although Xiao Jinghong had a rough understanding of Zhou Xuanji's power, he was still willing to trust him. Zhou Xuanji was young, but he was experienced. He would never do anything that he was not confident in. Zhou Xuanji said that he could take him away, so he could. The woman in the white dress opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. Thousands of words were stuck in her mouth. The beauty has feelings, but the gentleman is heartless. Hoo hoo hoo, the two dragon eagles landed, followed by Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui. Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, the little black snake, and Han Shimbua all landed. They stood on the peak and looked ahead. They could already see the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. Zhou Xuanji's white shirt fluttered in the wind. His handsome and calm face looked extraordinarily determined at this moment. "Are you ready?" Zhou Xuanji asked. His voice was soft, but the wind could not drown it. Zhao Congjian said proudly, "I'm ready. I'm waiting for Master's order." Beishao Wangjian laughed. "No matter if we win or lose this battle, our lives will not be in vain." Huang Lianxin smiled sweetly. "I will follow Master forever." Jiang Shui took out her flaming fan and giggled. "We are waiting for you to pave the way." They had accompanied Zhou Xuanji through crisis after crisis. Their hearts were already united and could not be shaken. The little black snake looked at the Sword Monarch's pinnacle and swallowed his saliva. "Should we start from bomb?" Zhao Congjian kicked him off the cliff. Han Shimbua, who was about to persuade Zhou Xuanji, trembled in fear and quickly covered his mouth. Too horrifying. Zhou Xuanji leaped off the cliff, and the others followed closely behind. Beishao Wangjian kicked Han Shimbua's butt and leaped off as well. F*CKU. Before Han Shimbua could finish cursing, he was caught by Beishao Wangjian and almost fainted. After they landed, the group stood in a row and walked toward the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. Zhou Xuanji walked in the middle, while a big and small heir walked by his sides. In front of them was an uneven mountainous terrain. After another 10 miles, they would reach the foot of the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. After this battle, "I will not let you off." The little black snake, who was seeing stars, got up shakily. He cursed as he caught up with the group. The majestic Sword Monarch's pinnacle was indomitable, just like the Sword Monarch's position in Great Zhou. It was lofty and unsurpassable. Zhou Xuanji walked ahead slowly. To be honest, he did not have much confidence. But Xiao Jinghong had to be rescued. Moreover, he had just rescued so many captives. For the sake of his reputation, the Sword Monarch would not kill him. The Sword Monarch's image had always been that of a powerful and righteous grandmaster. There was almost no blemish on his life. "Sky-sundering Sword Emperor, don't disappoint me," Zhou Xuanji said in his heart, and confidence returned to his eyes. Soon some cultivators who passed by noticed Zhou Xuanji and the others. 2 dragon eagles. That was the symbol of Sword God Zhou. "Sword God Zhou is here." The cultivator shouted excitedly at the top of his lungs. His voice traveled for miles and was heard by other cultivators. Soon the entire Sword Monarch's pinnacle was alarmed. Swoosh! 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 Numerous cultivators came on their swords, clouds, or on their enchanted artifacts. Looking at the imposing manner of Zhou Xuanji and the others, they were all excited and excited. "Sword God Zhou! You must bring the Sword Noble out!" A female cultivator screamed. In recent years, the Sword Monarch did not achieve much, while Sword God Zhou was at his peak. Naturally, many people supported him. Chapter 109. The female cultivator's cry caused the other cultivators to also cry out. Under the sky, thousands of cultivators cheered for Zhou Xuanji, their voices shaking the heavens. Sword God Zhou. I believe you. Sword God Zhou, don't lose too badly. It's okay if you lose this time. Wait another 100 years, and you will be at the peak of Great Zhou's way of the sword. He is Sword God Zhou? What an elegant young man. What happened to his childlike appearance? Look, that's Zhao Tsongjian. Oh my god. Han Shenbua, who was ranked first on Great Zhou's hero ranking board, also followed Sword God Zhou. Is he also Sword God Zhou's disciple? Very quickly, someone noticed Han Shenbua, which immediately caused an even greater uproar. As the number one on the hero leaderboard of the Great Zhou, Han Shenbua's reputation was always in the top 50 of the Great Zhou's honor leaderboard. Even Zhao Tsongjian was no match for him. When Han Shenbua heard those exclamations, he hurriedly lowered his head in embarrassment. His face felt hot, and he wished he could dig the ground and escape. He was not Zhou Xuanji's disciple. He wasn't even a sword slave. Even that black crawler could bully the lowliest slave. Jiang Shui looked around and realized that more and more people were gathering. She was surprised and murmured, "So many people." She underestimated the fame of Sword God Zhou and the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Zhao Tsongjian said in a low voice, "This matter has already become the biggest concern of the Zhou dynasty and the surrounding dynasties. It has not even been overshadowed by the war at the borders. Even the Xinhao sect is very concerned about it. Many sects and clans have come to watch the battle. I reckon there are even more people on the Sword Monarch's peak." He was excited and his blood was boiling. How good would it be if he was the protagonist of this battle? Unfortunately, his strength was insufficient. Another 500 years and the Great Zhou dynasty would be his. Han Shenbua sighed and said, "The Sword Monarch of Great Zhou is really powerful. If we lose this battle, you might have to die as well. Who knows, after today, Sword God Zhou might become the Sword Monarch's disciple." Northern Sword Valiant glared at him, scaring him into hiding. He did not have the demeanor of the number one on the hero ranking board. The cultivators began to land. They looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others from afar, and followed them toward the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. Sizing up Zhou Xuanji and the others at such a close distance, they felt that their auras were extraordinary. The difference between people was so great. Of course, this could be a psychological effect. Meanwhile, the Sword Monarch's pinnacle was in an uproar. All the cultivators came to the edge of the cliff to look at the plain, wanting to see Zhou Xuanji, including the princes. Zhou Qingxin was at the enlightening stage and had extraordinary eyesight. He quickly discovered Zhou Xuanji and the others. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Han Shenbua! Why is he following Sword God Zhou?" When the princes heard this, they were all stunned. "Are you the number one on the hero ranking board, Han Shenbua?" A princess widened her eyes in disbelief. She had seen Han Shenbua's elegance before. He was indeed a dragon among men and was unwilling to be under anyone. Why would he follow Sword God Zhou? Everyone knew that Sword God Zhou only had sword slaves, disciples, or demon pets. Zhou Qianyu gritted his teeth. He prayed in his heart that Sword God Zhou would die on the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of the world and miss the opportunity to become the Great Zhou Emperor. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xuanji and the others got closer and closer to the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. Boom! A strand of sword chi that soared into the sky erupted from the peak of the Sword Monarch's peak. It blasted apart the sea of clouds and formed a vortex that blotted out the sky. It was an extremely magnificent sight. The entire Sword Monarch's pinnacle shook. The boundless sword might envelop the heavens and the earth, which awed everyone. Zhou Xuanji looked up and squinted his eyes. Such a powerful sword might that made him feel helpless must be the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Trying to show off his strength? Zhou Xuanji smiled and continued forward. The others became anxious. Before they even reached the top of the mountain, the Sword Monarch had already unleashed his sword chi. A great battle was unavoidable. Screech, a bird cry came from the horizon, which attracted countless people's attention. They saw a firebird with a wingspan of 30 meters dashing toward them from the horizon. It looked like an eagle and a sparrow at the same time. An old lady stood on its head. She wore a red robe and her hair was like flames. Firebird old lady from 100 Birds sect. Someone cried out in surprise, which stirred up a huge commotion. 100 Birds sect was one of the top sects around Great Zhou. It was a few times more powerful than the demonic Inferno sect. The Firebird old lady was hot-tempered and always did things that were out of line. She was a regular in the top 30 of Great Zhou's reputation ranking. Sword Monarch, I'm here to observe the battle today. I want to see if anyone can take away your favored genius from under your nose. The Firebird old lady said with a smile. Her voice was cold, which was different from her appearance. It sent chills down everyone's spine. She glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others before riding on the Firebird into the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. She's looking for help? The little black snake opened his eyes wide and cursed. This old man. This is really interesting. I despise him. No one replied to him. No matter what, they had no way out. They had to ascend the mountain. The 1,000 cultivators behind them were discussing about this. They were all guessing why the Firebird old lady came. At the top of the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, after the sword chi dissipated, a palace appeared below. The Firebird old lady walked into the palace quickly. The space inside was spacious and bright. There were hundreds of chairs on both sides, divided into 2 rows. At the end of the hall there was a magnificent platform. A majestic silhouette sat on it. The Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. He wore a black robe embroidered with a fire qilin and a yellow tiger. He sat boldly with a golden saber. His face was majestic, and his eyes were intimidating. He had a 10-inch beard, and his hair was let down casually in front while the hair at the back was coiled into a beaded golden crown. Next to his legs there was a black sword that was 1.5 meters long, about the same height as he was sitting. The monarch of the Swords Way of Great Zhou. His imposing manner was unparalleled. He stared at the Firebird old lady and asked, "Why are you here, my dear sister?" His voice was a little hoarse, and it was filled with a heavenly pressure. The Firebird old lady snorted. "I heard that someone in Great Zhou dared to challenge your authority. Of course I came to take a look." The Sword Monarch waved his hand, and a disciple immediately walked to his right. The disciple took out a chair and gestured for the Firebird old lady to sit. On the left side of the palace sat the disciples and grand disciples whom the Sword Monarch valued. On the right side sat the guests who were all influential people. Xiao Jinghong and Xia Wuyo sat in the front row. Seeing the Firebird old lady, Xiao Jinghong frowned. From her words, it was obvious that she did not come with good intentions. After they sat down, the Firebird old lady continued to ask, "I saw Sword God Zhou just now. He's only SOSO, not even comparable to your closed-door disciples. How can such an arrogant person be worthy for you to deal with him personally?" With this, the Sword Monarch's disciples all nodded and began to speak. "Revered Master doesn't need to do anything. I can deal with him." "That's right. I'm afraid that the news of him defeating Xinhao sect's elder was just a rumor. Eldest senior brother should have dealt with him back then. If we kill him now, it will only dirty Revered Master's clothes. Let us senior and junior brothers do it. If Revered Master does it, it will only bring shame to Revered Master. Ha ha, even Senior He said so. It must be true." Hearing the arrogant words of these sword cultivators, Xiao Jinghong snorted coldly, displeased. The lady in white beside him glanced at him worriedly, but she did not say anything. The Sword Monarch was expressionless. He raised his hand and pressed down. The palace was silent. He said slowly, "He has dual sword wills and can control 9 swords. We cannot underestimate him. He is a righteous and upright person, so I treat him seriously. That is my respect for him." Chapter 110. Hearing that the Sword Monarch was going to face Sword God Zhou seriously, all the guests observed a moment of silence for Sword God Zhou. Xiao Jinghong frowned even more and began to worry about Zhou Xuanji. The sword chi that shot into the sky was so powerful that it was almost invincible. Could Zhou Xuanji really deal with him? Everyone in the palace began to talk cheerfully, and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. The cultivators who did not have the right to enter the palace were instead looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's performance. It was the nature of most people to like the new and dislike the old. The Sword Monarch of Great Zhou had been famous for a long time, and many people hoped that someone could shake his position. There was hope for Sword God Zhou, who appeared out of nowhere. All the paths on the Sword Monarch's pinnacle were packed with people. Many cultivators were even levitating in the air, looking at Zhou Xuanji. There were at least 200,000 people gathered at the Sword Monarch's peak. The number of people was still increasing. Cultivators were rushing over from all directions. The news about Sword God Zhou arriving at the Sword Monarch's pinnacle was also spread. Zhou Xuanji came to the foot of the Sword Monarch's pinnacle and walked up the mountain path. "Can you walk faster?" The little black snake couldn't help but ridicule. How tall was the Sword Monarch's peak? How many days and nights would it take to walk up like this? Northern Sword Valiant glared at it and scoffed. "What do you know? This is called vigor." Zhou Xuanji did not reply and maintained his calm expression. Unbeknownst to them, he was silently counting the time in his heart. Along the way, the cultivators cried out in surprise from time to time. Regardless of whether it was the Dragon Eagles, Zhou Xuanji, Zhao Zongjian or Han Shenbua, they were all eye-catching. Even Jiang Shui and Huang Lianqin's beauty attracted much discussion. After walking for half an hour, Zhou Xuanji leaped up suddenly and flew toward the peak of the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. The others followed closely behind, and Han Shenbua was carried by Beixiao Wangjian. The group of people were like immortals flying in the sky. The two dragon eagles even let out a long and penetrating cry, shocking the rocks on the mountain top. Soon Zhou Xuanji and the others passed by where the princes and princesses of Great Zhou were. Zhou Chengxin shouted loudly, "Senior Sword God Zhou, you must win." Zhou Tianyu glared at him, very unhappy. Princess Xuanya cupped her cheeks with her hands, looking like a love-struck fool. Sword God Zhou grew more and more handsome. Because of the special relationship between the royal family of Great Zhou and the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, the princes and princesses did not go to the top of the mountain to avoid gossip. It could be said that he was here to watch the show. All eyes were on him, and the winds and clouds of the world were gathering. Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly flew toward the top of the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. "Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, today I've come to bring my disciple home." Zhou Xuanji channeled his spirit energy and cried out, his voice resounding across the heavens and earth. His shout ignited everyone's hot blood. This was the Sword God Zhou they were familiar with, brave and fearless. He was not afraid of anything. He even dared to offend the Empress of Great Zhou. Cheers and shouts rang out once more, shaking the sea of clouds and reverberating through the plains. Zhao Zongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the rest felt their blood boiling. They could not wait to draw their swords and fight to the death with the Sword Monarch. The little black snake on Waiter's back was speechless. This momentum is really crazy. It had lived for thousands of years and had rarely seen such a magnificent scene. In the deafening clamor, Zhou Xuanji and the rest landed on the square in front of the palace at the top of the mountain. In front of the palace there were two god statues, each holding a long sword. They looked majestic, as though they could slay all evil spirits. "Sword God Zhou, come in for a gathering." The Sword Monarch's calm and steady voice came from the palace. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui nodded. She held the flaming fan in her hand and looked fearless. Zhou Xuanji immediately walked forward. Zhao Zongjian, Jiang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian, and the rest followed closely behind. The two dragon eagles stayed outside. When Zhou Xuanji stepped through the door of the palace, all eyes in the palace fell on him. Most of them were filled with disdain and curiosity. Xiao Jinghong was very excited. He almost stood up, but the lady in the white dress pressed down on the back of his hand. She shook her head and signaled him not to act recklessly. The Sword Monarch's gaze also fell on Zhou Xuanji. His eyes were filled with judgment, and he frowned slightly. Zhou Xuanji was weaker than he imagined. How could he kill Tachishu and severely injure the elder of Xinhao sect with such power? Inner pellet level 5? Is that a joke? An old man with a long beard laughed suddenly. His face was filled with disdain. Just when he spoke, the other guests and sword cultivators began to mock Zhou Xuanji. Inner pellet level 5? Ha ha ha, the great sword god Zhou only has such a low cultivation? I'm dying of laughter. I'm afraid that I can defeat him with one hand if I go up. Young man, take out your sword. Let's see what kind of legendary sword can make you so majestic. Tisk tsk. He is not a child. He's much taller than the rumors say. Isn't that Han Shinbua? The voices outside were real. He followed Sword God Zhou and brought shame to the reputation of Great Zhou's hero ranking board. They mocked Zhou Xuanji wantonly. Most of them were exaggerating to please the Sword Monarch. Han Shinbua heard them and gnashed his teeth. These bastards are too despicable. The Firebird old lady stared at Zhou Xuanji and laughed mockingly. With such cultivation, even if you master the sword will, how powerful can you be? You might have killed an astral infant cultivator by luck, but that was the power of a sword. The difference between you and the Sword Monarch cannot be made up for by a sword. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianqin, and Beixiao Wangjian were furious. Zhao Congjian's eyes were also flashing with murderous intent. The little black snake spat its forked tongue and mumbled in its heart. How long has it been since this old lady vented her anger? It did not dare to say it out, lest it died on the spot. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and looked at Xiao Jinghong. My disciple, stand up. Xiao Jinghong stood up without hesitation. The sword cultivators touched their sword hilts to prevent Zhou Xuanji and Xiao Jinghong from escaping at any time. In my opinion, everyone here is trash, Yi Zichen said coldly. Do you understand what trash is? It's trash. Trash that only knows how to talk. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, and his voice reverberated in the hall. Numerous legendary swords appeared around him out of nowhere. Silver, gold, and amethyst legendary swords, each with their own might. As for the legendary swords of lower grades, he did not take them out to avoid wasting them. Silence. There was silence in the hall. Everyone was stunned. Is this guy crazy? Such arrogant words. Is he not afraid of being attacked by the group? They exploded immediately and cursed at Zhou Xuanji. Some even stood up and were ready to attack. Sword God Zhou. The Sword Monarch of Great Zhou suddenly spoke. His voice was filled with might, causing everyone to shut up and return to their seats. Zhou Xuanji stared at the Sword Monarch. Their eyes met. Neither of them could see through each other. Xiao Jinghong is a genius in the sword's way. Why can't he follow me? Are you going to ruin his future just for your reputation? The Sword Monarch asked. His tone was indescribably domineering. He was the monarch of the sword's way. In the entire Great Zhou, no one could compete with him in the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, because he is a genius, only I can teach him well. With this, the Sword Monarch's disciples and grand disciples were all enraged. Xie Wuyo slapped his leg and stood up. He pointed at Zhou Xuanji and cursed, Sword God Zhou. Do you really think that you are a sword god? My revered teacher has cultivated for 3,000 years. In the sword's way, he is unparalleled. How can you compete with him? The other sword cultivators cursed at Zhou Xuanji, as though they were going to drown him with their saliva. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 16 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Glorious Gold God Emperor Sword, Silver Crazy Paralysis Sword, Herculean Divine Pill, Raging Wave Mysterious Spirit Chain. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. His pupils contracted, and he smiled even higher. Glorious Gold. A legendary sword that was even more powerful than amethyst. It came just in time. Sword God Zhou, only the weak are good at talking. If you were more powerful than me, would Xiao Jinghong still be my disciple? You are indeed talented, but how can you compete with me now? The Sword Monarch stood up slowly. A horrifying sword will made all the sword cultivators' swords vibrate uncontrollably. Around Zhou Xuanji, the silver-grade legendary swords vibrated as well. Jiang Shui, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others' faces turned pale. Such a horrifying sword will. However, Zhou Xuanji laughed. Why? Because I am 16 years old today. Today's third update. I received a notice that it will be available tomorrow. Thousands of words converged into one word. Explosive updates. Ever since he published the book, he updated 3 times a day, regardless of rain or shine. He was quite dedicated, but he did not release any explosive updates. Tomorrow at noon sharp, he will release explosive updates. Saving chapters for the whole night. Let's see how much I can write. Speaking of which, according to the statistics of this book, there were 20,000 people who read the latest chapter every day, but there were not many people in the book comment section, which made me a little angry. Everyone, Leave a comment at the end of this chapter. Let me see how many people there are. Don't flood the screen. The more people leave a comment, the more explosive I will be tomorrow. Starting from 10 chapters? Chapter 111. 16 years old? Everyone in the hall was stunned. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was an old monster with a childish face. They did not expect him to be only 16 years old. So what if she's 16? Go home and drink milk. The Firebird old lady snorted coldly. She could not bear to see Zhou Xuanji showing off. The Sword Monarch laughed out loud. His laughter passed through the walls of the palace and echoed in the sky. If you can hurt me today, I'll let you take Xiao Jinghong away. As soon as he said that, countless cultivators were convinced. This was the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. He would never bully the weak or the strong. Even so, how difficult would it be to injure the Sword Monarch? Zhou Xuanji was looking at the few lines of words that only he could see. Sword name. God Emperor Sword level. Glorious gold. Description. Created by the chi of an emperor for tens of thousands of years. It contains the power of ghosts and gods and the domineering aura of an emperor. Those who are not born with the fate of an emperor cannot use it. Sword name. Crazy Paralysis Sword level. Silver. Description. Refined from the poisonous juice of the mad paralysis demonic grass. Once the blade cuts the skin, the victim will be poisoned by the mad paralysis demonic grass, becoming delirious and paralyzed. Zhou Xuanji's attention was attracted by the God Emperor sword. The power of the ghost god. The domineering aura of an emperor. Those who were not born with the fate of an emperor could not use it. He had the imperial purple aura, so wasn't that just right? The amethyst rank sky-sundering emperor sword was already so powerful. How much more powerful would a glorious gold rank divine sword be? He suppressed his excitement inside in his heart. Sword spirit, you're really a timely help. According to the Northern Wilderness region's time, the sword master has come of age today and is extremely lucky. That's why you are able to obtain the glorious gold legendary sword. However, I have to remind you that it's too risky to use the glorious gold legendary sword with your current strength. The sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji squint his eyes. If I were to use the God Emperor Sword's special ability and the Sky-Sundering Emperor Sword's ancient sword emperor power at the same time, how long could I last? At most half an incense's time. Once the time limit is exceeded, the sword master will explode and die. Even if he doesn't exceed the time limit, once the time limit is over, the sword master will be severely injured. Half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In the Northern Wilderness region, one jaw stick's worth of time was about half an hour, which meant 15 minutes. There was still plenty of time. It seemed that his physical fitness was not bad. What? Are you scared? If you don't dare, you can leave. Of course, if you want to become my disciple, you still have a chance. The Sword Monarch's voice came again and interrupted Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. He looked up and said, "Since that's the case, let's cut the crap and make our move." He raised his right hand and grabbed the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword beside him. "You guys, get out of the way," Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. Having heard him, Jiang Shui and the others immediately left the palace. With Zhou Xuanji's and the Sword Monarch's power, they would definitely not compete in the palace. At the same time, numerous cultivators had gathered on the square outside, and there were even many cultivators that relied on flying magic artifacts and techniques to float in the air at the edge of the peak of Sword Monarch's peak. All of them were waiting with bated breath. The Sword Monarch stared at the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword, and his eyes brightened. He praised, "What a peerless sword!" After that, the Sword Monarch suddenly pulled out the two black swords in front of him and thrust them toward Zhou Xuanji. The horrifying sword chi came at him with a powerful gale. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively blocked with the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword. There was a loud bang. He was blasted out of the palace, along with his 15 silver and gold legendary swords. Everyone in the hall was startled. So domineering. The Sky-Sundering Emperor sword deflected most of the sword chi. Zhou Xuanji somersaulted in the air and landed steadily. He slid backward for dozens of meters and almost fell off the cliff. This scene caused the surrounding spectators to shudder with fear. Sword God Zhou was at a disadvantage right from the beginning? They were not surprised, but they felt a little regretful. It seemed that Sword God Zhou still could not shake the Sword Monarch's position. Zhou Xuanji stood up slowly. He raised his left hand, and a giant sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 2 meters long, and its blade was black. It was 1.5 feet wide. In the center of both sides, there was a long black dragon that looked vivid and majestic. The guard was like 2 dragon claws, and the claws pointed toward the blade. The hilt was covered with black scales and had a metallic texture. At the end of the hilt was a crystal that looked like a crown, glowing with a red light. Glorious gold legendary sword. God Emperor sword. With this sword in hand, a visible purple chi rose from Zhou Xuanji's feet and surrounded his body, which transformed his entire aura. At this moment he was like an emperor above all others. High and mighty, insufferably arrogant. Zhou Xuanji felt that nothing in the world could stand up to him. Such an inflated temperament made him smile uncontrollably. Such a powerful feeling. Is this the glorious gold legendary sword? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He felt like he was bewitched. Jiang Shui, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and the others also noticed the God Emperor sword in his hand. Zhao Congjian opened his eyes wide and mumbled, "Such a domineering sword." When he saw the God Emperor sword, he suddenly felt that his sword was so ordinary. Not only them, but the thousands of spectators also noticed it. What sword is that? So majestic. Count, how many swords does Sword God Zhou have? 17. He has more than 9 swords. No wonder the enemies he kills are getting more powerful. These swords look so powerful. Sword God Zhou is getting serious. Seeing Zhou Xuanji in such a state, the cultivators were all excited. Looking at his aura, Sword God Zhou might really be able to fight against the Sword Monarch. At this moment, the Sword Monarch held his sword with both hands and walked out of the palace. The two of them were about 300 meters apart. They looked at each other from afar. What sword is that? The Sword Monarch frowned slightly. When he saw the God Emperor sword, he felt a sense of danger. It's not an ordinary sword. He liked the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword earlier, but the God Emperor sword made him want to take it for himself. Only he, the Sword Monarch, deserves such a legendary sword. But with so many people watching, he naturally could not snatch the God Emperor sword. He flew up slowly toward Zhou Xuanji. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his sword chi appeared like a flame. He flew up into the sky and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. Sword God Zhou, I will give you one more chance. If you admit defeat, I will let it go. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, the blade has no eyes and you will lose your life. The demeanor of a grandmaster was fully displayed. He gave Sword God Zhou chances again and again. It was flawless and flawless. Zhou Xuanji activated the power of the ancient Sword Emperor straightaway, and his aura grew tremendously. The power of the ancient Sword Emperor could be used once a year without any side effects. He held it back for a year and did not even use it against Xinhao sect because he wanted to use it against the Sword Monarch. If he still could not defeat the Sword Monarch, then he would use the glorious gold legendary sword to show off his prowess. The power of the ancient Sword Emperor strengthened his body, and the purple forceful chi around Zhou Xuanji's body increased. He bent his right leg. Boom! The hard ground crumbled under his stomp. He shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. 15 legendary swords followed closely behind him. The scene was so majestic that many cultivators' jaws dropped. Chapter 112. Clang, the two swords clashed. Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Monarch were locked in a stalemate in the air. This kid's strength is quite great. No, it should be the power of that sword. The Sword Monarch squinted his eyes and thought to himself. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji directly used Six-Path Sword Shadow. The original body and the Six-Path Sword Shadow performed the Soul Eater Slash at the same time. The black sword chi instantly engulfed the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, and like a volcano eruption, it soared into the clouds. The sword cultivators and guests who ran out of the palace were stunned. Such a powerful aura, was he really at Inner Pellet Stage 5? Xiao Jinghong clenched his fists in excitement. As expected, Zhou Xuanji would not disappoint him. Behind him, the woman in the white dress widened her eyes. Just like the others around her, she was astonished. How is this possible? Xia Wuyo was so angry that his body was trembling. Sword God Zhou had brought shame to his Xia sect. He naturally did not want to see Sword God Zhou unleash his godly power. Right at this moment, streaks of violent sword qi suddenly dispersed the pillar of qi formed by the black sword qi. The sword monarch came up to Zhou Xuanji as though he teleported. He raised the black sword in his hand and slashed. His movements were incomparably domineering, with the posture of a sword cleaving through mountains and rivers. Zhou Xuanji raised the sky-sundering emperor sword to block. Now that he had the power of the ancient sword emperor, he was not afraid of being instantly killed by the sword monarch. The two swords clashed again, and Zhou Xuanji felt an unstoppable and domineering force coming at him. His right arm was in immense pain, and his body fell straight down. When he was about to hit the ground, the furious ape sword and the royal water sword appeared below him, blocking his back. With a flick of his swords he was sent flying. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. Did the sword become sentient? The sword monarch's eyes widened. Zhou Donghuang's attainments in the way of the sword were higher than he had imagined. He could tell at a glance that the furious ape sword and the imperial water sword did not have a sword spirit, which meant that Zhou Xuanji was controlling the two swords. Before he could think further, Zhou Xuanji had already arrived in front of him. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword quickly and activated dual sword will. Vibrant raindrops sword. Moonlit wind sword dance. The two earth-grade sword techniques each had their own profundities. The two swords trembled, and the sword qi turned into rain and wind, sweeping towards the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji's posture was elegant, and each of his moves was filled with profound meaning, which fascinated everyone. On the other hand, the sword monarch of Great Zhou was able to defeat everything with his strength alone. He also wielded two swords, but his sword aura looked even more domineering. However, no one dared to underestimate Zhou Xuanji in this situation. Such handsome movements. This is the dual sword intent? Hiss, am I seeing things? So powerful. Compared to him, the sword monarch of Great Zhou only has a higher cultivation. In terms of sword techniques, Sword God Zhou has already surpassed the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Do you have any objections? Bulsh *T, the sword monarch of Great Zhou has it easier. Okay? Are you blind? If they were at the same cultivation level, the sword monarch of Great Zhou would have already been defeated. The spectators began to discuss fervently, and soon two camps were formed, cursing and arguing with each other. The Firebird old lady's face was dark. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. Although Zhou Xuanji was indeed relying on the might of his legendary swords, with the dual sword wills, even an outsider like her could not find any problems with it. Silver legendary swords appeared under Zhou Xuanji's feet one after another. He stepped on the swords with the 8-step sword lunge and moved around the sword monarch. Other than that, the Bloodbath sword, Furious Ape sword, Thunderclap sword, Water Driving sword, Ghost Curse sword, Tempest Calmer, and other gold legendary swords were also attacking from different directions. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been turned into a sieve. The sword monarch of Great Zhou's swords were actually very fast, and he could block every strike. The two of them fought intensely in the air. Sword qi swept across and swept away the clouds. Even the cultivators at the foot and waist of the mountain could see it. Zhou Qingxin was exhilarated. He clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice, I did not expect Sword God Zhou to be able to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. That was the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou. Humph, what a joke. The Sword Monarch is not serious yet. Do you think this is the power of the Sword Monarch? Zhou Tianyu said with disdain. Although the battle between Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Monarch was exciting and dazzling, it was like a small fight, not worthy of their fame. Princess Xuanya could not hold it anymore and said, Big brother, are you prepared to take Sword God Zhou as your teacher? Do you think he will accept you? With this, Zhou Tianyu's face turned black immediately. His eyes were spitting fire. He could not wait to capture Princess Xuanya and beat her up. With Sword God Zhou's temper, it was already good enough that he did not draw his sword at him. Take him as his teacher? Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion came from the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, which attracted countless people's attention. A sword qi that was hundreds of meters long sent Zhou Xuanji flying backward. Facing this horrifying sword qi, Zhou Xuanji relied on the sky-sundering Emperor sword, and the God Emperor sword to block it. But he still could not block it and flew backward for 1,000 meters. After he stopped, he drew his swords and dispersed the sword chi. His arms were numb, and he was shocked in his heart. Even with the help of the power of the ancient sword emperor, he still could not block it. And looking at the sword monarch's posture, he looked so relaxed and relaxed. It was obvious that he did not use his full power. Could this guy have already reached the pinnacle of spirit refinement? Zhou Xuanji guessed in his heart. Qi nurturing foundation establishment, enlightening, inner core, spirit spring, nascent soul, astral projection, spirit refinement Mahayana. There was only one Mahayana in the Great Zhou, at least on the surface. It was Emperor Yin of Zhou. Other than that, Zhou Yalong had also stepped into the spirit refinement realm. If it wasn't for the fact that his legendary swords were powerful, Zhou Xuanji would not even be able to withstand a single finger of theirs. The corner of the sword monarch's mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. He once again sent out 2 waves of sword chi toward Zhou Xuanji. It was 2,000 zhang long. It was as if it could tear the sky apart. It was peerlessly domineering. Zhou Xuanji wielded the sky-sundering emperor sword and activated the tempest slash. The power of the ancient sword emperor roared out. A similarly powerful strand of sword chi shot out and collided with the first strand of sword chi, causing a violent gale to wreak havoc in the surroundings and shake the sword monarch's peak. However, the sword monarch's second wave of sword chi pierced through the gale and continued to attack. Zhou Xuanji leaped and dodged the sword chi by a hair's breadth. The sword energy swept across 10,000 meters. It flattened a mountain far away. Dust billowed up and rocks flew into the air. Many cultivators were so frightened that they dodged in panic. Zhou Xuanji somersaulted with his head facing down. He swung his swords, and the other legendary swords around him followed suit. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. 10 Swords Mode. Dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around each legendary sword. At first glance it looked like Zhou Xuanji was leading 17 dragons to attack the sword monarch. He sped up suddenly and came up to the sword monarch in an instant. Clang! 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 The sword monarch's expression did not change. He withstood all the legendary sword's attacks with ease. A tinge of shock flashed in the depth of his eyes. What kind of talent is this? 17 swords, and each sword could use different sword moves. It was as though he was being attacked by 17 sword god Zhou at once. This guy's talent in the sword's way was more powerful than his. At this moment, a murderous intent grew in the sword monarch's heart. If he did not kill Zhou Xuanji would surpass him sooner or later. After the thought, he swung his swords even faster. Chapter 113. Facing the sudden increase in the speed of the sword monarch's sword. Although Zhou Xuanji was shocked, he did not panic. He still maintained the dual sword wills and the 10-sword style, fighting to his heart's content. His control over the 10-sword style was also improving steadily. This kind of battle where he could freely display his strength made him feel very good. The hundreds of thousands of spectators on the sword monarch's peak enjoyed the battle as well. Not to mention the identities of these two people, just witnessing this battle was enough for him to have no regrets in his life. No matter if it was the sword monarch of Great Zhou's domineering and steadiness. It was still the magnificence of sword god Zhou's 17 swords. They were both pleasing to the eye and shocking to the heart. Too strong. How did he do it with so many swords? With this sword technique alone he can become a sword god. Where's the sword monarch? Why don't you take out his other 5 swords? 7 swords against 17 swords? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid the sword monarch of Great Zhou would feel embarrassed. Why don't we just fight like this? How old is sword god Zhou? You look younger than the good-for-nothing in my house. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's an old monster. Hundreds of thousands of people discussed excitedly, and most of them were shouting sword god Zhou's name. This was a powerhouse of the new generation challenging a legend. After this battle, even if sword god Zhou lost, his name would spread throughout Great Zhou, and he would become one of the most powerful cultivators in Great Zhou. He was number 1 on the Great Zhou honor roll. So strong! Han Xinbo was flabbergasted. He suddenly felt lucky. It turned out that Zhou Xuanji had held back when they fought. Or else, He would not even be able to withstand a single slash from Zhou Xuanji. Xuanji, you can do it! Jiang Shui shouted as she swung her fist for Zhou Xuanji. No one cared about her because the others were watching the battle anxiously too. This old man is convinced again. This kid is too strong. In this life, this old man must pester him to death. The little black snake was so excited that its body was trembling, and its eyes were filled with a strange light. Zhao Tsongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianqin were excited. Even a big and small air were flapping their wings. In front of the palace gate, Xiao Jinghong clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were slightly red, and a myriad of emotions were surging in his heart. Memories surged. Hey little wimp, what sword technique are you practicing? 9 years ago, he looked at the young Zhou Xuanji mockingly. At that time in his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was extremely weak. Even after he became Zhou Xuanji's disciple, he still had to protect Zhou Xuanji in secret. 9 years later, Zhou Xuanji challenged the sword monarch of Great Zhou for him. Although this wasn't the first time he was shocked and moved, he was still very excited. He could only feel his blood boiling. Jinghong, are you alright? The lady in white asked out of concern. Xiao Jinghong's attitude made her feel very complicated. In the face of his own feelings, he had never lost his composure like this. Xiao Jinghong did not answer her but continued to stare at Zhou Xuanji. It was as if his master was the only one in his world. Zhou Xuanji leapt back and stabbed forwards with his 2 swords. The 15 legendary swords gave off dragon-shaped sword qi, and turned into a massive rainbow dragon that roared as it shot out. The dragon's roar exploded. It was earth-shattering. In front of this 7-colored dragon, the sword monarch of Great Zhou seemed so tiny. The sword monarch looked up, and his eyes were filled with a domineering arrogance. He raised his 2 swords and easily blocked the 7-colored dragon. With a jolt of his arms, the 7-colored dragon immediately dissipated, turning into wisps of sword qi that resembled clouds and smoke. Child's play. I will let you see why I can become the sword monarch of Great Zhou. The sword monarch laughed proudly. His heroic spirit soared into the sky. Hum. Many swords resonated and gathered together, shaking everyone's heart. 5 black swords appeared behind the sword monarch, which were exactly the same as the 2 in his hand. 7 swords. The hundreds of thousands of spectators were excited at this scene. Within Great Zhou, everyone knew that as long as the sword monarch took out 7 swords, it meant that he was serious. What came next was the highlight. Zhou Xuanji sensed that the sword monarch's aura had changed. But he was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. He stabbed forward with his left hand, and the 15 legendary swords charged toward the sword monarch again. At the same time, he leaped up and stepped on the thunderclap sword. Lightning enveloped his body and tightened his muscles. His speed increased tremendously. He charged toward the sword monarch with 1 step. Ranged sword propelling, killing in an instant. The sword monarch slashed with his sword, and the 5 black swords behind him charged toward Zhou Xuanji in a line. The speed of the 5 swords was not any slower than Zhou Xuanji's. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward by the 5 swords. He felt as though he was rammed by a giant mountain. The sky-sundering emperor sword trembled continuously, and blood spurted out from his perlicue. Looking at him flying into the flatland far away, the sword monarch frowned slightly, because there were many cracks on one of his black swords. What kind of sword was that? Zhou Xuanji's body spun and flew 10,000 meters away. He landed on the flatland, and the friction between his feet swept up 2 rows of grass. His face was pale, and he felt something sweet in his throat. He endured the discomfort and swallowed the blood. At such a crucial moment he could not vomit blood. The sword monarch stood proudly under the sea of clouds and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. Looking at you from my height, you are no different from an ant on the ground. Extremely insignificant. The sword monarch spoke slowly, and his voice reverberated across the heavens and earth. Sword god Zhou, you are indeed talented, but you need to let nature take its course. You are not my opponent now. Go back and cultivate for another 1,000 years, and the world will be yours sooner or later. This sentence convinced the majority of the people present. Although they were looking forward to sword god Zhou's counterattack against the legend, they had to admit that the sword monarch was indeed generous. Humph! This old brat is so dignified. His words are always belittling Xuanji. The little black snake snorted coldly. It had been quarreling for thousands of years, so it knew what the sword monarch was up to. Jiang Shui, Zhao Zongjian and the rest were furious too. The more they looked at the sword monarch, the more they disliked him. If the sword monarch was really so generous, why didn't he just let Xiao Jinghong go? He was beating around the bush because he did not want to let Xiao Jinghong go, and still wanted to maintain his reputation. At the waist of the mountain, Zhou Tianyu pointed down and laughed with disdain. See that? This is the consequence of overestimating your own capabilities. However, he did not receive any response but a wave of disdain. Your Highness, at least Sword God Zhou dared to fight against any powerful enemy for his disciple. What about you? Yeah. Big brother, did Sword God Zhou offend you? Yeah. You hate the Empress the most. Do you dare to speak so rudely to her? Only Sword God Zhou dares to. You are just jealous of others. Ha ha, don't mind him. He can't even keep his position as the crown prince. Of course he will bite others. Sword God Zhou's performance had won over everyone, except for Zhou Tianyu, who still disliked him. Hearing the mockery from his royal brothers and sisters, Zhou Tianyu was exasperated. He roared furiously, "Wait till I become the emperor of Great Zhou. I will show you all." The royal soldiers at the side shook their heads. No wonder he was not favored. It was fortunate that he was born early. If he was a few years later, he would not be able to live until today. No matter in which dynasty, it was a taboo to abolish the eldest and establish the youngest. But at this moment, Zhou Tianyu's position as the crown prince was already set in stone. It all depended on who would replace him. Chapter 114. Zhou Tianyu could not win against so many princes and princesses, so he stomped his feet in anger. Zhou Qingxin shook his head. When he was young, he thought that this big brother of his was quite mighty. But after he grew up, he realized that it was not mighty at all. It was because he had a screw loose in his head. He did things as he pleased without fear. He really thought that he was the emperor of Great Zhou. But it was a pity that it was too late. When the new crown prince appeared, Zhou Tianyu's fate would be worse than death. On the plain, Zhou Xuanji ignored the discussions of the hundreds of thousands of people. He fixed his gaze on the sword monarch as he panted. Even with the power of the ancient sword emperor, it was still a little difficult for him to face the sword monarch's domineering power. His stamina was depleting quickly. He lowered his head slowly and looked at the God Emperor's sword in his left hand. He swung his hands inward, and the sky-sundering Emperor's sword and the God Emperor's sword switched hands. The right hand was his forte. It had to be matched with the most powerful legendary sword. God Emperor, from today onwards I will make you famous across the world. Zhou Xuanji mumbled softly and injected his spirit energy into the God Emperor's sword. In an instant, strands of black qi seeped out from the blade. Ghost qi. It was also the Emperor's qi. Boom, his aura began to grow. The Emperor's ghost qi surrounded his body, causing the ground to tremble. This scene attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of people. Even the sword monarch's expression changed. This is... he muttered with a frown. His eyes quickly locked onto the God Emperor's sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. Sword monarch, you have always been high and mighty. Everyone is an ant in your eyes, Zhou Xuanji said as he flew up. His voice was calm and soft, but it could be heard by everyone. At this moment he seemed to have changed into a different person in the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people. With the Emperor's ghost qi surrounding him, Zhou Xuanji gave off the aura of an emperor, like a great emperor who controlled the life and death of everyone in the world. Ghost Emperor. Sword Emperor. He rose quickly, but compared to the height of the sword monarch's pinnacle, it was not that fast. But you must understand that no one can always stand at the peak. Even if there is, it can only be me. I will defeat you, replace you, and let you understand the feeling of looking up at others. If you are the emperor of the way of the sword, then I am the emperor of the way of the sword, the god of the way of the sword. Zhou Xuanji's voice shook people's hearts. His tone was arrogant and firm. Hundreds of thousands of people widened their eyes and mouths. That is, Zhou Tianyu was dumbfounded. Even if he was brainless, He could see that Zhou Xuanji had completely changed. This aura, he had seen it in one person. Emperor Yin of Zhou. Wait a minute. Father. Zhou Tianyu swallowed his saliva. Zhou Xuanji's figure and face overlapped with the Emperor Yin of Zhou in his memory. Thinking about how Emperor Yin of Zhou was not angry when Zhou Xuanji insulted the Empress, he thought of a terrifying thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He shook his head, trying to deny his own guess. Zhou Qingxin was also stunned. The same guess as Zhou Tianyu appeared in his mind. His whole body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. The other princes and princesses did not think too much about it. They all admired Wang Zhe and Zhou Xuanji. At the top of the mountain, Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. She put her palms together in front of her chest. This scene was familiar to her. She had seen it countless times in her dreams. She had heard too many stories from Zhou Xuanji. She would also imagine the scene of Zhou Xuanji ruling the world. She felt a little moved, and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the rest did not feel as complicated as her. They were just very excited, and their blood vessels were pumping. Xiao Jinghong was even more excited. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to defeat the Sword Monarch. But at this moment, there's hope. The lady in white beside him opened her beautiful eyes wide. Her face was filled with disbelief. The Sword Monarch frowned and asked, "What's that evil sword in your hand?" Evil sword. With this, Zhou Xuanji's reputation would be ruined. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over righteousness. The path of evil was always inferior. Zhou Xuanji did not fall for it. "You are the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou? This is the God Emperor sword. The God Emperor controls yin and yang, suppresses reincarnation. The Emperor controls the human world, suppresses fate. This sword is the orthodox sword of the Great Tao. It's used to slay evildoers and devils." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the sky, like an emperor announcing the laws of heaven. These words not only rebuked the Sword Monarch, but also mocked his ignorance. Soon, he flew up into the sky and stood at the same height as the Sword Monarch. The God Emperor Qi coalesced into a black shadow that was hundreds of meters tall behind Zhou Xuanji. Its figure was exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji, but it was somehow domineering like a supreme emperor. Not only that, but the black shadow also coalesced into a black sword that looked like the God Emperor sword. Zhou Xuanji let go of the sky-sundering Emperor sword in his left hand and stored it into the supreme storage along with the other 15 legendary swords. Just with the God Emperor sword, defeating the Sword Monarch with a single sword. "You are the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Let's see if you can maintain the majesty of the Sword Monarch in front of my God Emperor sword." Zhou Xuanji laughed wildly. The power of the God Emperor and the domineering aura of the God Emperor merged into his body. At this moment, he felt that the Sword Monarch was not as powerful as before. The Sword Monarch of Great Zhou was speechless. "This brat is too good at talking. Humph! I'd like to see how powerful your God Emperor sword is." The Sword Monarch snorted coldly. He felt a little sour in his heart. It would be great if such a legendary sword belonged to him. After that, he waved his right hand. The 5 black swords behind him emanated sword qi. The sword qi coalesced into a gigantic sword. Swoosh! The gigantic sword qi shot out and grew to a length of hundreds of meters in an instant. It was enough to shatter any mountain. Facing such a slash, Zhou Xuanji smiled and slashed at it. Before the gigantic sword qi could even touch him, it was already dispersed. Next, Zhou Xuanji slashed at the Sword Monarch again. This slash, it shocked the world and made the gods weep. The sword flashed, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. On the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, hundreds of thousands of people closed their eyes instinctively. However, they quickly opened their eyes again, afraid that they would miss out on this exciting moment. A stream of black sword qi shot out and sliced the sea of clouds apart. It swept past the Sword Monarch with incredible speed. The Sword Monarch's black hair danced wildly in the wind. The Sword Monarch's pinnacle shook violently. Just when the black sword qi was about to hit the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, it dissipated suddenly. The tens of thousands of cultivators who were facing it were shocked to their souls. PFFD blood spurted out from the Sword Monarch's right shoulder and splattered across the sky. The hundreds of thousands of people were dumbfounded. He injured the sword monarch with just one slash? This was Sword God Zhou's true power? How can it be? Xie Wuyo cried out in shock. His legs turned to jelly, and he knelt down on the ground. He could not accept this fact. The sword monarch lowered his head so that others could not see his expression clearly. He was still holding his sword. Who the hell is this kid? The Firebird old lady trembled as she mumbled to herself. In her heart, the sword monarch had the potential to become the most powerful cultivator in the world. How could he be injured by a junior who was a stage lower than him? Chapter 115. Silence. The entire world fell silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Everyone was stunned. They could feel a surge of hot blood coursing through their bodies and rushing up to the top of their heads. Sword God Zhou really injured the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Moreover, it was done in an absolutely domineering manner. Boom! After a short period of silence, the sword monarch's peak boiled with excitement. Sword God Zhou. Ah! A new legend. He is the #1 in Great Zhou's way of the sword. God Emperor Sword? How domineering. The ghost god controls the cycle of yin and yang. The emperor controls the destiny of the world. Well said. This sword is definitely the best sword in the world. Who said that Sword God Zhou is weaker than the sword monarch of Great Zhou? The winner has been decided. Sword monarch of Great Zhou, you must keep your words. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted at the top of their lungs, and a name echoed across the earth. Sword God Zhou. Ah! I'm going crazy. Princess Xuanya cupped her face and cried out excitedly, her face somewhat red. The other princes and princesses were equally excited. Zhou Qingxin and Zhou Tianyu stood rooted to the ground, not saying a word for a long time. At the top of the mountain, Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin hugged each other and jumped on the spot. Zhao Congjian and Beixiao Wangjian waved their fists and roared. Han Xinbo was dumbfounded as if he had seen a ghost. The little black snake opened its mouth wide, and its forked tongue fell out. Xiao Jinghong clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious not because of anger, but because of extreme excitement. Zhou Xuanji's prowess made him feel as if he had broken through his shackles. Such a master was worth following for a lifetime. The sword monarch's disciples and grand disciples all broke down, unable to accept this scene. The guests who came to flatter the sword monarch were all silent. They were dumbfounded, and thousands of words were stuck in their throats. Zhou Xuanji raised the God Emperor sword and pointed it at the sword monarch. From today onwards, there will be one more sword monarch of Great Zhou, and that will be me. Domineering. Everyone was shocked by his bold words. This was Sword God Zhou. No matter who he faced, it seemed impossible for him to win, but he always won. It wasn't a difficult victory, but a dominating one. The sword monarch slowly raised his head. His face was expressionless, but his eyes gave off a ferocious aura, like a ferocious wolf that was on the verge of death. Where did this sword come from? He asked in a deep voice, no longer putting on an act like before. Zhou Xuanji laughed conceitedly and said, Jingyao, have you heard of him? Gold Glory? What was that? The sword monarch frowned. His heart was filled with confusion. Do you understand now? You're actually a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't understand the terror of power. Zhou Xuanji added insult to injury and trampled on the sword monarch's pride. The sword monarch of Great Zhou was a hypocrite. Although he seemed to be giving in, he was actually plotting against Zhou Donghuang. Not only did he not give up his disciple, but he also wanted to humiliate him in front of the world. This was going too far. Today, Zhou Xuanji was going to pull him down from his pedestal. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword with his right hand and swung it over his head. The godly emperor behind him also raised his giant sword. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered and rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. A vast and mighty heavenly might filled the air. Man is the sword and the sword is man. My heart is only the sword in my hand, and my sword specializes in cutting down all enemies in the world. My sword Dao is invincible. Zhou Xuanji shouted, putting on an act. In the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people, he looked incredibly domineering. It was as if a god had descended to this world, looking down on the world. After he finished speaking, he slashed with his sword. The sword monarch did not wait for his death. He channeled his spirit energy with both swords and pierced forward. The two swords combined into one, and the sword chi turned into a rainbow. The two powerful sword chi clashed together like torrents. Boom! A violent gale blew. Their sword chi was hundreds of meters wide and flowed endlessly like a vast ocean, covering the thunder clouds in the sky. The sword monarch's pinnacle shook violently, and countless rocks fell down. Everyone backed off, afraid that they would be swept away by the violent gale. The plains began to crumble. Numerous cracks appeared, forming a complicated valley. The sea of clouds billowed and thunder roared. At this moment it was as though a world-ending storm was coming. All creatures wailed and all spells were destroyed. Facing such a horrifying pressure, everyone felt how insignificant they were. Man is the sword and the sword is the man. My sword Dao is invincible. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian mumbled to themselves in a daze. Somehow they seemed to have realized something. Zhou Xuanji rose up slowly and pushed his right arm downward. His sword chi suppressed the sword monarch's sword chi. The sword monarch's expression changed immediately. How can it be? The sword monarch cried out in shock in his heart. He was at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement stage, which was equivalent to a land immortal. Seeing his expression, Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed. The glorious gold legendary sword was so powerful. Awesome! Really awesome! With this sword in hand, the world is mine. Soon Zhou Xuanji's sword chi came up to the sword monarch. The sword monarch could no longer keep his composure. He leaped up and dodged the sword chi. He turned into a stream of cold light and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. What an old man who goes back on his words. Zhou Xuanji cursed furiously and charged forward with his sword. Didn't he say that he would lose if he was injured? Clang! 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 The two of them fought against each other quickly. Their swords were like the wind and clashed against each other crazily, covering every sound in the heavens and the earth. Their attacks were domineering and bold. They did not use any fancy sword techniques but entered their most powerful state of sword will. Boom! The two of them fell from a height of 10,000 meters and smashed into the ground, causing the ground to crumble. Broken rocks flew hundreds of meters high, and grass and dust were swept up like a sandstorm. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth slightly. Even with the power of the God Emperor, his legs were still aching. If not for the God Emperor, he would have been smashed into pieces by this jump. The sword monarch swung his sword faster and faster, and his strength increased as well. Zhou Xuanji did not want to admit defeat and fought with all his might. He switched his sword wills continuously. His sword moves were sometimes imposing and sometimes vicious, which made the sword monarch very uncomfortable. The two of them began to fight fiercely on the plain. The area within a few miles became their battlefield. They moved extremely quickly. Looking from the sword monarch's pinnacle, one could only see the flashes of their swords flashing like lightning. Thunderclouds billowed, and the sky turned darker. This made the battle between the two of them even more intense, which affected everyone's heart. Didn't the sword monarch say that he would lose if he was injured? A cultivator could not hold it and roared furiously. He had the cultivation of inner pellet. Many people could hear him as he roared with all his might. With this, the others were enraged too. The sword monarch of Great Zhou went back on his words, and they still revered him like a god. What a joke! So the sword monarch is such a despicable person. From today onwards, I will only recognize Sword God Zhou as the top cultivator in Great Zhou's way of the sword. No choice. Sword God Zhou is just so powerful. He forced the sword monarch into a corner. It seems like Sword God Zhou is indeed as powerful as the sword monarch. Of course. Look, the sword monarch is already anxious. Hundreds of thousands of people began to condemn the sword monarch. Some even cursed. Those who supported the sword monarch were silent, including his disciples and grand disciples. Chapter 116. So despicable. Jiang Shui was furious and worried for Zhou Xuanji at the same time. She was very clear about Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. After such a huge battle, his body would surely suffer severe backlash. I'm not shameless. Don't call him the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Call him the despicable emperor of Great Zhou. The little black snake cursed furiously. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Is there a difference? Han Shimbwa could not help but ask. He's as despicable as you, the little black snake said unpleasantly. Han Shimbwa was stunned. I don't train with the sword? Xiao Jinghong walked forward. The lady in the white dress wanted to hold him back, but she was too slow. She wanted to chase after him, but her feet were rooted to the ground and could not be lifted. She was so embarrassed. She often boasted about how great the sword monarch was, and how righteous he was in front of Xiao Jinghong. But now she was filled with shame and even despair. If this continued, she would have no fate with Xiao Jinghong. They might even become mortal enemies. Xiao Jinghong walked to the cliff and sat down with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes. The sound of swords clashing entered his ears. The words that Zhou Xuanji taught him back then appeared in his mind. The sword is like your heart. It's hard to understand, but it will never betray you. No matter what, you must always believe in your sword. Zhou Xuanji's slightly childish voice resounded in his mind. That was what Zhou Xuanji taught him when he was 14 years old. I'm the sword noble, but I can't escape from the sword monarch. I tried to escape again and again, but I was caught by the sword monarch. In the end, it's because I'm too weak. If only my sword was powerful enough, as powerful as my revered teacher. Xiao Jinghong mumbled to himself. He felt like he was going to lose his mind. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from behind him. Humph! Our master is fighting for you, and you're still being so indecisive. Zhao Zongjian snorted coldly. Xiao Jinghong looked back in shock. He saw Zhao Zongjian standing behind him with his arms crossed in front of his chest. His face was full of disdain. Beixiao Wangjian's face was also full of disdain. He said, I think you should be a sword slave and let us be your disciples. Zhang Shui poked her head out from behind Huang Lianxin and said with a smile, if you continue to be like this, Xuanji will be disappointed. Quickly stand up. When Xuanji wins, we can go home. The little black snake laid on the waiter's head and laughed. Tiske, almost having a heart demon? In the future, don't say that you're the one who destroyed my body. Huang Lianxin smiled. She didn't need to say anything else. Xiao Jinghong was stunned as a warm current flowed through his heart. He immediately stood up, nodded heavily, and then said with a smile, yes, I should wait for master to win. His master was always able to escape from danger, so he shouldn't worry about him. In the distance, on the stone steps in front of the palace, the lady in white looked at Xiao Jinghong's smiling face and couldn't help but fall into a trance. She suddenly felt that Xiao Jinghong was a stranger. Below, on the boundless plains, the battle between Zhou Xuanji and the sword monarch had reached its climax. The two of them were evenly matched. If not for the fact that Zhou Xuanji had cultivated many sword techniques and understood the sword will, even if he used the God Emperor sword, it would be difficult for Zhou Xuanji to withstand the sword monarch, who was going all out. Within a radius of 10 miles, the ground was filled with holes and cracks left by the ravaging sword qi. Zhou Xuanji knew that things were not going well. If the stalemate continued, his body would not be able to hold on any longer. He must end the battle as soon as possible. After the thought, the sky-sundering Emperor sword appeared in his left hand. The power of the ancient sword Emperor. In an instant, his aura grew tremendously. Although the amethyst legendary sword was not as powerful as the glorious gold legendary sword, it was still powerful. Zhou Xuanji felt that there was endless power in his body. He activated the dual sword mode straightaway, and 2 dragon-shaped sword qi surrounded his body. One was a golden dragon, and the other was a black dragon. The 2 dragons were ferocious and caught the sword monarch off guard. The sword monarch did not dare to take out his other swords, in case they were destroyed on the spot. Zhou Xuanji stomped on the ground and forced the sword monarch back 5,000 meters, sweeping up a cloud of grass. He stopped abruptly and surrounded the sword monarch with his 6-path sword shadow. This move again. The sword monarch was shocked in his heart and wanted to dodge instinctively. But it was too late. Soul-Eater Slash. The black sword qi engulfed the sword monarch like a tornado. The 6-path sword shadow disappeared too. Boom! The ground shook violently. Countless soil, rocks, and grass were swept up. Zhou Xuanji bent his left leg and got into a half-kneeling position. But his knee did not touch the ground. He slashed again with the God Emperor sword in his right hand. Tempest Slash. The sword chi slashed the black tornado into half. A violent gale exploded and shook the air. This sword chi was almost 5,000 meters tall. It was extremely exaggerated. The ground in front of him cracked open and extended for a few miles, forming an immeasurably deep valley. The power of the ghost god could change the appearance of the earth. The dust dispersed, and the sword chi disappeared. The sword monarch's silhouette appeared. He levitated above the valley with his hands and head hanging low. His shoulders rose and fell along with his breathing. His chest was slashed open. Blood flowed, and one could vaguely see his white bones. Severe injury. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He leaped up to the peak of the sword monarch's pinnacle and came before Jiang Shui and the others. Now I'm taking Xiao Jinghong away. Who dares to object? Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at those who mocked him in the palace and asked coldly. The sword monarch still had the strength to fight. He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's attack just now. He took the opportunity to fly up and block the sword monarch's path. Facing Zhou Xuanji's sharp eyes, no one dared to look back. Even the firebird old lady nodded guiltily. Jiang Shui and the others looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. Zhou Xuanji stopped in front of them. He was less than 2 meters taller than them, but in their eyes Zhou Xuanji was so tall and mighty. Old hag, weren't you cheering happily just now? Zhou Xuanji stared at the firebird old lady and said coldly. This old lady cheered even more happily than the sword monarch's disciples. Those who did not know would have thought that he killed one of the firebird old lady's disciples. The firebird old lady heard him and was instantly enraged. Brat, if you did not rely on that sword, would you have been able to hurt the sword monarch? With this, everyone looked at her with disdain. In the cultivation world, who did not rely on enchanted artifacts? Moreover, if a sword cultivator did not use a sword, could he still be considered a sword cultivator? Do you really need someone to fight you with their bare fists to show their true ability? Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of the firebird old lady suddenly and slashed. Blood splashed, and the firebird old lady's right arm was severed. The arm spun and landed on the ground. The firebird old lady's expression changed drastically. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her eyes were filled with fear. She did not scream. With her cultivation, this little bit of pain was nothing. At this moment in her eyes, Zhou Xuanji was like a demon god. He was so powerful that she felt despair. She did not even see how Zhou Xuanji came up to her. If you dare to bark again, I will chop off your head next time. Zhou Xuanji looked down at her and said coldly. He was filled with a murderous aura, which made everyone around him shiver. After that, he glanced at Xiao Wuyo. Xiao Wuyo trembled in fear and quickly crawled backward. Chapter 117. Seeing Xiao Wuyo's pathetic state, Zhou Xuanji smiled with disdain. He turned back to Jiang Shui and the others and said, "Follow me." After that, he flew over the cliff and looked down at the plain, just in case the sword monarch suddenly attacked. The sword monarch turned around and looked up at him. At this moment, the sword monarch's face was covered in blood, but he was not dispirited. Instead, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. The tables had turned between him and Zhou Xuanji. Before he was high and mighty. Now he was below. Sword monarch, you have already been injured by me twice, and you still refuse to admit defeat? Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. He felt a little guilty in his heart. This fellow wouldn't have gone berserk, right? If they were to fight to the death, he would not win. Yeah, you don't have the demeanor of a grandmaster in the sword's way. Is the sword monarch such a person? You said it yourself. You must keep your word and keep your words. Who dares to challenge the sword monarch in the future? Enough, sword monarch of Great Zhou. Do you really have to pester me endlessly? You are too much. Does Great Zhou still have the law? Hundreds of thousands of people condemned the sword monarch together. Their voices were so loud that their saliva splattered like a storm. The sword monarch shuddered and came to his senses immediately. He was afraid in his heart. He almost ruined his image. But now that he was in such a pathetic state, and he had to watch Zhou Xuanji take Xiao Jinghong away, he could not accept it. Zhou Xuanji did not care about what he thought. He brought Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others and flew toward the horizon. He held his sword with both hands and looked domineering. He looked like he was not afraid to fight again. The sword monarch held his sword tightly but did not attack again. His heart was filled with grievance and anger. From today onwards, the name of the sword monarch was tainted. Sword god Zhou was that tainted name. When Zhou Xuanji and the others disappeared into the horizon, the sword monarch's pinnacle was in an uproar again. Hundreds of thousands of people did not give the sword monarch any face and shouted sword god Zhou's name in unison. No matter how angry the sword monarch was, he did not dare to kill all of them. And if he did so, even someone as powerful as the sword monarch could not leave Great Zhou. In terms of true strength, there was an existence with the highest authority in the Great Zhou that was stronger than him. He really did it, Zhou Qingxin mumbled to himself. Ever since he guessed Zhou Xuanji's identity, his emotions became complicated, and he could no longer congratulate Zhou Xuanji. He understood that from now on, Sword God Zhou would be his greatest enemy in the fight for the throne. He was not weaker than Zhou Yalong at all, and could even be a bigger threat. Zhou Tianyu sat on the ground in a daze. I told you. Sword God Zhou will surely win. Princess Xuanya made a face at Zhou Tianyu as she giggled. However, Zhou Tianyu was not his usual self. He did not fly into a rage. Instead, he sat on the ground in a daze. He murmured, "What a great game of chess. So you've already planned this?" When Princess Xuanya heard this, she couldn't help but shake her head. This stupid big brother probably couldn't accept this result and was about to go crazy. Looking at the direction in which Zhou Xuanji and the others left, the sword monarch's face turned savage. "Sword God Zhou, I'll tear you to shreds. Your godly sword will be mine sooner or later." He roared in his heart, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment he did not look like a sword Dao grandmaster. Instead he looked like an evil demon. After flying for hundreds of miles, Zhou Xuanji landed on a big's back. Jiang Shui hugged him, and he stored the God Emperor and Sky-Sundering Emperor sword. The powerful force disappeared, and a horrifying backlash exploded. Zhou Xuanji could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto a big's head. Next, his vision darkened, and he fainted immediately. "Revered teacher," Xiao Jinghong cried out nervously. They all understood that Zhou Xuanji was like this, so they did not dare to raise their voices. "Full speed ahead. Let's leave this place first," Jiang Shui said with gritted teeth. She was not flustered. She understood that she had to remain calm at this moment. Zhou Xuanji had already helped them through the most dangerous stage. The rest depended on them. Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and the rest nodded and flew at full speed ahead. The little black snake sighed in amazement. "It's still the same thing. I'm convinced. I'm convinced." Fortunately, the sword monarch did not chase after them. At this moment he was having a headache about how to deal with the aftermath. In the next few days, the news of Sword God Zhou severely injuring the Sword Monarch bombarded Great Zhou like a meteor shower. The Sword Monarch had a special identity. He was quite famous in the surrounding empires and kingdoms. So this battle caused the name of Sword God Zhou to spread throughout Great Zhou for the first time. Countless people exclaimed that Sword God Zhou was going to defy the heavens. All the details of this battle were dug up. What Sword God Zhou said made countless cultivators want to devote themselves to the sword's way. All sorts of discussions became more and more ridiculous. Sword God Zhou was being deified. Great Zhou was going to welcome the golden age of the sword's way because of this. Of course, this was for the future. Overall, Zhou Xuanji became a god after this battle. From today onwards, no one dared to look down on him. It was worth mentioning that Zhou Xuanji claimed that he was 16 years old before the battle, which caused a lot of discussion. If he was really 16 years old, then it would be earth-shattering. Zhou Xuanji had a dream. He dreamt that he had achieved great accomplishment in his cultivation and became an immortal. He brought Jiang Shui back to Earth and brought her home to meet his parents. He told them that she was his wife. The family was happy and blissful. This dream was very real. It was so real that Zhou Xuanji did not want to wake up. Until one day, he heard a voice. "Xuanji. Xuanji. Why aren't you awake yet?" Zhou Xuanji's consciousness was gradually awakened. He tried his best to open his eyes. What he saw was the roof beam. Memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He remembered everything and felt a splitting headache, as though his head would explode at any moment. He turned around instinctively and saw Jiang Shui sleeping soundly by the bed. "Xuanji, why aren't you awake yet?" she mumbled in her sleep. This scene reminded him of the first time he met Jiang Shui. He forced a smile on his face. "Sword Spirit, how long was I unconscious?" Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. He hoped that nothing happened to the others while he was unconscious. 2 months. The Sword Spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes wide. 2 months? Such a high price? Because the sword owner used the God Emperor sword's power for too long. Your body almost exploded. After 2 months of coma, you still need to rest for a while to fully recover. The Sword Spirit reminded, which made Zhou Xuanji smile bitterly. Isn't this too horrifying? He almost killed himself. At this moment, Jiang Shui sensed that he was moving and opened her eyes. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was smiling bitterly, she sat up immediately. Tears flowed down her face instantly. "Xuanji, you are finally awake," she cried out in surprise. Her voice passed through the wooden hut and came outside. Next, Xiao Jinghong, Bei Xiao Wangjian, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Han Ximbua ran in one after another. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had woken up, they were all overjoyed and began asking about Zhou Xuanji's condition. Zhou Xuanji felt a headache coming on. He interrupted them and asked, "When I was unconscious, did you encounter any trouble?" Chapter 118. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Xiao Jinghong shook his head and smiled. "We did not encounter any trouble. The sword monarch can't even take care of himself now and has no time to deal with us. We are now deep in the mountains outside of Great Zhou's borders. There are many demons nearby, and there are few people around." Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was fine. It seemed like he should avoid using the God Emperor sword unless it was a matter of life and death. Northern Valiant Sword said excitedly, "Master, you don't know this, but the whole world is talking about your mighty name. They think that you are the Emperor of the Way of the Sword, and that you are not inferior to the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou." Zhao Congjian followed. "Yes, the sacred grounds and large sects near the Zhou dynasty have extended an olive branch to you, except for Xinhao sect." At the mention of Xinhao sect, everyone laughed. Emperor Yan of Zhou suddenly acted a month ago. He used his mighty power to sweep across the border of Great Xia and chase Xinhao sect out of Great Xia. No matter how much they hate you, they no longer have the chance. Xinhao sect's threat was no weaker than the Empress of Great Zhou and Zhou Yalong. Luckily, they had already been expelled. Even if there were experts who infiltrated the Great Zhou dynasty, they would have to cower and hide. Zhou Xuanji said, "All right, that's not important. It's good that you are fine. All right, you guys can go out now. I'm getting a headache from all these people crowding around here." Xiao Jinghong and the others exchanged glances and smiled before they turned around and left. Han Ximbua didn't leave. He stood by the bed and said shyly, "Master, when did you agree to unseal me?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "I'll consider it after I recover. Let's see how you perform during this period of time." Han Ximbua was instantly excited when he heard this, and he immediately cupped his fists and bowed before leaving. He was really suffocating. He was originally an expert, but he ended up like a mortal. He was bullied by the little black snake every day, living a life worse than death. After the crowd dispersed, Jiang Shui got up and poured a bowl of hot soup for Zhou Xuanji. She sat on the edge of the bed and blew on the hot soup while saying, "This is a soup made from tonic herbs. It can help you replenish your qi and blood. Let me feed you." Zhou Xuanji wanted to sit up, but the tearing pain in his body made him inhale a deep breath. How severe was his injury? He felt his muscles, bones, and internal organs aching from the inside out. He struggled for a while before he could barely lift his upper body, but he still had to lean on the bedding. Jiang Shui gently fed him the soup. "You don't know how anxious I was when you were in a coma. I often thought, what should I do if Xuanji never wakes up? But then I thought that since you are so powerful, you will definitely be fine." Jiang Shui began to chatter nonstop, as though she was going to say everything that she had not said to Zhou Xuanji for the past 2 months. Zhou Xuanji listened quietly and stared at her. He could see a trace of exhaustion on the girl's face. Evidently, she missed Zhou Xuanji so much that she could not sleep. She might even be overthinking about cultivation. After drinking the soup, Zhou Xuanji grinned and said, "Don't worry. With you around, how can I bear to die? Even if I die, I will crawl out of the netherworld to find you. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and got up to put the bowl on the table. She walked back to the bed, took off her boots and lay down beside Zhou Xuanji. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Xuanji's head and let him lie in her embrace. She began to talk about what happened in the past 2 months. It took them 10 days to rush here from the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. During that period of time they were filled with fear. They were afraid that they would meet a powerful enemy and die, which would be a waste of Zhou Xuanji's efforts. After they arrived, they continued to cultivate. They were often attacked by demons, but they did not need to do anything. The little black snake and the 2 dragon eagles could deal with them. The 3 of them had already made a name for themselves in the nearby demon region. Now they were roaming outside and causing trouble. Hearing Jiang Shui's words and seeing her sweet smile from time to time, Zhou Xuanji's mind began to empty. Gradually he fell asleep again. He was too tired. 7 days later, Zhou Xuanji could finally get off his bed and see the light of day again. The group's hut was located in a forest. Behind the hut was a towering tree. Within a radius of 100 meters, there was grassland, and beyond that was a dense forest. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian were sparring with sword techniques, while Beixiao Wangjian was teaching Huang Lianxin. Han Xinbo was chopping firewood. Zhou Xuanji walked to the tree and sat down. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it the faint scent of grass, which made him feel refreshed. Not long after, the little black snake rode on small air and walked out of the forest proudly. This snake was wearing a crown weaved from flowers and grass, which was extremely ugly. When it saw Zhou Xuanji, it opened its eyes wide. It came to Zhou Xuanji swiftly like a bolt of black lightning. I knew that you could. Before it could finish, Zhou Xuanji glared at it, and it gave in immediately. Master, I knew that you would be safe. I am still waiting for you to recover. You don't know that the snake demon in the east is too arrogant. Who am I? The 5th-ranked demon king Hegemon-scaled black dragon. The little black snake began to complain. Sometimes it was filled with righteous indignation and sometimes it felt wronged. Actually, it was being bullied by a great demon. It was also a 5th-ranked demon. Not to mention Xiao Jinghong, even Zhao Congjian could deal with it easily. But the 2 did not like the little black snake, so they did not help. Alright, you useless thing. You can't even deal with a mere 5th-ranked demon. I will starve you for 7 days to teach you a lesson. Zhou Xuanji said impatiently, which made the little black snake feel bitter. It wanted to say something but stopped. At this moment, a gust of wind blew which shocked everyone. They stopped their cultivation and turned around to look around. Everyone be careful. Someone is coming. Xiao Jinghong said with a deep voice. He could sense that a powerful aura was approaching them. Even without his reminder, everyone could already feel it. Prince Xuanji, long time no see. An old and hoarse laughter rang out, causing everyone to become nervous. The other party addressed Zhou Xuanji as prince, which meant that he knew his true identity. Could he be sent by the empress? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He saw a white-haired old man walking down from the forest. He wore a black and purple robe and a crown on his head. He had an extraordinary demeanor. He smiled at them, but there was an aura of a superior being in between his brows. Seeing him, Zhou Xuanji's brows relaxed immediately. Who are you? Xiao Jinghong asked with a deep voice, holding the sword in his hand tightly. The white-haired old man said with a smile, My name is Wei Xuantian. I have no ill intentions. Wei Xuantian. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Han Xinbo's expressions changed drastically. The little black snake hid behind Zhou Xuanji immediately out of fear. Wei Xuantian, an important official of Great Zhou. He was the capital of fate, which was equivalent to the prime minister. Zhou Xuanji remembered him. He was the confidant of Emperor Yan of Zhou. Back then, when Lady Zhao Xian escaped, he turned a blind eye, which was why Lady Zhao Xian and Zhou Xuanji could escape. You were sent by the empress? Zhao Congjian asked cautiously. He was not familiar with the Great Zhou's royal court and did not know how to network. Wei Xuantian shook his head and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Prince Xuanji, do you have the intention to fight for the throne? I'll write at 8 p.m. first. I'll rest for a while before writing. I can't hold on anymore. Staying up all night to write did not allow him to maintain his speed. The longer he wrote, the more he had to fight against sleep. Those who stayed up all night at the internet cafe must have known that 6 or 7 a.m. was the most sleepy time. It was like a weight hanging over one's eyelids. Fortunately, he did not write much yesterday. There were more than one chapter and it was scary. Damn. There were more than 800 comments at the end of the chapter on QQ, and more than 1,000 thoughts in the chapter. There were also nearly 200 comments at the end of the chapter on the browser, and dozens at the starting point. It was terrifying. Chapter 119. Fight for the position of Crown Prince? Everyone was even more vigilant. If Wei Xuantian was a subordinate of the Empress of the Great Zhou, his question was obviously filled with killing intent. No, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he really didn't want to. He was used to being free and undisciplined, and he did not want to be dragged down by the huge dynasty. In that case, he would age prematurely. Having heard this, Wei Xuantian's smile disappeared, as though he was dissatisfied with Zhou Xuanji's answer. You don't like being the emperor of Great Zhou? Above billions of people, and wielding the highest authority? Wei Xuantian asked. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji, as though he was afraid that he was lying. The highest authority? The Great Zhou dynasty is considered the strongest in the northern wilderness region? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. He was not afraid of offending Wei Xuantian at all. He could tell that Wei Xuantian was sent by Emperor Yan of Zhou. Ever since Lady Zhao Xian had thrown him into the river, he had made up his mind that he would no longer have any kinship with Emperor Yan of Zhou. He had wanted to use Emperor Yan of Zhou to deal with the Empress, but it seemed that there was no need for that now. He was confident that he could take revenge on his own. Wei Xuantian was silent. He realized that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji's ambition. He let out a long sigh and said, If you don't fight for the throne, I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. His Majesty will ascend in at most 5 years. At that time the Great Zhou dynasty will belong to Zhou Yalong, and you will have nowhere to hide. Only then did the group realize that Wei Xuantian was here to help Zhou Xuanji. From what he said, could it be that Emperor Yan of Zhou wanted Zhou Xuanji to ascend to the throne? Zhou Xuanji continued to sit under the tree and said casually, His ascension is his business. I can fight against the Sword Monarch now. Do you think I will be afraid of Zhou Yalong? 5 years later he would definitely be stronger. Would he be afraid of Zhou Yalong? He looked at Wei Xuantian and continued, Thank you for your kindness. If it wasn't for your help back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. Wei Xuantian was stunned. He asked in surprise, You remember what happened back then? But on second thought, this little prince had already become the world-famous sword emperor of Great Zhou. He might still remember his memories when he was 2 years old. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. You're really a monster. Even Zhou Yalong seems ordinary compared to you. No wonder His Majesty values you so much. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not like Wei Xuantian's tone. It was as if Emperor Yan of Zhou treated him very well. He asked, Is there anything else, Lord Wei? Wei Xuantian understood his intention to leave, so he smiled and turned to leave. After taking 3 steps, he suddenly stopped and said, Be careful, Xinhao Sect's hierarch already hates you. He sent Xinhao Sect's #1 genius, Huang Ming, to deal with you. With that, he turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared into thin air. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong and the others walked up to Zhou Xuanji. Master, Huang Ming is not simple. Back then, when he fought with Zhou Yalong, he was able to severely injure Zhou Yalong despite being ambushed. His strength is truly terrifying. Wei Xuantian can find us. Should we go somewhere else? Emperor Yan of Zhou wants to nurture you to be the Emperor of Great Zhou? Are you still refusing? Master, could it be a trap? He purposely tricked you into going to the Great Zhou Imperial City. Everyone surrounded Zhou Xuanji and continuously asked him questions, which gave Zhou Xuanji a headache. He stared at the group and said unpleasantly, All of you go and cultivate. I will make arrangements for everything. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, Han Shumbua, Huang Lianxin, and the little black snake were terrified immediately. They left quickly and dared not to stay any longer. Jiang Shui sat beside Zhou Xuanji. She did not ask anything but hugged his right arm quietly. Seems like we should move. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Since Wei Xuantian could find him, there was a risk of him being exposed. The next plan was to recuperate and focus on cultivation, before waiting for the Empress to come to Merciful Melody Cliff. Jiang Shui leaned on his shoulder and smiled. Actually, I quite like to travel the world with you and see everything in this world. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and teased. Yo little girl, you have grown up. Jiang Shui heard him and sat up straight immediately. She pinched his waist and smiled dangerously. Time passed quickly. 6 days passed. Zhou Xuanji and the others set off immediately. Their destination was Juema Wasteland. Juema Wasteland did not belong to Great Zhou's territory. It was extremely chaotic. There were people from various empires and there were even some powerful demons. If the Empress wanted to go to Merciful Melody Cliff, she had to pass through Juema Wasteland. Juema Wasteland was huge, even bigger than an empire. The group walked slowly, as though they were on a scenic tour. Along the way, Xiao Jinghong was in charge of teaching Zhao Tsongjian. Zhao Tsongjian was in charge of teaching Beixiao Wangjian, and Beixiao Wangjian was in charge of teaching Pope Lianxin. Of course, their teaching times were different. Zhou Xuanji would give some pointers occasionally, but most of the time, he was training with his sword. Han Shimbua's seal had been removed, but it would take some time for him to fully recover his cultivation. The little black snake, a big and small heir's power were also increasing steadily. For demons other than cultivation, there was another way to grow stronger quickly, which was to eat other demons. The three of them had already started eating. Although Zhou Xuanji disliked them, he did not stop them. It was their nature after all. Little black, follow it. If anything happens to it, you can just wait to die. Zhou Xuanji took out the three-eyed drought rodent and instructed the little black snake. As its cultivation grew, the little black snake's body shrunk to 1/2 meter. What a wonder! The little black snake heard him and opened its eyes wide. If it dies while walking, will you blame it on me? It asked. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, if it dies, you die. If it lives, you live. If it has meat to eat, you have meat to eat too. In the future, both of you will coexist. The little black snake shuddered in fear and said with a trembling voice, I didn't cause any trouble recently? Zhou Xuanji walked past it and snorted. I'm not in a good mood. The little black snake opened its eyes wide. What kind of reason was that? The others heard him and burst into laughter. And so, the little black snake escorted the three-eyed drought rodent and began their treasure hunt. The journey was long, and it was good to find some treasures. After the battle at the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, Zhou Xuanji realized how important it was to have a powerful physique. He decided to cultivate the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation, which required the accumulation of many precious materials. And so, time passed quickly. 8 months passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation broke through to inner pellet level 7 consecutively, and the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation was still trying to reach level 4, Invincible Vajra. This day, they finally came to the border of Juema Wasteland. Standing on a hill and looking ahead, the wasteland was covered in sand and wind. There was no end in sight. Other than the mountains behind them, they could only see mountains in front of them. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. We are finally out. Speaking of which, this is my first time leaving Great Zhou's territory. The others were a little excited too. The Great Zhou Empire was huge, but it was very small compared to the northern wilderness region. Swoosh! At this moment, a flying dagger shot toward them with extreme speed. In an instant, it flew over 10,000 meters toward Zhou Xuanji and the others. Chapter 120. Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand and slashed with the sky-sundering Emperor sword, accurately deflecting the flying dagger. Clang! Xiao Jinghong drew his sword and walked to the front. Zhao Tsongjian automatically retreated to the back of the group. This was something they had rehearsed before, to prevent the enemy from ambushing them from behind. Zhou Xuanji looked over with narrowed eyes and saw a figure walking over from the horizon. He was wearing a bamboo hat and black clothes, making it impossible to distinguish his true appearance. May I know who you are? Xiao Jinghong asked loudly. Immediately, Zhou Xuanji kicked his butt, which made him stumble and almost fall. He turned around angrily, ready to question who it was. Zhou Xuanji looked at him coldly and said, "He already attacked and you're still asking who he is? Kill them all." Xiao Jinghong blushed with shame and immediately charged forward with his sword. Everyone continued to move forward at the same speed. Xiao Jinghong quickly started fighting with the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man held 2 flying daggers in each of his hands. His figure was like a ghost as he fought Xiao Jinghong to a standstill. "This person is also a nascent soul cultivator?" Northern Sword Valiant exclaimed. Feeling the strong pressure, his scalp went numb. The little black snake laid on the waiter's head and said weakly, "Outside of the Great Zhou, there are as many nascent soul cultivators as dogs?" Half a month ago, when the 3-eyed drought rodent went out to look for treasures, it ate something bad, causing it to starve for half a month. Han Shumbua said. "The Juema wasteland is extremely chaotic. Those who dare to hang around here are all very strong. Most of them are here to kill and rob." After all, he was a disciple of a sacred ground and had passed by the Juema wasteland before. With the tone of an experienced person, he said, "Our situation is very rare. As long as we are careful, we won't easily encounter a nascent soul cultivator." When Zhou Xuanji and the others approached, Xiao Jinghong had already decapitated the man. He searched the corpse for storage bags and storage rings. This person could be considered wealthy. He had quite a lot of pills and spirit stones. Everyone continued moving forward. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, 2 burly men charged toward them with giant hammers in their hands. They were also at the nascent soul realm. Xiao Jinghong fought against 2 enemies at the same time. He suffered some light injuries, but he still managed to kill the 2 enemies. "Is this what you mean by rare?" The little black snake glared at Han Shumbua and questioned. After that, he looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Master, this brat spoke rudely. I suggest that you give all of his food to me." Han Shumbua was anxious. What they ate was not grains, but medicinal pills and cultivation ingredients. Zhou Xuanji was quite generous to them. Other than the enchanted artifacts and energy techniques, all of Han Shumbua's spirit stones and pills were taken by Zhou Xuanji. He was still waiting to recover his strength, so why was his food confiscated? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Your food for half a month belongs to it." Han Shumbua wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Zhou Xuanji was too domineering. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and walked straight to Xiao Jinghong's side. "Let's find a place to stop. Our target is to ambush the Empress of Great Zhou, not to cross Juema Wasteland." Xiao Jinghong nodded, and then he leaped up and flew towards the horizon on his sword in search of a suitable place to stay. Jiang Shui walked over and asked mysteriously, "Xuanji, do you feel that something is wrong? I always feel that something is staring at us." Zhou Xuanji looked around. Other than them, there was no trace of anyone else, nor were there any demons. His cultivation was higher than Jiang Shui's, but he did not feel anything wrong. Jiang Shui might have been too nervous. He shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry. There are so many of us. How can we run into ghosts?" Speaking of which, he had come to this mythical world for so long. He had seen astral infant, demons, but he had never seen a ghost. In the Great Zhou Empire, it was rare to hear about ghosts. It was really strange. A big and small air were bored. They flapped their wings and circled in the sky, playing around. They flew extremely high. If one did not look up, one might miss them. After a while, Xiao Jinghong still had not returned. Suddenly, a convoy of 4 carriages came from the front. There were 10 soul fountain cultivators escorting the convoy. Zhou Xuanji and the others sat on the hill and did not hide. The convoy passed by them quickly. "Wait." At this moment, a cold voice came from one of the carriages, and the convoy stopped. The curtains of the carriage's window were pulled open, and a beautiful lady popped her head out. Her face was cold as she said, "None of you look like evil people, and your actions seem to be the first time you came to Juema Wasteland. Let me give you a piece of advice. Return to Great Zhou quickly and don't come out for a while." "Why?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. "The Sword Emperor of Great Zhou came to Juema Wasteland. Xinhao sect has sent out a wanted order, and the entire Juema Wasteland is searching for the Sword Emperor. Xinhao sect's top genius Huang Ming, who is as talented as Zhou Yalong, claimed to kill the Sword Emperor with his own hands. The beautiful lady replied. Her eyes were filled with passion and admiration. She paused and continued, "You should know who the Sword Emperor of Great Zhou is. You came from Great Zhou after all. With the Sword Emperor's temper, he will surely fight with Xinhao sect. By then, blood will flow in Juema wasteland like a river. You should stay away." After that, she retracted her head. The carriages continued to move forward toward Great Zhou's territory. The group's expression was strange. Huang Lianxin could not hold back her laughter. Sword Emperor of Great Zhou? Isn't that Zhou Xuanji? Ever since the battle at the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, Zhou Xuanji had a new nickname, the Sword Emperor of Great Zhou. Although the title of Sword God Zhou was domineering, it was given to him by himself. The Sword Emperor of Great Zhou was given to him by the people of Great Zhou. It was a completely different title. TSK. Seems like you have a lot of women who admire you. Jiang Shui said profoundly. The group heard her and burst out in laughter. Zhou Xuanji said proudly, "Of course. I'm handsome and powerful. Which woman would not like me?" Shameless. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him. She turned around and picked up the little black snake, preparing to vent her anger on it. "Why is it me again?" The little black snake cried out in despair. Next, it was rolled into a ball and thrown onto the ground. Zhao Tsongjian said with a frown, "Strange. How did Xinhao sect know that we would come to Juema wasteland?" Along the way, they did not sense anyone following them. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about this question too. He killed Tachishue, so Xinhao sect must be crazy to kill him. Han Shumbua said, "In this world, there are many people who are proficient in the art of divination. Even without seeing or hearing with their own eyes, they can still divine the whereabouts of others. Wei Suantian is one of them." When he said this, he was very careful and did not dare to act cool. So that's why. No wonder Wei Suantian knew where they were. Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. He looked at Han Shumbua with dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Sensing his gaze, Han Shumbua's body trembled. "I said something wrong again?" Another half an hour passed. Xiao Jinghong finally returned. After he landed, he said excitedly, "Revered teacher, guess what I found?" Chapter 121. Seeing that Xiao Jinghong was unusually excited, Zhou Xuanji could not help but be curious. He guessed, "Found a sword." Xiao Jinghong, known as the Sword Noble, loved swords. Other than swords, he loved nothing else. He even wanted to turn himself into a sword. Xiao Jinghong smiled mysteriously. "No, follow me." After that, he turned around and left in a hurry. Did this guy see a woman bathing? Why is he in such a hurry? Is he afraid of missing something good? The little black snake, whose face was covered in dust, mumbled. Zhou Xuanji whistled and a big and small air swooped down. The group followed Xiao Jinghong and were curious about what he found. They traveled for hundreds of miles. They came to a place where there were many hills. Looking ahead, the hills were undulating like waves, and there was no end in sight. Zhou Xuanji noticed that there were many red ants crawling on the ground. Some of them were almost as big as his pinky finger. His heart stirred as he inexplicably thought of something. Zhao Tsongjian walked at the back. He scanned the surroundings and said, "Could this be the land of the ants? Everyone be careful. An ant colony that can survive in Juema wasteland is definitely not simple." The others nodded. People often used ants to describe the weak. In fact, an elephant could be eaten by too many ants. Xiao Jinghong walked in front and was already a dozen meters away from the group. After entering deep into the hills, they were still moving forward. Finally, they stopped in front of an inconspicuous hill. The three-eyed drought rodent in Zhou Xuanji's arm sprang out suddenly. It jumped onto the hill and began digging. Soon it sank into the soil. The hill was 6 meters tall. The soil on it was mostly sand and rocks, and there were few weeds. Xiao Jinghong pointed at the hill and said, "I found some rare treasures with my mind. They can be used to forge legendary swords." It was related to swords indeed. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and was not interested. He had the supreme legendary sword system, so he did not care much about the materials used to forge swords. But Zhao Tsongjian and the rest were very interested. Zhou Xuanji sat down on the hill beside him and instructed, "Little Black, look after me. If an ant crawls on me, I will throw you into the ant nest. The little black snake heard him and shuddered. Just thinking about the feeling of being bitten by tens of thousands of ants made it shiver. It immediately came to Zhou Xuanji's side and looked around vigilantly. Jiang Shui and Han Shimbua sat on either side of Zhou Xuanji. After the three-eyed drought rodent went down, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Beixiao Wangjian started to dig the soil, preparing to go underground. Xuanji, do you really not feel like you're being watched? Jiang Shui suddenly pulled the corner of Zhou Xuanji's shirt and asked anxiously. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, Don't be so suspicious, we have so many people. Han Shimbua sat and said with a smile, Although there are many strange things in the Juama wasteland, as long as we are careful. Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui looked at him instinctively. His face was filled with fear, and his body was trembling slightly. Following his gaze, Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji did not see anyone, only mountains. Zhou Xuanji slapped the back of his head and cursed. You dare to scare me? Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm tightly. She had goosebumps all over her body. Han Shimbua stuttered. Don't you see? There are two little girls who had their stomachs sliced. Their eyes are bleeding and they are looking at us. Zhou Xuanji looked over again. Where? The little black snake cursed. You dare to say such things in broad daylight. Master, give me his food for the next 2 months if... Its voice stopped abruptly. Its entire body straightened, and its eyes opened wide. Zhou Xuanji looked over, but there was no one around. He was furious. He took out the chicken-slaying sword and said, Little Black, you dare to scare me? The little black snake said with a trembling voice. No, so many ghosts. They are coming toward us and they are everywhere. A big and small air growled uneasily. Zhou Xuanji realized that something was wrong. These two cowards did not dare to lie to him. Moreover, Jiang Shui said that someone was watching her. Could there really be ghosts? Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the ghost curse sword and cursed, I believe in science. After that, he slashed with his sword. A wave of ghostly cries and wolf howls resounded, and the sword chi swept out in all directions. A shrill cry came which sent chills down Zhou Xuanji's spine. He could not see ghosts, which made the situation even more horrifying. A group of ghosts in broad daylight? Master, stop. At this moment, Huang Lianxin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly screamed. She quickly leaped in front of Zhou Xuanji to stop him from swinging his sword. Zhou Xuanji frowned and looked at her warily. Could it be that this lass was possessed by a ghost? They are my clansmen. Huang Lianxin sobbed with tears in her eyes. Clansmen? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Jiang Shui and Han Shimbua were confused too. Huang Lianxin wiped her tears and said, The city we are in is at the border of Great Zhou. Next to it is a kingdom. Strictly speaking, it does not belong to Great Zhou. It is isolated from the world, and everyone in the city belongs to one clan. Because of this, after Zhou Yalong massacred the entire city, there was no commotion at all. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, Is your ghost city nearby? Huang Lianxin shook her head and said, It's on the other side of Great Zhou. It's far from here. If so, why would the ghosts of Huang Lianxin's clansmen appear here? They stopped. The little black snake cried out in surprise. It seems like these ghosts are my clansmen. I did not expect to meet my descendant here. At this moment a cold voice came, as though it came from the depths of hell. A gust of cold wind blew. Zhou Xuanji and the others turned around and saw a man in a blood-red robe standing in the air. He was tall and had white hair. His face was cold, and his eyes were purplish red. He wore a silver crown with beads and a pair of wings made from demonic qi. The wingspan was 30 meters. Who are you? Han Shimbua asked with a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji looked a little solemn. He felt that this person was more powerful than Xiahou Gongji. Although he was not as powerful as the Sword Monarch, he was still powerful. Could it be? I am Huang Ming from Xinhao sect. The man in a blood-red robe said indifferently. A scythe appeared in his right hand. The scythe was blood-red and was surrounded by strands of black wind. Its murderous aura soared into the sky. The top genius of Xinhao sect, Huang Ming. Everyone's expression changed and prepared for battle. Huang Ming looked at Huang Lianxin and said, Do you know why Zhou Yalong massacred your clansmen? because you are my descendant. He was severely injured by me, so he took revenge. Having heard that, Huang Lianxin's pupils contracted. Her body trembled and she could not believe her ears. She was the descendant of a powerhouse from an evil sect? Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Han Shimbua, and the little black snake were all stunned. They did not expect Huang Lianxin to have such a background. Hold on. Huang Lianxin had the talent to see through all things. She could not be an ordinary person. Chapter 122. We were blocked by this guy the moment we came out. We're so unlucky. The little black snake sighed, but he did not panic. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Take out the God Emperor sword and slay him. I have faith in you." Piak Zhou Xuanji slashed back with the ghost curse sword's cross-section, which sent the snake flying away as though he was hitting it with a ruler. Impudent. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself while staring at Huang Ming. Huang Ming was not as powerful as the sword monarch, so he was not afraid. But when he thought about how he was going to become a cripple again, he felt a pain in the ass. At this moment Huang Ming stared at Huang Lianxin and said, "You have the Ghost Emperor divine eyes. Come back. I will nurture you to be the new chief of the Ghost Emperor tribe." Ghost Emperor divine eyes. Huang Lianxin's body trembled and instinctively touched her eyes. Jiang Shui immediately hugged her arm and said, "Sister Lianxin, didn't you say that you will always be with us?" The little black snake crawled over and said, "You really know how to boast. Your Ghost Emperor tribe is gone, and only the two of you are left. She will be the chief, and you will be her ancestor." Huang Ming glanced at him with a murderous intent, which frightened him and quickly hid beside Zhou Xuanji. Boom! Boom! Two silhouettes burst out from the ground and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. It was Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian. They sensed the shocking murderous aura on the ground and immediately came out to help. "So powerful." Zhao Tsongjian squinted his eyes and mumbled. Huang Lianxin took a deep breath and patted the back of Jiang Shui's hand. She smiled and said, "Of course. I promised to follow you for life, so I won't go back on my word. Without you, I'm afraid I would have died in the Shady Mountain stronghold." Having heard her, Huang Ming frowned. He raised his scythe and demonic chi surged. Billowing thunderclouds gathered around him. Numerous ghostly shadows appeared. They levitated with their feet off the ground, maintaining the image they had before they died. Each of them looked horrifying. At a glance there were at least tens of thousands of them. These vengeful ghosts surrounded them tightly as though they would pounce on them any time. "You are Xinhao Pontiff Ming?" Xiao Jinghong asked. "How did you find us?" Could it really be as Han Shenbua had said, that it had been deduced? Huang Ming ignored him and stared at Huang Lianxin. "If you don't repent, I will take away your Ghost Emperor divine eye." Dazzling. Huang Lianxin did not panic. She held Jiang Shui and walked to Zhou Xuanji's side. She looked back at Huang Ming and said, "Perhaps you really are my ancestor, but I have a master now, and he is stronger than you." With these words, Zhou Xuanji felt good and straightened his back. Huang Ming squinted his eyes and swung his scythe at Zhou Xuanji and the others. The demonic aura turned into countless sharp arrows and poured down like a torrential rain. Zhou Xuanji directly took out the God Emperor sword and created the God Emperor. He slashed out, and the black arrow instantly dissipated. Huang Ming's eyes widened as an invisible sword chi rushed towards him, causing him to dodge immediately. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. He instinctively looked at his God Emperor sword. His right hand trembled slightly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What's going on? Why did the backlash come so quickly? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. His injuries were already healed. The Ghost Emperor chi from the previous time is still lingering in your body. It has yet to dissipate completely. It needs time. The sword spirit reminded, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. He felt that he would be crippled after 8 slashes. In the air, Huang Ming's face was hideous. "Sword God Zhou, just you wait. Although I don't know why you came to Juema Wasteland, Xinhao sect will not let you step out of Juema Wasteland." After that, he turned into a wave of demonic chi and dissipated in the air. He left just like that? Zhou Xuanji was stunned and quickly stored the God Emperor sword. Zhao Tsongjian smiled and said, "This brat is sensible, or else he will surely die here." The little black snake snorted. Didn't you boast about how powerful Huang Ming was? The others heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Huang Ming was no match for Zhou Xuanji. Xiao Jinghong exclaimed in admiration. The God Emperor sword is indeed the sword of an emperor. Oh right, master, there are 6 pieces of geocentric flame iron below. You can have 2 and the 4 of us can have 1 each. In the team other than Zhou Xuanji there were only Xiao Jinghong, Bei Xiao Wangjian, Zhao Congjian and Huang Lianqin. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is the geocentric iron good?" Before Xiao Jinghong could answer, Zhao Congjian rushed to answer. Of course it's great, it can forge magical equipment of level 5 and above. At this moment, Northern Valiant Sword also broke through the ground. After they landed, the 3-eyed drought rodent crawled out from his arms and quickly ran to Zhou Xuanji's feet. Northern Sword Valiant waved his right hand, and 6 long stones that were 2 feet long appeared in front of everyone. Earthcore Flame Iron. It looked like a long stone, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that its surface was suffused with a metallic luster. If an ordinary person saw this stone, they would probably ignore it. Let's leave this place first, Zhou Xuanji nodded and said. He urgently needed to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he use the God Emperor sword as he pleased. In a valley deep within Juema wasteland, hundreds of thousands of evil cultivators gathered. Huang Ming sat on a giant rock. Demonic chi that looked like dragons and snakes coiled around his body. He opened his eyes slowly and said, God Emperor sword? No wonder it's the legendary sword that pulled the sword monarch down from his pedestal. Just when he finished speaking, a demonic shadow descended from the sky. It was exactly the same as him. This demonic shadow quickly entered his body. Before this, he used this demonic shadow to test Zhou Xuanji. Below him, a middle-aged man in a black robe asked, Revered teacher, when are we going to act? Hundreds of thousands of evil cultivators raised their heads in anticipation. Now that Sword God Zhou was famous across the world, who did not want to kill him? If they could kill Sword God Zhou, they might become famous across the world. Huang Ming muttered, Let's wait a little longer. The Sword Monarch may look magnanimous, but he is intolerant. Only with Sword God Zhou's death can he rebuild his reputation. Besides, Sword God Zhou offended the Empress. With the Empress and Zhou Yalong's character, we can use Sword God Zhou to lure the snake out of its hole. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, he wanted to kill Zhou Yalong more. Ta Qixue was Ta Tianqin's grandson. Their relationship was ordinary. He purposely spread the news to let the outside world think that he and Sword God Zhou were irreconcilable, so as to lure Zhou Yalong out. Zhou Yalong was talented, but he did not have many achievements. If he could kill Sword God Zhou, Zhou Yalong's position as the emperor would be secured. The evil cultivators heard him and could only suppress their excitement. More than a month later, analyze that the sword owner has reached 17 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Falling Flowers Centenary Golden Embryo Pill for level 1 spirit stones. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating on a tree, opened his eyes. 4 level 1 spirit stones? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He took out Falling Flowers and wanted to see what this gold-grade legendary sword could do. Since the sword owner already has many legendary swords, I will now announce the higher grades of the legendary swords. Chapter 123. Announce the higher grades of legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji was looking forward to it and began waiting. The little black snake climbed up the tree trunk suddenly and flicked its forked tongue. There were 2 small bumps on its head, which made it look even more terrifying. Master, I have a request. It spoke seriously and kept its distance from Zhou Xuanji. At this distance, Zhou Xuanji should not be able to hit it with his sword. A sword suddenly appeared in Zhou Xuanji's hand. It was Heavenly Flower Shower, which scared the little black snake so much that it fled far away. He looked at the little black snake suspiciously before turning his attention back to Heavenly Flower Shower. The sword was golden in color and was engraved with many patterns. As the blade shook, it looked as though countless heavenly flowers were falling. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name. Heavenly Flower Shower grade. Gold description. Heavenly Flower Shower. The sword chi transforms into flowers. It is extremely confusing and can easily trap the enemy in an illusion. Not bad, Zhou Xuanji thought. Ever since he obtained the God Emperor sword, gold-grade legendary swords were no longer in his eyes. He asked in his heart, why is it not announced yet? Currently, the grades of legendary swords that can be announced from bottom to top are ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God-slaying, and Armageddon. As for the higher grades, the sword owner needs to become more powerful before he is qualified to know. Heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God-slaying, Armageddon. All of them sounded so domineering. Zhou Xuanji blinked. He felt that he could travel freely in the mortal realm with just the glorious gold legendary swords. How horrifying would these grades be? God-slaying legendary swords. Could they really slay gods? Armageddon legendary swords that could destroy all living things in the world? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The supreme legendary sword system was indeed powerful. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came. They were in a small forest. The trees here were tall, and there were small lakes in the forest. It was suitable for living. It was Zhao Zongjian. He flew into the forest on his sword and quickly ran to the tree where Zhou Xuanji was. Master, the Empress is leaving Great Zhou, he said excitedly. With this, Zhou Xuanji looked at him, and so did the others. They came to Juema Wasteland to attack the Empress. How could they not be excited after hearing this? Xiao Jinghong hurriedly asked. Who's accompanying them? The Empress of Great Zhou's power had always been a mystery. She was definitely powerful, but not as powerful as the Sword Monarch. Zhao Zongjian said. First-class State General Shitan Changshi. Shitan Changshi was a name that shook the entire Zhou dynasty. The war god of the Great Zhou dynasty. Back then, when the Great Zhou Empire was facing the threat of annihilation, he risked his life to fight the generals of the various empires and almost died. He forcefully held on until Emperor Yan of Zhou broke through to the Great Realization stage. After breaking through to the Great Realization stage, Emperor Yan of Zhou used his peerless and tyrannical strength to suppress everything and lead the Great Zhou Empire from the brink of destruction to prosperity. Shitan Changshi's achievements were unparalleled, and he had been promoted and taught by Emperor Yan of Zhou. Now, within the entire Great Zhou, his strength could be ranked in the top 5, and he was not any weaker than the Sword Monarch. Zhou Xuanji could only injure the Sword Monarch with the God Emperor sword, but he could not defeat him. Now that he was facing Shitan Changshi, who was on par with him, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the Empress of the Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. When are they moving? Zhao Zongjian muttered. I'm not sure. They are still in preparation, but the plan is set. The news has been spread. I heard that the Empress will invite the demigods of the merciful Melody Cliff to Great Zhou to preach to the people. This is a joyous event for the entire Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji frowned. If he were to stop this, wouldn't he become a sinner of Great Zhou? But he did not mind. After killing the Empress, he was going to leave. What's the shortest time? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. It seemed that he had to seize the time and become more powerful. The shortest would be half a year. When they come out, it would be 8 months. Zhao Zongjian thought. Such a big event could not be prepared in a few days. They still had to prepare the gifts after all. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said to the group, Did you hear that? Cultivate well. Don't slack off during this period of time. It will be a battle of life and death. Yes. The group replied and left. Not far away, the little black snake mumbled. Shitan Changshi. That's a ruthless person. He loves to eat dragons. I must be careful. On the tree, Zhou Xuanji took out the centennial golden embryo pill. According to the sword spirit's explanation, this was a divine medicine for tempering one's body. The golden embryo was formed by the astral infant after one's body reached its limit. He flipped his right hand, and a golden pill the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in his palm. Such a big one. I can't even swallow it. He forcefully broke it into half, put one half into his mouth and began to swallow. In an instant, a stream of heat flowed down his throat and exploded instantly. He immediately activated the inner energy technique of Sword Qi Golden Body Incantation to absorb the spiritual qi from the heavens and the earth. Whoosh, waves of spiritual qi flowed into his body, and the leaves on the tree swayed continuously. Soon countless fallen leaves danced down, and the scene was beautiful. Jiang Shui, who was cultivating her spell, looked back and saw Zhou Xuanji concentrating on his cultivation. He looked like a powerful cultivator. She breathed a sigh of relief and began to move her hands to continue cultivating lightning spells. Now she had already learned spells of all 5 elements and began to learn spells of other elements. This was arranged by Zhou Xuanji. Mastering spells of different attributes would come in handy in any difficult and dangerous environment in the future. Jiang Shui was looking forward to it. She wanted to become the most powerful support. Half a day later, boom! Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 8, and the surface of his body turned golden. He looked like a golden man, and the white dragon golden robe on his body fluttered continuously. Everyone turned to look at him. Golden invincible. Great accomplishment in physical cultivation. Han Shenbo mumbled to himself, and he looked a little dazed. Dual cultivation of energy and physique. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to escape from Zhou Xuanji. That's right. Zhou Xuanji had already broken through to level 4 of Sword Qi Golden Body Incantation. Golden Invincible. His physical strength had already reached an extremely horrifying level. According to his estimation, he had at least the strength of 1,000 bulls. The strength of 1,000 bulls was equivalent to the strength of 10,000 people. In the northern wilderness region, the strength of 10 people was equivalent to the strength of a bull. The most important thing was his physical defense. It was already a piece of cake for him to be impervious to weapons. At the same time, his spirit energy grew tremendously, and the power of his sword qi doubled. He opened his eyes suddenly, and 2 streams of sword qi shot out from his eyes. Boom! Boom! The 2 streams of sword qi smashed into the grass and created 2 small holes. Grass flew everywhere. The group opened their eyes wide. Xiao Jinghong breathed rapidly and said, "Sword qi emitted from the eyes is more powerful than spitting sword qi from the mouth." Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and jumped to the ground. His legs crushed the ground, and he landed on the ground like a giant elephant. "All of you push me together. See if you can move me." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Having heard him, Xiao Jinghong, Han Shenbo, Zhao Congjian, and Beixiao Wangjian walked up excitedly. Chapter 124. Zhou Xuanji opened up his arms. No matter how hard Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, Zhao Congjian, and Han Shenbo pushed, he could not move at all. "Did you guys not eat?" he said proudly. The 4 heard him and immediately became anxious. They channeled their spirit energy and pushed Zhou Xuanji back a meter. Then they stopped. The 4 pushed until their faces were red, but they could not move Zhou Xuanji. Finally, they gave up and could only sigh. Zhao Congjian said hesitantly, "Should we train our physique too?" Xiao Jinghong shook his head. He was only focused on the sword. Beixiao Wangjian had trained in physique cultivation before, so he knew that he was not talented enough. Han Shenbo sighed. "Physique training is extremely difficult. It will take up a lot of time for us to improve our cultivation." The golden glow on Zhou Xuanji's body receded. He smiled and said, "Seems like we need a tank." "What's a tank?" Han Shenbo asked curiously. At this moment, Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin walked over. Jiang Shui said with a smile, "A tank is someone with high defense and high HP. He's responsible for blocking most of the enemy's attacks." Xuanji said before that a perfect team needs assassins, warriors, tanks, archers, sorcerers, and support. You should all know about assassins. They are existences that can assassinate the enemy in one strike. Warriors are the main battle force. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian are like warriors now. I'm like a sorcerer and support. For archers, you sword cultivators can be them too. It's a long-range attack anyway. Looking at Jiang Shui's eloquent explanation, Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh. He could not help but think back to his previous life. He could no longer play those games, so he could only cultivate. Xiao Jinghong rubbed his chin and muttered, "Meng Tianlang is suitable to be a tank. If that guy is here, we can nurture him." He could not forget his old lover. Huang Lianxin tilted her head and thought, "If that's the case, we really should find an archer. Using sword qi from a distance is still too slow." Zhou Xuanji smiled. "If it's a tank, it's easier." He looked at the little black snake, who was rolling on the ground not far away, and said, From today onwards, everyone beat Little Black up to train its defense. When the little black snake heard this, it hurriedly arched its body like a rubber band. It shouted, "Why should I do that? I'm not convinced. How can I be a tank when I'm so small? I can't block the attacks for you at all." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and said, "A big and small air have potential too. The demon race is most suited to be tanks. Everyone nurture them well in the future." Everyone nodded. They chatted for a while more before disbanding and continuing to cultivate. After breaking through to golden invincibility, although Zhou Xuanji's power had increased tremendously, it was still not enough. How powerful was Shitan Changshe? He had to work harder. 5 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 9 and was one step closer to Soul Fountain. Breaking through to the Spirit Spring stage at the age of 18, if this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. In these 5 months they encountered enemies from time to time. The bounty on Xinhao Sect's head was still up, but the devil cultivators of Xinhao Sect never came. Zhou Xuanji and the others sent people to fight according to the strength of their enemies to train their battle awareness. Even Jiang Shui had participated in the battle. All in all, everyone was becoming stronger. This day Zhao Zongjian came back after getting some information. Master Zhou Yalong returned to the capital. The Empress might be delayed for another month, but the time has been confirmed. She will move out in at most 4 months. She will be accompanied by 100 elite royal guards. The weakest of them is at Astral Infant. Zhao Zongjian cupped his fist and said to Zhou Xuanji, who was internalizing qi on the tree. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Take a rest." Zhao Zongjian turned around and left. He was very excited, as though he could not wait for the battle to begin. If they succeeded in killing the Empress, how earth-shattering would that be? At this moment thunderclouds gathered. A ball of demonic qi flew toward him quickly. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, and the others were on their guard. This or a Xinhao sect, Huang Ming. The demonic qi stopped above the forest and gathered into Huang Ming's appearance. He looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword God Zhou, let's work together to kill the Empress. How about that?" Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and asked, "You want to take revenge on Zhou Yalong?" Huang Ming said expressionlessly, "Zhou Yalong slaughtered my clansman, so I killed his mother. It's karma. Let's see if he feels bad." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others gathered together and looked at him warily. "Of course, but the Empress has to be killed by me," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. If Huang Ming could hold Shitan Changshe back, the pressure on him would be even smaller. Huang Ming nodded and said, "This matter is only against the Empress. After this we will leave and rest for a while before we fight again. How about that?" Xinhao Sect's mission was still there, so he had to deal with Zhou Xuanji, of course. Zhou Xuanji was surprised in his heart. This guy is so principled. He did not trust Huang Ming completely. How could someone from an evil sect believe a one-sided statement? "Before we act, I will send someone to inform you." After he said this, Huang Ming left, and the thunderclouds in the sky dispersed. Xiao Jinghong walked under the tree and reminded, "Revered teacher, we have to take precautions against this." Han Shimbua said, "Huang Ming has a good reputation. I rarely heard of him doing despicable things. He is a man of his word and never breaks his promise." The others followed suit and expressed their opinions. Zhou Xuanji sat on the tree and looked toward the horizon. "When the time comes, just keep an eye out," he said. "The Empress of Great Zhou. Your retribution is coming. Are you ready?" 4.5 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 10. A Xinhao Sect's evil cultivator came to the forest and shouted, "Sword God Zhou, my master is asking for your help. The target is coming out from his isolated cultivation." He looked a little nervous. He had heard of Sword God Zhou's fame after all. He could even injure the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. With such power, he was not weaker than Huang Ming. Soon, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Han Shimbua, Bei Xiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, Little Black, and a big and small heir walked out from the forest. "Lead the way." Zhou Xuanji, who was walking in the middle of the group, said calmly. Having heard him, the evil cultivator immediately turned around and walked ahead. At the same time, Within the borders of Great Zhou, at the border of a kingdom, a group of carriages was moving ahead. 100 armored royal guards of Great Zhou rode on fierce-looking horses. At the front was the first-rank state general Shitan Changshi. Shitan Changshi was tall and muscular. He wore a suit of golden armor and had a resolute face. There were 2 parallel scars on his cheeks, which looked like 2 centipedes. He wore a golden crown with 2 phoenix wings on his head. He held the reins and looked ahead expressionlessly. "General, this trip to Merciful Melody Cliff will be filled with danger." A royal guard beside him said with a tinge of worry on his face. "What are you afraid of? With me around, whoever dares to come will die." Shitan Changshi said expressionlessly. He paused and continued. "Moreover, a ruthless guy is waiting for us at the end of Juema Wasteland. With his protection, even if Ta Tianchen comes personally, he will not be able to do anything to us." Chapter 125. Powerful guy? Who? The Great Zhou Royal Guard beside Shitan Changshi asked curiously. How powerful must someone be to resist Ta Tianchen? Great realization. As far as they knew, Mahayana cultivators were like earth gods. Shitan Changshi laughed lightly. Baba Blade Master. Have you heard of him? The royal guard looked confused. Apparently, he had not heard of him before. If you have traveled outside of Great Zhou, you will know how powerful this person is. He is famous in the entire northern wilderness region. He is also the Empress' elder brother. Back then, he and His Majesty were brothers. It was a legend in the northern wilderness region. Shitan Changshi said with a smile. As he recalled the past, he sighed. The Empress' elder brother? Emperor Yan of Zhou's adopted brother. The royal guard heard him and was immediately filled with respect. He was also curious about Baba Blade Master. General Changshi, don't put your hopes on others. You must not let your guard down. At this moment, a cold and noble female voice came from behind. Her tone was slightly dignified, like that of an empress. The voice came from a carriage in the middle of the group. The carriage looked exquisite, and a blue crystal ball the size of a human head was mounted on it. Shitan Changshi smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, Empress. I will not be distracted. He turned around and said. After that, he looked ahead and dared not to continue chatting. Juema Wasteland. Zhou Xuanji and the rest followed the evil cultivator to a small hill. The evil cultivator moved his right hand and chanted. A huge hole appeared on the hill. Follow me. The evil cultivator waved his hand and entered the hole. Zhou Xuanji looked at a big and small air and said, Wait nearby. If you encounter an enemy, fly up. A big and small air nodded and left. The group entered the hole. Below them were tunnels that extended in all directions. They were 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and there were many spirit stones that shone brightly in the surroundings, illuminating the tunnels. Xinhao sect is really persistent, Xiao Jinghong said in amazement. Looking at these tunnels, it was obvious that they had prepared for a long time. The evil cultivator leading the way said proudly, Of course. We dug for a whole year. There is a spell formation above that can block out divine senses. When the time comes, the Empress will surely ambush us. Beixiao Wangjian asked, How many people did Xinhao sect prepare? 100,000. They are all elites of Xinhao sect. They are spread out in all the tunnels so that it is easier to locate the Empress of Great Zhou. The demonic cultivator replied. He didn't hide anything because Huang Ming had instructed him to answer truthfully. Since they were working together, if they were not honest, it would be easy for problems to occur. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. Xinhao sect's plan was really meticulous. They thought more than he did. After this matter was over, it was better to leave Juema Wasteland as soon as possible to avoid being killed by Xinhao sect. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji and the others finally came before Huang Ming. This was an underground plaza. Thousands of demonic cultivators were excavating spirit stones while Huang Ming sat on a boulder and cultivated. Sensing the aura of Zhou Xuanji and the others, he opened his eyes. Sword God Zhou, you're here. Cultivate here and wait for the Empress of Great Zhou to pass by. Huang Ming said calmly as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Zhou Xuanji nodded before leading the group to a corner and sitting down. Zhao Tsongjian said softly, Everyone be careful. This is the best place to ambush me. The little black snake stared at him and said unpleasantly, "Are you reminding them?" Zhou Xuanji sat down with his legs crossed next to Jiang Shui. He said with a deep voice, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. When everyone cultivates, leave one person behind to observe the situation." Huang Lianxin looked around. With the ghost emperor divine eyes, she could see through the rocks to see if there was an ambush. Xiao Jinghong and Han Shumbo were observing their surroundings too. They were looking for the best place to escape. Huang Ming continued to cultivate. Although the other demonic cultivators looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others occasionally, they did not show any murderous intent, but continued to excavate spirit stones. Next, there were demonic cultivators reporting the situation every day. The Empress of Great Zhou had yet to enter Juama Wasteland, until 20 days later. Report. "My lord, we found the Empress convoy." An evil cultivator flew up to Huang Ming and knelt down before him and reported. Having heard him, Huang Ming opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous intent. He got up straight away and cried out, "Everyone, head to the tunnel below the target." Thousands of demonic cultivators put down the digging tools in their hands and followed the reporting evil cultivator to lead the way. Huang Ming looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Let's go." Zhou Xuanji nodded and followed the main group. After an hour, they finally reached their destination. The tunnel was filled with Xinhao sect's demonic cultivators. Huang Ming flew over the demonic cultivators' heads. He stopped and looked up. He scanned with his mind and saw the situation above. "Wait for my command. Leave Shitan Changshu to me. Sword God Zhou will kill the Empress." Huang Ming lowered his head and ordered. Zhou Xuanji was also giving out orders. "After we get out, don't join the battle." Zhou Xuanji instructed. Beixiao Wangjian, Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and the little black snake were only powerful enough to become cannon fodder if they joined the battle. The group nodded. At the same time on the surface, Great Zhou's convoy continued to move forward. Shitan Changshu suddenly took out a heavenly halberd and looked ahead with a slight frown. He could already sense an indistinct murderous intent. "Everyone be on guard. The first wave of enemy attack is coming," he said with a deep voice. As Great Zhou's first-grade state general, he had been through many wars. More than 10 million people had died in his hands. He was extremely sensitive to murderous auras. Looking ahead, there was nothing but flat land in all directions. Not even trees could be seen. The danger could only come from two directions. Boom! The ground in front of him exploded suddenly. A blood-colored silhouette shot out and charged toward Shitan Changshu with extreme speed. It was Huang Ming. With a giant scythe in his hand, he slashed at Shitan Changshu furiously. Shitan Changshu's pupils contracted suddenly. He raised his heavenly halberd to block. Clang! The sound of the weapons clashing was sharp and clear. At this moment, the ground around the convoy exploded as well. Silhouettes dashed out from the ground like a myriad of arrows. "Empress of Great Zhou, it's time for you to die." Zhou Xuanji's cold and murderous voice resounded across the clouds. With the sky-sundering emperor sword in his hand, his white robe fluttered in the wind as he slashed toward the carriage where the empress was. The power of the ancient sword emperor. Tempest slash. The sword chi, which was hundreds of meters long, descended with a domineering aura and blasted the entire convoy. Dust billowed up and countless treasures were blasted away. The 100 royal guards quickly dodged. "You're courting death." Shitan Changshu roared furiously. Boom! A horrifying aura exploded from his body like a volcano eruption and sent Huang Ming flying away. He leaped up and slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his heavenly halberd. Chapter 126. Sensing Shitan Changshu's shocking murderous aura, Zhou Xuanji could not dodge in time and slashed with his sword instinctively. It was the same tempest slash. A sword chi that was hundreds of meters long swept across. Shitan Changshu's face was hideous. He stabbed with his halberd and dispersed the sword chi. Next he came up to Zhou Xuanji. But when he saw Zhou Xuanji's face clearly, he was a little dazed. The wind-cutter sword appeared under Zhou Xuanji's feet. He used the 8-step sword lunge and came to the ruins hundreds of meters away. The evil cultivators began attacking the royal guards one after another. A great battle broke out. Dust billowed in the air. Zhou Xuanji stared at Shitan Changshu with squinted eyes. This person's power was really horrifying. At that moment he even felt like he was facing death. At this moment, Huang Ming charged toward Shitan Changshu again. He felt ashamed that he was sent flying by Shitan Changshu's aura. The two of them fought again. Their cultivations were so powerful that each time they clashed, a violent gale swept up and destroyed the heavens and the earth. Shitan Changshu was shocked in his heart. Who is that brat? Why does he look so much like His Majesty? He thought to himself in confusion as he fought with Huang Ming. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Jiang Shui, and the others flew out from underground. They did not participate in the battle but watched from afar. Even if they wanted to participate, there was no opportunity. More and more devilish cultivators rushed out from the ground, flying into the air and then descending like a black rain. Zhou Xuanji stared at the spot where the carriages exploded. He could not sense the Empress aura. That woman died just like that? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He felt that it was unreal. Theoretically, the Empress should not be weak. Even if he used the power of the ancient Sword Emperor, he could not have killed her instantly. Are you looking for me? A cold female voice came from behind Zhou Xuanji, which made his pupils contract. He would never forget this voice in his life. The Empress of Great Zhou. He turned around and saw the Empress standing 20 meters away, looking at him coldly. The Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty wore a luxurious golden dress and a pearl phoenix coronet. Her face was beautiful and cold. Just by standing there, she had the aura of an emperor that reigned above all others. As the Empress, it was a miracle that she was able to survive until now with such boldness. Zhou Xuanji mocked in his heart. He wondered if Emperor Yan of Zhou was blind. If he became the son of heaven, how could he allow the Empress to be so ambitious? You really didn't die. That's good too. I won't be happy if I let you die too easily. Zhou Xuanji said as his eyes narrowed. Whenever he thought of Lady Zhao Xian's gentle face, his fury and killing intent surged. In actuality, aside from saving Zhou Xuanji in the end, Lady Zhao Xian was not a good mother. Usually, she would hand him over to the nannies and palace maids to take care of him, and when she had nothing to do, she would bring him around to show off. But Lady Zhao Xian was still quite adorable and truly loved him. This woman didn't even have time to learn how to be a good mother before she died. How could he not feel regret? Seeing the murderous aura emanating from Zhou Xuanji's eyes, the Empress smiled mockingly. I didn't expect a vile spawn like you to be so powerful. It seems like Daoya old man put in a lot of effort. The Empress said coldly. She and Lady Zhao Xian were both extremely beautiful, and they came from prestigious sections. They disliked each other. Now that she saw Zhou Xuanji's talent, which was even more overpowered than Zhou Yalong's, she could no longer hold back her jealousy. She waved her right hand, and a long silver whip appeared in her hand. There were many tiny spikes on the whip's body. The silver whip trembled and lightning coiled around it. That B*T*'s death won't let me be at ease. Today, I will send you to meet that B*T*. The Empress walked toward Zhou Xuanji, and a powerful murderous aura exploded. Zhou Xuanji advanced with his sword in hand instead of retreating. After I kill you today, I will kill Zhou Yalong next time and send you and your mother to the netherworld to reunite. After Zhou Xuanji said this, he charged toward her. He promised Huang Lianxin that he would avenge her, so he must keep his word. He came up to the Empress and activated the Soul Eater slash straightaway. 3 streaks of black sword chi rose from the ground and were about to tear the Empress into pieces. The Empress moved just as quickly. She whipped toward Zhou Xuanji and lightning flashed. Boom! The silver whip exploded the sword chi. The lightning intertwined with the demonic chi. The ground cracked and dust billowed up. Zhou Xuanji came to the back of the Empress with the 8-step sword lunge. Although the Empress lived a luxurious life, her battle awareness was extremely strong. Her spirit energy was even more powerful, which prevented Zhou Xuanji from getting close. Huang Ming, who was fighting with Shitan Changshu, frowned. Isn't Sword God Zhou able to injure the Sword Monarch? Why is he still in a stalemate with the Empress? Huang Ming was confused. Could it be that the rumors were not true? If he could rival the Sword Monarch, how could he not defeat the Empress? Although the Empress was powerful, she was far from the Sword Monarch. Shitan Changshu also noticed the battle between Zhou Xuanji and the Empress. He even heard their conversation clearly. Lady Zhao Xian's son. No wonder. Shitan Changshe thought to himself in shock. He suddenly remembered what Emperor Yan of Zhou said to him before he set off. His eyes turned complicated. At the same time, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were watching the battle anxiously. Jiang Shui asked softly, "Why is the Empress so powerful? According to the stories, shouldn't the mistress of the harem be busy with court battles?" Han Shambua said. "She came from merciful Melody Cliff. Back then, she fought alongside Emperor Yan of Zhou. Of course she's powerful." Zhou Xuanji was also shocked by the Empress' power. Even with the power of the ancient Sword Emperor, he could not injure her. This woman was definitely at the top of the astral projection stage. She might have already reached the spirit refinement stage. If so, Zhou Xuanji flipped his left hand, and the God Emperor sword appeared in his hand. The God Emperor Qi exploded and coalesced into a horrifying shadow. The Empress opened her beautiful eyes wide, and her heart was overwhelmed with shock. Such a powerful aura. No wonder he could injure the Sword Monarch. She was anxious in her heart. Why was Shitan Changshe not here yet? Huang Ming could not possibly be a match for Shitan Changshe. Zhou Xuanji slashed with his sword, and his sword Qi swept out. The Empress blocked with her silver whip but was pushed back by the sword Qi. Before the God Emperor sword Qi, the Empress looked so powerless. This made Huang Ming heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was confused. He locked his eyes on Shitan Changshe. Although Shitan Changshe was still exchanging blows with him, the two of them were exchanging blows and were too intense. It was unreal. Did I become more powerful? Or is he going easy on me? Huang Ming was astonished, and his expression turned strange. From afar, Xiao Jinghong also saw the problem. Why do I feel that Shitan Changshe is not fighting with his full power? He said with a frown. With this, the others turned their attention to Shitan Changshe. Could he be a werewolf? Jiang Shui cried out in shock. Chapter 127. Werewolf? It can't be. He has pure human bloodline. Or else, how could he become the first-rank state general? Han Shambua shook his head. At the same time, he saw something fishy. There was something wrong with Shitan Changshe's attitude. Jiang Shui shook her head with a smile and did not explain. The werewolf she mentioned was not a demon. It was what Zhou Xuanji often said to her. Others did not know, and she did not bother to explain either. She took it as a secret signal between her and Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji flew toward the Empress at a low altitude with the God Emperor sword in his hand. In his eyes, the Empress was no longer that powerful. She could even be considered weak. "Before you die, do you have anything else to say?" Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly. He could see something too. Shitan Changshe was waiting for him to kill the Empress. Could this person be a subordinate of one of the princes or concubines? The Empress steadied herself. Her face was covered in frost. She looked at Shitan Changshe and asked, "General, what are you doing?" Shitan Changshe, who was fighting with Huang Ming, said with gritted teeth, "I will do my best to live up to your Majesty's expectations. I swear to protect the Empress with my life." Having heard this, the Empress's pupils dilated. She immediately understood what Shitan Changshe meant. She smiled pitifully. "I see." She mumbled to herself, "Zissou, I have changed. You have changed too." Zhou Xuanji flew up to her and raised the God Emperor sword high. Facing the God Emperor sword, she could not escape even if she wanted to. With this slash, the Empress would be dead for sure. She looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a hideous face and said with gritted teeth, "Little brat, consider yourself lucky. I'm going to die today. But I have to remind you to be careful of your father." Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. Could it be that Emperor Yan of Zhou was behind all this? At this moment, the Empress sat down with her legs crossed and looked like she was not going to resist anymore. She lowered her head and smiled pitifully. "Actually, I'm in the same boat as your mother. Back then, when he ascended the throne, I was pregnant with his first son. He was supposed to be the crown prince, but he was poisoned by Ab** Tisich, who killed my unborn child. He lied to me. He promised me that after he ascended the throne, he would only favor me. My eldest son is dead. No matter how talented my second son is, he cannot become the crown prince. Why? When this empress saw him circling around Zhao Xian, this empress was reminded of that slut from back then. This empress wants you to experience the pain of a mother and son being separated by life and death. At this point, she gritted her teeth and laughed even more miserably. Looking back at the first half of his life, Emperor Yan of Zhou was just a young boy and was not valued by the previous emperor. She was the proud daughter of the Holy Land, and the difference in status between the two of them was like heaven and earth. In the end, she still followed him down the mountain and roamed the world. She accompanied him through mountains of daggers and seas of fire. She gave her all to protect him as he ascended to the throne. However, few of the promises he had made to her could be fulfilled. Zhou Xuanji looked at the empress expressionlessly. Even though the empress looked extremely pitiful, his heart did not waver. A life for a life was a matter of course. She suffered, but how could Lady Zhao Xian not suffer as well? Zhou Xuanji's God Emperor sword descended slowly. In the distance, Xinhao sect and the Great Zhou royal guards were still fighting. Shitan Changshe fought with Huang Ming with a hideous face. He roared occasionally, as though he had used all his strength and was extremely furious. The empress flipped her right hand, and a piece of paper appeared in her hand. On it were two crooked words. Mother. Long-er, you can only rely on yourself from now on. I will pray for you from below. The empress lowered her head and muttered to herself. The sword flashed. Soul-eater slash. The black sword chi engulfed her instantly, and the piece of paper in her hand turned into ashes. The earth shook violently, and the ground collapsed. Cracks spread out in all directions, shocking everyone and causing them to stop fighting and turn their heads to look at this scene. The Great Zhou royal guards were all ashen-faced. With the death of the empress, even if they could escape back to Great Zhou, they would not be able to escape the punishment of having their entire clan executed. Shitan Changshe frowned and appeared to be in a daze. He was an old general who had followed Emperor Yan of Zhou to conquer the world. He knew how difficult it was for the Empress and Emperor Yan of Zhou. Now that the Empress died at the Great Zhou Kingdom's gate, even he could not help but feel bitterly disappointed. Only now did he truly understand how heartless an emperor was. The Empress' astral infant did not manage to escape and died completely. Not even a piece of her remains was left. Zhou Xuanji stored the God Emperor sword. Cold sweat covered his forehead as he heaved a long sigh. Revenge was finally taken. Zhao Xian, mother, I have avenged you. In this life I will live for myself. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He retained the memories of his previous life after all. Although he was grieving when he thought of Lady Zhao Xian, it was not to the point where he wanted to die. After killing the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty, he felt a sense of relief. He immediately flew toward Jiang Shui and the others. You dared to kill the Empress. His Majesty will not let you off. Shitan Changshe roared in grief and indignation. After that, he turned into a stream of light and left. Everyone was stunned. The surviving Great Zhou royal guards' expressions changed drastically. They followed suit and fled, but Xinhao sect would not let them off. Huang Ming understood what Shitan Changshe meant and said immediately, kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. He turned to look at the direction where Shitan Changshe left. He smiled and mumbled, interesting. I can rope them in next time. The other side. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand and asked caringly, are you okay? Although the matter of revenge was satisfying, it was inevitable that they would think of sad things. Zhou Xuanji grinned at her and said, what can happen to me? I feel great. He turned to the crowd and said, let's go. He did not want to be besieged by Xinhao sect. No one had any objections and quickly left. Soon, all the royal guards of Great Zhou were killed. The corners of Huang Ming's lips curled into a sinister smile. Spread the news that Sword God Zhou killed the Empress of Great Zhou. It's best to spread the news to the Great Zhou dynasty. The bigger the better. Once Zhou Yalong knew about this, he would definitely go crazy and fight Zhou Xuanji to the death. When that time came, Zhou Xuanji would watch from the sidelines and capture both of them at once. The more he thought about it, the more carefree he felt. He even couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. The 100,000 demonic cultivators looked at each other in dismay. This battle was faster than they had imagined. At the same time, they also witnessed the cruelty of the Great Zhou. They were even more ruthless than the devil cult. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji and the others found a big and small air before leaving Xinhao sect. They could feel that a storm was coming. In less than 3 days, the news that the Empress of Great Zhou died under Sword God Zhou's sword spread like wildfire across Juema Wasteland and into Great Zhou. Great Zhou's reaction was much faster than Juema Wasteland. How can it be? Is Sword God Zhou crazy? Sword God Zhou killed the Empress of Great Zhou? Could it be because of what happened before? Of course. The Empress of Great Zhou sent someone to kill him. Of course he had to take revenge. But she was the mother of Great Zhou after all. Isn't Sword God Zhou too crazy? It's over. Zhou Yalong is going to be furious. If he ascends to the throne, Sword God Zhou will not be able to return to Great Zhou. Chapter 128. At a relay station in Juema Wasteland, there was a small inn here with 3 tables. A tall man sat at one of the tables. He wore a white robe and carried a black blade that was half a foot wide on his back. His black hair was tied up at the back of his head. His face looked like it had been shaved by a blade. The corners of his face were distinct, and his eyes were sharp. He looked down and swirled the wine cup in his hand. At this moment 2 men walked into the inn chatting and laughing. TSK. I didn't expect the Empress of Great Zhou to be dead. She died so tragically right after leaving Great Zhou. Not even her bones were left. Such a tragedy. Yeah. Sword God Zhou is too ruthless. That Shitan Changshu is too useless. He couldn't even protect the Empress. How can he be the state general? There's going to be a good show. Xinhao sect wants to kill Sword God Zhou, and Great Zhou wants to kill him too. The 2 chatted as they called for the waiter. The man in white put down his wine cup. He got up and walked to their table. Is what you said true? He asked in a deep voice. The 2 looked up at him and were frightened by his cold eyes. They quickly answered honestly. It's true. The news has spread across Juema Wasteland. That's right. The news has spread to Great Zhou. The man in white heard them and immediately left. He covered 100 meters with 1 step and disappeared into the horizon in 7 steps. The 2 men, the innkeeper, and the waiter were all stunned at this scene. The white clouds in the sky suddenly broke apart, as though the sky was cut apart. Great Zhou Empire. In a palace, a handsome man in a black robe with python patterns was cultivating on his bed. He had a handsome face. His hands were placed in front of his abdomen with his palms facing up. Gusts of wind drifted in the palace, causing the candles to flicker. He was Zhou Yalong, the most powerful genius of the Great Zhou royal family, the prince who had the highest chance to ascend to the throne. Zhou Yalong's brows twitched. He felt uneasy. Somehow he felt that something bad was about to happen. The higher one's cultivation, the more realistic this feeling was. At this moment, a maidservant walked in quickly from the door. Your Highness. Bad news. The maidservant knelt in front of him and cried out in fear. Her face was pale and her eyes were red. Zhou Yalong frowned and asked in a deep voice, What is it? Her Majesty. Her Majesty. The maid choked with sobs, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. Zhou Yalong's expression changed drastically. He raised his right hand and pulled the maidservant in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, Speak clearly. Do you want to die? The horrifying murderous aura made the maidservant shiver all over as she quickly shouted, Her Majesty the Empress died in Juema Wasteland, killed by Sword God Zhou. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Yalong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he seemed to have lost his soul. His right hand was powerless, and the maid fell to the ground. She was so frightened that she quickly turned over and knelt down. Zhou Yalong sat paralyzed on the bed, his lips trembling. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. His hands anxiously touched the bedcloth, and his face gradually became ferocious. Is that true? Aren't they escorted by Shitan Changshu? Zhou Yalong growled like a furious lion. At this moment, he really wanted to tear Sword God Zhou into pieces. Xinhao sect's Huang Ming has also made his move. He has restrained General Shitan, the maid cautiously replied. This was the first time she had seen Zhou Yalong in such a state, and it made her very afraid. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yalong suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with bone-piercing killing intent. How could he not know Huang Ming's strength? How could he not know Shitan Changshi's strength? He immediately transformed into a gust of black wind and flew out of the palace. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to the forest. Han Shenbo looked ahead and said, "After crossing this forest, we will be out of the Juema wasteland again. The empire in front is adjacent to the Great Zhou dynasty. We are still in danger." After Zaheo sect, Great Zhou also issued a wanted order for Zhou Xuanji. Emperor Yan of Zhou did not announce Zhou Xuanji's identity. As a prince, killing the empress of the Great Zhou dynasty was an act of insubordination. At the same time, it was an act of fratricide. It was a great taboo. If word got out, the entire Great Zhou dynasty would be shamed. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Next, we must not let our guard down. Xinhao sect will not let this go easily. We must find a good place. Give me 20 years and the next time I come out, I will be unrivaled in the world." The last time he said 10 years, he was slapped in the face. This time, to be on the safe side, he added another 10 years. He shouldn't be slapped in the face, right? The group nodded. They also wanted to find a place to focus on cultivation, so that they would not be in such an awkward situation. Huang Lianxin mumbled. 20 years later, Zhou Yalong should have ascended to the throne, right? Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said casually, "Then I will charge into Great Zhou and slay the emperor at that time." His heroic spirit soared to the sky. As long as one is alive, one should brag. Zhao Tsongjian said excitedly, 20 years later, will our master break through to Astral Infant? Astral Infant? Looking down on me? Then I will set Astral Infant as my goal. Zhou Xuanji snorted, and the group burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Break through to Astral Infant in 20 years? Kid, you are really arrogant. A familiar burst of laughter came, and the group turned to look. They saw Daoya old man standing on a tree, and looking at Zhou Xuanji and the others with a smile. Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and cried out, "Xuanji's grand teacher." Han Shimbo raised his brow. He had heard many rumors about Daoya old man. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. "Come here quickly. I have something to tell you. It's a miracle that you guys did not die in Juema wasteland." Daoya old man waved his hand and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really kill the empress. This guy is only 17 years old. What a devilish genius. Zhou Xuanji immediately brought the group to the tree he was on. Daoya old man jumped down and sighed. "You were used as a tool. Do you know that?" Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "I want to kill her. It doesn't matter whether I was used as a tool or not." The group was curious. They felt that it was strange too. The Empress of Great Zhou is too domineering. Emperor Yan of Zhou was worried that after he ascended, the Empress would interfere with politics, so he used you to get rid of the Empress. No matter who ascends to the throne in the future, he will not be controlled by the Empress. But do you know the Empress' background? Not only the merciful Melody Cliff, but her elder brother, Lin Guanyu, is also in Juema wasteland. Daoya old man sighed and looked as though Zhou Xuanji was in great trouble. What? Lin Guanyu is the Empress' elder brother? Han Shimbo cried out in shock. Fear was written all over his face. Lin Guanyu was in Juema wasteland. He looked back immediately out of fear. Who is Lin Guanyu? Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. Baba Blade Master. His blade is the most powerful blade in the northern wilderness region. Because of him, Emperor Yan of Zhou was even more fearful of the Empress and did not dare to get rid of the Empress personally. Daoya old man sighed. Zhou Xuanji heard him and frowned. The most powerful in the northern wilderness region. This title was indeed a little scary. Since you know that I am coming, then you can kneel down and wait for your death. At this moment, an indifferent voice resounded across the heavens and earth, as though a god was speaking to the mortal world. Chapter 129. Daoya old man's expression darkened as he cursed. Lin Guanyu really followed you guys. Baba Blade Master Lin Guanyu. The Blade Conqueror of the northern wilderness region was even more powerful than the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Back then, before Emperor Yan of Zhou became famous and ascended to the throne, he had already dominated a region. It's over, it's over. Han Shimbua's legs were trembling. He was terrified to the extreme, and his eyes were filled with despair. His understanding of the northern wilderness region was greater than Xiao Jinghong and the rest. He even knew what the name Baba Blade Master represented. Plop. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Was Lin Guanyu that terrifying? Pa! The little black snake rushed over and whipped Han Shimbua away with its tail, cursing. What a disgrace! This old man hasn't backed down yet. After saying that, it burrowed into Little Fool's wing and hid well. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian and Bei Xiao Wangjian drew their swords and prepared for battle. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Lin Guanyu strolled over from the horizon. He was dressed in white and carried a black saber on his back. Even from a distance, everyone could feel the oppressive aura that shook their hearts. Very strong. More powerful than the sword monarch of Great Zhou. It could even be said to be invincible. Behind Zhou Xuanji, Daoya Old Man sighed and said, "See, it's over. Even Emperor Yin of Zhou might not be a match for him." Not only did he get rid of the Empress, but he also diverted Lin Guanyu's hatred. What a brilliant move. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, if he's more powerful than Emperor Yin of Zhou and Emperor Yin of Zhou is about to ascend, why hasn't he ascended yet? Unscientific. You think Emperor Yin of Zhou wants to ascend? Daoya Old Man shook his head and said, anyone who has been the emperor for a long time will be forced to ascend. Otherwise, the Mahayana realm alone won't be enough to ascend. Although the emperor of an empire is awe-inspiring, once he ascends, his status will plummet, and he will become the lowest of immortals. Many emperors of empires would give up their positions in time. However, Great Zhou was facing a crisis before, so Emperor Yin of Zhou had no choice but to remain in office. Today, even if he gives up his position, he will still ascend. So the Mahayana realm was not the realm of ascension. It was just that Emperor Yin of Zhou was special. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and took out the sky-sundering emperor sword. Pa! Daoya Old Man slapped the back of Zhou Xuanji's head and said unpleasantly, Brat, you still dare to fight him? You must be tired of living. After saying this, he pulled Zhou Xuanji behind him. He glared at the others and scolded, all of you back off. Don't get in the way. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian and the rest quickly retreated. Lin Guanyu was incomparably powerful, and now was not the time for them to show off. Daoya Old Man, if you stop me, I'll kill you. Lin Guanyu's voice came from afar. His voice was casual, as if killing Daoya Old Man was a piece of cake. Daoya Old Man chuckled and said, your sister killed the daughter I raised myself. Now that she's dead, it's her retribution. Instead of finding trouble with Emperor Yin of Zhou, you're arguing with a child. You're not worthy of being a saber saint. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji and the others and said in a low voice, run. Run as far as you can. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, can you deal with him? Back then I couldn't save your mother. If I watched you die, your mother would never forgive me in the underworld. Daoya Old Man smiled. His smile was still as annoying as before. Get lost. Don't drag me down. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji looked at him intently before leaving with the rest. Lin Guanyu's voice came. If so, then I'll chop off your head first. Daoya Old Man straightened his back and said proudly, all my life I, Daoya, have always been kind to everyone. I have never fought with anyone, not with this world. But today I will show my brilliance. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew ahead. Hearing Daoya Old Man's words, they could not help but feel a sense of respect. Bei Xiao Wangjian sighed in amazement. Seems like Master's grand teacher is very powerful. Of course, Daoya Old Man is a deified being. There are many legends about him in travel books. Zhao Tsongjian nodded and said with admiration. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice, stop chatting. Hurry up. The group shuddered in their hearts and did not dare to speak anymore. Boom! A deafening explosion came from behind, which pierced everyone's eardrums. The entire forest shook, and trees were uprooted from the ground. The group was shocked. They immediately flew out of the forest and continued to fly ahead. Zhou Xuanji looked back. The wasteland was covered in dust, and Daoya Old Man was nowhere to be seen. He should be fine, right? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was a little worried. No matter what, Daoya old man did it to save him. Jiang Shui, who was in his arms, comforted him. Don't worry. He's so confident. Even if he can't defeat him, he should be able to escape. Zhou Xuanji nodded and flew on his sword at full speed. The group quickly disappeared into the horizon. An hour later, in the billowing dust, Lin Guanyu walked out with his saber. His white robe was stained with blood. In his left hand was a human head. It was Daoya old man. Daoya old man's face was hideous. His eyes were wide open, and he looked like he was going to risk his life. Escape? Even if you escape to the end of the world, I will still kill you. Lin Guanyu mumbled to himself before he carried Daoya old man's head forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 dragon eagles flew swiftly across the sky. Little Black and Huang Lianxin were on their backs, while the rest flew on their swords at full speed. Han Shumbua called out from behind. Great Shang Empire is in front of us. We cannot say that we are from Great Zhou. Great Shang Empire. Zhou Xuanji thought of the Shang Empire in China's history somehow. The northern wilderness region was really mystical. There was Great Zhou and Shang Empire. He wondered if there was Great Qin and Great Tang. I heard that Great Shang has many hidden talents, including a great Buddha with a golden body and auspicious aura. The sword monarch of Great Zhou was sent by Emperor Yan of Zhou to negotiate with Great Shang. He almost died in Great Shang. I don't know if it's true, Xiao Jinghong said with a solemn tone. Although Great Shang's prowess was not widely known among the people of Great Zhou, those who had been around for a long time knew that Great Zhou was always at a disadvantage against Great Shang. After we enter Great Shang, hide first. Zhou Xuanji instructed. He wondered how Daoya old man was doing. If they could not win, it was time for them to escape. In front of them were endless mountains and rivers. They were finally out of Juema wasteland. The group moved forward at full speed. Zhou Xuanji sent Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian to find a cave. It was best to find a cave that was connected to the underground. If they did not hide, they might die before they reached Great Shang. He hugged Jiang Shui's waist with one hand. Jiang Shui held a palm leaf fan in her hand and waved it continuously. Waves of mist spread out. She was using a water elemental spell to erase the scent that they left behind along the way. Soon Zhao Tsongjian and Xiao Jinghong returned. The two of them found a cave that was connected to the underground. The cave was located in a huge lake. The lake was surrounded by forests, and the river flowed in all directions. The group jumped into the river, including a big and small heir. All of them swam toward the bottom of the lake. Chapter 130. The lake was 200 meters deep. If not for their high cultivations, they would not have been able to swim to the bottom. Soon they entered the cave. Fortunately, the cave was wide. If a big and small heir were stuck at the entrance, it would be awkward. After entering the cave, they continued to swim. After swimming out of the cave, they swam another 100 meters upstream and arrived at another world. This was an underground space that was extremely vast. The reefs hanging at the top were extremely sharp and were dripping with water. Many strange crystals were embedded on the surface of the reefs, which glowed faintly. The crystals gathered together and illuminated the underground space. After the group reached the shore, they lay on the ground and began to pant. The long and intense escape made them very tired. Even the little black snake did not talk back. It laid on the ground motionlessly like a dead snake. Jiang Shui lay beside Zhou Xuanji and asked while panting, "Can we really hide from Lin Guanyu here? We can only pray." Zhou Xuanji sighed. This time he had kicked an iron plate. He did not expect the Empress to have such a powerful elder brother. Han Shumbua sighed. Now that we are being hunted by Xinhao sect, Baba Blade Master, and Great Zhou, we are in such a sorry state. Zhou Xuanji could not help but reflect on what he did wrong. Shouldn't he have allied with Xinhao sect? Xinhao sect was a powerful sect. Lin Guanyu did not dare to go against them directly, so the hatred was shifted to him. But if he did not ally with Xinhao sect, he might not have been able to kill the Empress. The reason was that he was too weak. After that, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian and Han Shumbua got up and began to set up a spell formation to conceal their chi signature, so that Lin Guanyu would not discover them. Gurgle gurgle. At this moment, bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake. The group got up immediately in fear and prepared for battle. Beixiao Wangjian swallowed his saliva and mumbled, It can't be him, right? Zhou Xuanji took out the God Emperor sword. Even if he were to die, he would die in battle. Wah! At this moment, a silhouette emerged from the lake. The group was pleasantly surprised. Daoya old man. He quickly leaped up and landed by the lake. As he patted his robe, he cursed, "Damn, I was almost killed by Lin Guanyu. Fortunately, my undying divine ability has reached the stage of perfection." Zhou Xuanji and the others came up and asked him all at once. Daoya old man sat on the ground and recounted the battle. It turned out that he had left a mark on Zhou Xuanji's body that could track him from 10,000 miles away. He held Lin Guanyu back for an hour and was finally beheaded. Fortunately, Lin Guanyu did not destroy his body. After Lin Guanyu left, he grew ahead and used a movement divine ability to track down Zhou Xuanji. Immortal technique? Are you Wolverine or Deadpool? Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Daoya old man crossed his arms in front of his chest and said proudly, "Why do you think I have so many legends? I'm really an immortal." Boasting. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes, but he realized that Daoya old man's return reduced the tension in the group. This old man gave people a great sense of security. Daoya old man placed his hands on his thighs and said, "From now on, don't go out. Cultivate here with peace of mind. Once you've mastered your cultivation and are no longer afraid of Lin Guanyu, I'll let you go." Everyone nodded. Being chased by Lin Guanyu like this, they were all suppressing a ball of fire in their hearts. Especially Zhou Xuanji. How many years has it been? Other than when he was 2 years old, it was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Lin Guanyu, right? Just you wait. One day my sword will break your saber. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were burning with flames as he roared furiously in his heart. Daoya old man glanced at him and sighed in amazement in his heart. He's totally different from his mother's character. He's really staunch. This is good. A man should be like this. He must take revenge and be fearless. After the thought, Daoya old man got up slowly and said, "I did some tricks in the lake. Lin Guanyu can't possibly discover this place. Let's start cultivating now." When everyone heard this, their spirits were lifted and they stood up. Zhou Xuanji sat by the lake and took out some elixirs to internalize qi. Daoya old man walked to his side and drew a circle with his finger. Next, he felt waves of spiritual qi gathering toward him. He looked at Daoya old man in astonishment. Daoya old man smiled as he stroked his long beard and left. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji and the others began to diligently cultivate. Their goal was to make it out as soon as possible. At first, Daoya old man would teach Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian and Beixiao Wangjian. But after Zhou Xuanji showed off his sword techniques, he went to teach others. In terms of attainment in the way of the sword, he could not compare to Zhou Xuanji. However, he could teach Jiang Shui, Han Shenbua, and the little black snake. Especially Jiang Shui, who amazed him with her incredible talent. She was even more powerful than Zhou Xuanji's mother. Therefore, he began to focus on teaching Jiang Shui. Under his guidance, Jiang Shui broke through a small realm in less than a month. Zhou Xuanji was happy for Jiang Shui, but at the same time, he began to doubt himself. It seemed like he was only suitable to teach swordsmanship. On this day, analyze that the sword owner has reached 18 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner has obtained gold soft velvety sword, silver divine crane sword, silver illusory sword, silver heavenly lights. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, causing him to open his eyes. 3 divine swords. He immediately took out the 3 swords, and at the same time, their information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, soft velvety sword grade, gold description. As long as the enemy is not more than 2 stages higher than the sword owner, once pierced by this sword, the enemy will lose all strength and fall to the ground. Sword name, divine crane sword grade, silver description. Made from the bones of a 1,000-year-old divine crane. It is extremely hard. Sword name, illusory sword grade, silver description. When swinging the sword, the blade can turn invisible and create a shadow, catching the enemy off guard. This soft velvety sword is interesting. Doesn't that mean that he can do whatever he wants after being pierced by it? Zhou Xuanji was amazed in his heart. He looked at the 3 divine swords in his hand. The soft velvety sword was a soft sword. The blade was only 2 fingers wide, and it looked like an ordinary silver sword. The divine crane sword was a white jade sword. The sword guard was in the shape of a crane spreading its wings. The illusory sword was a black sword that looked simple and ordinary. These 3 divine swords did not look fancy at all, but it was not bad to have 3 more swords. He was getting closer to the requirement of the 100 swords mode. After that, he began to inherit the heavenly lights. The heavenly lights was a sword technique. The amount of memory it contained almost made Zhou Xuanji faint. This sword technique was very powerful. The sword chi left his body and transformed into the image of the sun, moon and stars charging forward. After a while, the memory transfer ended. He stored the divine crane sword and illusory sword and began to practice his sword technique with the soft velvety sword. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was practicing, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin's eyes brightened, and they surrounded him. Another new sword technique. Chapter 131. Daoya old man also came over and said in surprise, "Oh, this kid is finally practicing the sword. I almost forgot that he's a sword cultivator." He could not deny Zhou Xuanji's attitude of desperately taking in qi, but that didn't mean he agreed with it. However, when he thought of Lin Guanyu's threats, he acquiesced. Zhao Tsongjian said proudly, "My master can master any sword technique very quickly, so he doesn't need to practice it normally. So powerful? Stop bragging." Daoya old man curled his lip and watched Zhou Xuanji train. Heavenly lights had a total of 72 sword forms, and each of them was tricky. Zhou Xuanji spent 22 breaths of time to learn one set. From the second time onwards, the speed at which he swung his sword suddenly increased. After 10 times, his speed increased again, and Daoya old man's expression changed. This kid. After 100 repetitions, heavenly lights reached the initial success stage. After 200 repetitions, the heavenly sun, moon and stars technique was completed. After 400 times, Zhou Xuanji realized the sword will. He held the soft velvety sword in his hand. Sword chi flowed around him, and the image of the sun, moon and stars appeared behind him. It was a spectacular sight. Even Jiang Shui, the little black snake, and Han Shenbo came over to watch. "What sword is this?" Zhao Tsongjian held back his excitement and asked. He really wanted to learn. Zhou Xuanji's expression was calm as he said, "The sword gives birth to the world, the sword gives birth to the small thousand world, the sword gives birth to the great thousand world. The sun, moon, and stars are the foundation of the world. This sword technique is the heavenly light of sun, moon, and stars." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Huang Lianxin, and Bei Xiao Wangjian were all stunned and repeated Zhou Xuanji's words. Daoya old man also frowned and fell into deep thought. This brat's words actually contained profound mysteries. Not simple. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and hit his name. He then walked up to Jiang Shui and asked about her cultivation progress. Bei Xiao Wangjian patted Zhao Tsongjian's shoulder and shook his head. "Don't think about it. There will be plenty of chances in the future." Zhao Tsongjian took a deep breath and nodded heavily. His eyes burned with fighting spirit again. Daoya old man suddenly held his chest, and his expression changed. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji and mumbled, "Why is this boy's talent in the way of the sword so strange? Could it be that something went wrong when I changed his life back then? Good fortune is accompanied by bad fortune, and bad fortune is accompanied by good fortune. This matter had to be vigilant." Everyone continued to cultivate in this underground space. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to the Soul Fountain stage. At the Spirit Spring stage, magical power would transform into Spirit Spring, flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and converging on the Niden. The speed at which the spiritual power circulated and was produced would be far faster than before, and the spiritual power produced would also be stronger than before. Simply put, Zhou Xuanji felt that his spirit energy had increased by more than 100 times. Detected that the sword master has reached the Spirit Spring stage. Beginning random lottery. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner has obtained Amethyst Phoenix Emperor Sword. Amethyst Divine Sword. Zhou Xuanji was exhilarated. Now, gold-grade legendary swords were no longer of interest to him. Amethyst-grade legendary swords were his real threshold. Although it was not as good as the glorious gold legendary sword, the side effects of the glorious gold legendary sword were too great. He immediately took out the Phoenix Emperor sword. The sword was crimson in color and was 1 meter long. The blade was as wide as an adult's palm, and the guard was carved in the shape of a phoenix. Its wings were facing downwards, giving it an extraordinary might. The end of the hilt was connected to 3 phoenix wings. Once the Phoenix Emperor sword appeared, the entire underground space was illuminated by the fiery light. Everyone felt a gust of hot air coming from behind them. They turned around instinctively and saw the Phoenix Emperor sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. Strands of flames came out from the blade and formed into a fiery phoenix behind Zhou Xuanji. The phoenix had a wingspan of 15 meters and looked extremely mighty. Such a handsome fiery bird. Daoya Old Man praised. This sword was not simple. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian were stunned. Another godly sword. The little black snake mumbled. Where did this brat get so many swords? Zhou Xuanji swung the Phoenix Emperor sword. It was so mighty. If he were to use the fiery sword technique, it would definitely be overpowering. At this moment, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name. Phoenix Emperor sword grade. Amethyst description. Millions of phoenixes gave birth to an imperial phoenix. The Phoenix Emperor sword was forged from the bones of the imperial phoenix. It contains the flames of the phoenix and can burn all things. Although it did not have the power of the ancient sword emperor like the sky-sundering emperor sword, Zhou Xuanji felt that the Phoenix Emperor sword was more powerful. He could control all the power of the Phoenix Emperor sword as he pleased. Maybe it was because he had reached the Soul Fountain stage. With the Phoenix Emperor sword in his hand, he felt that everything was so fragile. Awesome! Using 2 amethyst legendary swords and using the dual sword mode. I wonder if I can fight against the sword monarch of Great Zhou? There's still a long way to go. I can't be reckless. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stored the Phoenix Emperor sword into the supreme storage before continuing to cultivate. He walked to the lakeside and continued to internalize qi. Xiao Jinghong heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the sword in his hand and suddenly felt that his sword was not so handsome anymore. Daoya Old Man rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. After breaking through to the Soul Fountain stage, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation speed did not slow down but became even more ferocious. In 3 months he broke through to Soul Fountain level 2. The others were breaking through quickly too. Daoya Old Man cast a spell to absorb the spiritual qi from the surrounding earth veins for them to cultivate, which allowed them to progress at a tremendous pace. In the entire team, the weakest was at enlightening level 5. The little black snake was specially taken care of by Daoya Old Man. He was thrown into the cauldron from time to time, and used rare materials to strengthen his body. So the underground space would be filled with the aroma of snake meat soup every few days. This also caused a big and small heir to look at the little black snake differently. Now, the little black snake did not even dare to get close to them for fear that he would be eaten by them. For months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Soul Fountain level 3. This day, Daoya Old Man went out to investigate the situation. Lin Guanyu should have gone far away. It was impossible for him to keep wandering around unless he discovered him. 3 days later, Daoya Old Man returned. Crazy! Crazy! Lin Guanyu dared to barge into Great Shang alone and claimed that he wanted to capture Sword God Zhou. This forced Great Shang's Fury Buddha to intervene. Both sides were severely injured, and Lin Guanyu left with severe injuries. Daoya Old Man flew out of the lake and shouted loudly. He seemed extremely excited. Lin Guanyu was severely injured? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Did Lin Guanyu lose his mind? Daoya Old Man walked up to Zhou Xuanji and grabbed his shoulder. Great Shang will be holding a World Hero Conference soon. The top 10 will receive different rewards, and the first will receive 3 10,000-year-old Thunder Core Grass. You must get it. Zhou Xuanji resisted. Why? Can't you let me cultivate in peace? The 10,000-year-old Thunder Core Grass is a holy item for body refinement. It suits you very well and... Daoya Old Man blushed suddenly and stuttered. Back then I was injured by Lin Guanyu. His blade qi lingered in my body and could not be removed. This caused me to be unable to cultivate. If this continues, it will become a huge problem. I see. The group's expression became strange. Daoya old man felt embarrassed. He faked a cough and said righteously, "It is not enough to rely on hard work on the path of cultivation. It needs serendipity too. This is serendipity. Once you win, your sword chi golden body incantation will reach great accomplishment. 10,000-year-old thunder core grass can help you reach astral infant within a month. It is equivalent to years of hard work. Are you sure you don't want to go?" Chapter 132. When does it start? Where is it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. If he could break through to astral infant with the thunder core grass, he naturally had to try it. Moreover, who knew him in Great Shang? It's in Chaoga Royal City in 2 months. Once you enter the city, you will know where to participate. Great Shang is fair and just. As long as you register for the World Hero Conference, the clans and sects will not offend you. You don't have to worry about this. Of course, if you cause trouble and meet with trouble, there's nothing you can do. Whether you can escape or not depends on yourself. Daoya old man stroked his long beard and introduced. Even Zhou Xuanji was a little moved. "I want to go too," Zhao Tsongjian said excitedly. Daoya old man stared at him and said, "All of you are not allowed to go. Stay here and cultivate." Zhao Tsongjian's face turned bitter immediately. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Huang Lianxin and the others were moved too. Han Shimbo waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yeah, why go out? It's too dangerous." He had not fully recovered his cultivation, so he could not wait to stay. The little black snake popped its head out of the cauldron and flicked its forked tongue. The aroma of delicacies emanated from its body. "All of you stay. What ranking can you get if you follow him? If you don't work hard, he will break through to astral infant. My 1,000 years of cultivation cannot compare to this kid's 18 years of cultivation." Speaking up to this point, it could not help but sigh in sorrow. Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Shui and said, "Help me put on some makeup. It's best if I change my face." He then looked at Daoya old man and asked, "If my disguise is exposed, will I be disqualified?" Daoya old man chuckled. "Who is standing in front of you?" "It's me, the old immortal. Later, I will cast some spells on you so that no one will notice." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He really knew how to act cool. Shortly after, he followed Jiang Shui to the wooden hut in the corner and began to disguise himself. Jiang Shui's fingers were very cold, and she kept rubbing Zhou Xuanji's face. "This time we are not around. You must be more alert," Jiang Shui reminded him as she helped him disguise. Usually, Zhou Xuanji could cultivate or rest without worry. With them keeping watch, he could only rely on himself for a period of time. When you reach Chaoga, don't attract too much attention. You are not allowed to go to the brothel that Bei Xiao mentioned. You can't flirt with other women. "I can't." Jiang Shui chattered on, which gave Zhou Xuanji a headache. He said helplessly, "My sister, I'm going there to fight, not to flirt. Maybe Lin Guanyu is still hiding in Great Shang." Hearing this, Jiang Shui asked nervously, "Why don't you not go? What's the big deal about cultivating for another 10 years? I'll accompany you." Just like that, the two of them began to chat. Zhou Xuanji did not need the feeling of being hunted. He desperately wanted to become more powerful, so he had to go to the World Hero Conference. Besides, Daoya old man was still injured, so he had to save him. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui walked out of the wooden hut. Everyone turned around and was shocked. Huang Lianxin sighed. "It feels like a completely different person." Daoya old man walked up to Zhou Xuanji, bit his finger, and drew a line across Zhou Xuanji's forehead. "Disgusting," Zhou Xuanji said in disdain. He felt his forehead heat up, and following this, his entire face heated up. Daoya old man stared at him and said unpleasantly, "This is immortal blood." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and came to the lakeside to see his own face. "Damn! Why am I so ugly?" Zhou Xuanji was furious. He turned around and looked at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and said, "How am I ugly? It's just that you were too good-looking." At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had big eyes and thick brows. His skin was bronze in color, and he looked ordinary like a passerby. 3 months later, you will revert back to your original appearance. You must seize the time and come back quickly. Daoya old man reminded him. He was warning Zhou Xuanji not to stay in Jiaoga. There were many places in Zhaoga that mesmerized men. Back then, cough cough. Let's not talk about it. Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Shui bitterly, before he leaped into the lake and left immediately. Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. Then she pulled Huang Lianxin to whisper to her. I have a feeling that my revered teacher will be famous in Great Shang. Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji seemed to be able to turn the world upside down no matter where he went. Zhao Congjian and Beixiao Wangjian nodded. They were looking forward to it. Daoya old man shook his head and smiled. This World Hero Conference is not that simple. A child of destiny is participating, and Xuanji might not be able to defeat him. If he can defeat him, he will receive a great transformation. The group was curious. Child of destiny? Who could it be? After Zhou Xuanji dashed out from the lake, he flew toward Great Shang on his sword. He still remembered the direction that Han Shenbo pointed him in. After he entered Great Shang, it would not be difficult for him to ask for directions to Zhaoga Royal City. He traveled at full speed and was not worried that Lin Guanyu would suddenly appear. Since Daoya old man let him out, it meant that there was no danger. He still could not understand why Lin Guanyu would charge into Great Shang with such a large force. Why didn't he hide and wait for him to appear? Maybe he was overwhelmed by hatred. After all, he could not find them for half a year. Zhou Xuanji thought as he moved forward. Within an hour, he came to Great Shang's border custom. The border customs wall was 30 meters tall, which was equivalent to more than 30 meters. It was majestic, and the queue to enter the custom was long. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. He stored his sword and landed on the ground. He came to the back of the queue. TSK. The World Hero Conference attracted so many people. Yeah, this is an opportunity for a carp to leap over the Dragon's Gate. Once you show off, you will be recruited by various factions in Great Shang. Who would miss such an opportunity? Did you guys hear about the battle between Baba Blademaster and Great Shang's Fury Buddha? Is it important? Zhou Xuanji listened to the discussions in front of him quietly to gather the information he wanted. Great Shang's World Hero Conference was even grander than Great Zhou's Heaven Selection. There were no requirements, and the winner would receive the Emperor's token. Seeing the token was equivalent to seeing the Emperor of Great Shang. With this token, no one in Great Shang would dare to offend them. The Emperor of Great Shang was very smart. He would not forcefully recruit the winner and use this method to gain favor. After a long time, when Great Shang was in danger, all the heroes in the world would come to their aid. In the northern wilderness region, reputation was very important. Screech! At this moment, the sound of a ferocious beast came from the east. Everyone turned to look, only to see two green birds with wingspans of 50 feet pulling a car over from the horizon. On the steps of the carriage were two ladies. They wore a red dress and a white dress respectively. Both of them were as beautiful as flowers. The green birds pulled the carriage and quickly came to the border custom. My young master wants to choose 10 cultivators to help. After it is done, we will reward you handsomely, the lady in the red dress said. The woman in the red dress said. After that, she and the woman in the white dress leaped down like fairies descending to the mortal world. Let me do it. Let me do it. It's the Hanin divine sect. Green birds pulling the carriage. Could it be the saintess of the Hanin divine sect, Su Xianxian? Very likely. The cultivators in front of Zhou Xuanji were all excited. He noticed that most of them were men. He rubbed his chin and mumbled, "If I were the main character, I would be chosen by the saintess, and a melodramatic plot would unfold." At this moment, the lady in the white dress flew above Zhou Xuanji's head and pointed at him. "You come over and follow me," she said condescendingly, her expression indifferent. Chapter 133. Facing the fairy-like lady in a white dress, Zhou Xuanji rejected her immediately. "Sorry, I'm going to participate in the World Hero Conference. I won't be going with you." "Poor saintess. I won't give you the chance to touch me." The woman in the white dress frowned and looked at him with a strange expression. The same was true for the other cultivators in front of him. "It's on the way. Come with me. I'll reward you handsomely afterward." The woman in the white dress nodded, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyes light up. He hurriedly asked, Could it be that your young master is also going to participate in the World Hero Assembly? That's right, so follow me. After saying this, the woman in the white dress flew towards the blue bird in the sky. Zhou Xuanji hesitated no more and leaped up. He noticed that there were a few other men following them. However, it was nothing. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He quickly came to the green bird. He subconsciously looked towards the carriage. He was slightly curious about the Hanin divine sex holy maiden who was sitting inside. Soon the other 9 people chosen by the 2 women gathered around Qing Niao. They were all men. Zhou Xuanji suddenly realized something. He might have been overthinking. The looks of the other 9 brothers were a little worrisome. He then thought of his own appearance. His face instantly turned green. I hope I'm not thinking too much. He prayed inwardly. If that was the case, it would be too much of a blow to him. The lady in the red dress said to Zhou Xuanji and the others, "Follow behind us and follow us straight to Chaoga Royal City." With that, she waved her right hand, and 2 green birds flapped their wings and flew towards the Shang dynasty, pulling the car. As the carriage spun, the wind blew up the veil on the window, and Zhou Xuanji saw a breathtakingly beautiful face. It was only for an instant. He couldn't even see her face clearly. He only felt that she was very beautiful. He was in a daze for a moment before he hurriedly followed. The others were like this as well. Under the envious gazes of over 1,000 people below, they flew into the border pass and disappeared into the horizon. Along the way, the other 9 cultivators were very excited. According to them, Su Xianxian of the Hanin divine sect was the #1 beauty of the Great Shang dynasty, and her cultivation had already reached the leaving aperture realm. Zhou Xuanji heard her. Old demonic woman? To be able to reach the leaving aperture realm, one had to have lived for several hundred years or even 1,000 years. His Zhang Shui was still the cutest. Zhou Xuanji did not participate in the others' conversation and remained silent. It wasn't until dusk that the 2 bluebirds landed on a mountainous area, and the car followed suit. The 2 ladies followed him, looking natural and unrestrained. It was obvious that they were nobles. The woman in the red dress said, "Let's rest here tonight. Later, our young master will come out and explain the mission to you." Everyone nodded. The strongest cultivator present was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. Even if they had malicious intent, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji sat before a giant boulder and cultivated alone. The other cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, either cultivating or chatting. The sun set and the moon rose. Everyone started a bonfire. From time to time, the roars of demons could be heard from the surrounding forest. Su Xianxian suddenly walked out of the carriage. She was wearing a white dress and had a dignified posture. Her face was covered with a blue veil, revealing only a pair of charming eyes. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a string of jewels on her snow-white forehead. Under the moonlight, her beauty was out of this world. Everyone's gaze was attracted to him, and the other 9 cultivators were dazzled. Zhou Xuanji snorted in disdain. How pretentious. His Zhang Shui was still the cutest. Su Xianxian walked to the front of the crowd and said, "I called you all here because your looks are not outstanding." Critical hit. Other than Zhou Xuanji, the other 9 cultivators' expressions changed drastically, as though they had eaten a fly. As expected, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. "Fortunately, I'm handsome, or else I would have fought them to the death." Su Xianxian ignored everyone's expression and continued, "I don't mean anything else. After this, I will give each of you 10,000 level 4 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit gathering pills, and an earth-grade spell scroll." The group heard her and their expressions turned for the better. After all, no one said that they were handsome since they were young. As long as the reward was tempting, they could tolerate it. Spirit gathering pills were a type of cultivation pill. At the same time, it was a common currency like spirit stones. In Great Shang, people were more used to using spirit gathering pills as currency. "What do you need us to do specifically?" A man with a face full of black pockmarks asked. Su Xianxian glanced at them and did not stop at anyone's face for a second, including Zhou Xuanji's. She said, "On the way to Chaoga Imperial City, there is a 7th grade monster. In his territory there are treasures of heaven and earth that we need. Your task is to be the bait. You don't need to fight. You just need to attract his attention." As long as we lure him out of his territory, I will fight, and my maidservant will harvest the treasures. 7th rank demon. It was equivalent to the astral projection stage. The group was shocked. A short and fat man with tan skin and a pockmarked face asked closely, "So simple? Why choose us?" Could it be that the demon likes to eat ugly men? The lady in the red dress said unpleasantly, "Haven't you heard of our young master's engagement? If he knows that other men are close to our young master, you will surely die." Zhou Xuanji finally understood. Sometimes being ugly was a safeguard for one's life? Hilarious. This was the biggest joke in the world. Zhou Xuanji felt sorry for the other 9 men. But the others heaved a sigh of relief. Houchi Alliance's Little Evil Lord? Tisk tskic. I heard that the Little Evil Lord is narrow-minded. Just as I expected. It has been hard on the fairy. Yeah. How can the Little Evil Lord be worthy of the fairy? Don't worry, fairy. We will surely complete the mission. The group spoke, which made Zhou Xuanji confused. Houchi Alliance. He wondered what their relationship with Xinhao sect was. Everyone rest well. We will depart tomorrow morning. Su Xianxian ignored the people's belittling of the Little Evil Lord and returned to the carriage. The 9 ugly men looked at her back with pity. Su Xianxian was every man's dream, but it was a pity that they could not enjoy her. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. For the next 12 days, Su Xianxian did not come out of the carriage. They traveled during the day and rested at night. They leaped over mountains and lakes and finally came to the great demon's territory that Su Xianxian mentioned. The ground was full of potholes, and there were many ditches. Mist permeated the air in front of them, and the tall trees in the mist looked like monsters bearing their fangs and claws. The bluebird landed. Su Xianxian walked out with her 2 maidservants. She said to Zhou Xuanji and the others, "You guys go straight ahead. The maidservants and I will act separately to protect you. Remember, you can only retreat when I tell you to, lest you mistake the great demon for someone else." The group blushed. To them, there was no difference between a 6th-rank great demon and a 7th-rank great demon. If they really encountered one, they would be scared away. And so, Zhou Xuanji followed the 9 ugly men and moved forward. He took out the soft velvety sword and moved forward cautiously. After coming to Great Shang, he decided not to use his old sword, at least not before the end of the World Hero Conference, in case his identity was exposed. Chapter 134. The 10 cultivators, with Zhou Xuanji among them, walked into the mist slowly. They held their enchanted artifacts and moved forward carefully. Zhou Xuanji was very cunning and mixed in the middle of the group. He felt that it was too scary to walk on the 2 sides. Even though he was the most powerful person among them, after entering the mist, the soil under his feet was wet, and there were swamps everywhere. Zhou Xuanji looked back. Even with his mind, he could not see Su Xianxian and the other 2 girls. They won't trick us, will they? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. The others did not seem to hear him and remained alert. Actually, they did not trust Su Xianxian completely. But since they were already here, they could only force themselves to move forward. They all had their own life-saving abilities, so they were confident. They walked forward for 500 meters and still did not encounter any danger. They had already entered the swamp area. Their surroundings were covered in mist, and the visibility was extremely low. They could only see less than 10 meters. Roar! A deafening roar came from ahead of them, accompanied by a gust of wind that smelled like blood. The wind blew their hair wildly. "Everyone be careful," a bald man with a big face said with a deep voice. Even without his reminder, the others were already nervous. The least nervous one was Zhou Xuanji. He only disliked the atmosphere, but it did not mean that he was afraid. He was not even afraid of the 7th-rank demon. It was his first time seeing a 7th-rank demon, so he was curious. "I hope this guy won't disappoint me," Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with anticipation. The group continued to move forward. They emitted their aura, and no demons dared to attack them. As they moved forward, the roar grew louder, which meant that they were getting closer to the 7th-rank demon. "A bunch of worms. I'm hungry." At this moment, a cold and domineering voice came from ahead, which gave everyone goosebumps. Next, the ground shook violently, as though a gigantic creature was charging toward them. 7th rank Demon King. Retreat. Su Xianquan's voice came from somewhere. Everyone heard her and ran backward. Zhou Xuanji turned around and moved to the side with the 8-step sword lunge, disappearing into the mist. He quickly hid in a bush and used the Qi obscuring incantation to hide his aura. Under Daoya Old Man's guidance, his Qi obscuring incantation had reached a higher level. As long as the opponent was not 3 stages higher than him, it would be difficult to detect his aura. A 7th grade demon was only 2 major realms higher than him. Soon he saw a black shadow that was as large as a hill pass by in front of him. Whoosh, an air-piercing sound rang out, and with a flash of light, Su Xianxian made her move. Rumble. The ground shook violently and mist billowed. Zhou Xuanji could not see the exact situation of the battle. He could only see a blurry shadow swaying wildly. He wasn't interested in the treasures in the territory of a rank 7 demon. What he was interested in was the great demon itself. His team also needed tanks. This guy was huge, so he might be very suitable. Bitch! You dare to go against this king with just this bit of ability? The roar of the 7th stage great demon rang out once more. His tone filled with disdain. Bang! A silhouette flew toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji dodged to the side instinctively. Next, Su Xianxian fell beside him. The veil on her face flew up, revealing a face so beautiful that it could topple nations. Su Xianxian looked at him with resentment in her eyes. She saw clearly how Zhou Xuanji dodged. Although she did not want to have skin contact with a man, this guy was too heartless. She quickly got up and said with a deep voice, "Why haven't you escaped?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled. "I'm not interfering with your mission. Why should I escape?" Su Xianxian frowned. She did not say anything because the rank 7 demon was already charging toward them. The mist was blown away by the violent wind, and Zhou Xuanji finally saw the face of the rank 7 demon. He was covered in black fur and was 30 meters tall. A pair of bull's horns grew out of his wild hair, which pierced the sky. His face and body were like a human's, but his eyes were red, which made him look extremely hideous. He wore black armor, and the green cloak behind him danced in the wind. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, he grinned and said, "Very good. Another one to feast on." Zhou Xuanji stared at him and nodded satisfactorily. "Your figure looks domineering." The rank 7 bull demon heard him and laughed proudly. "My name is Chongming Demon Monarch. Do you think it's domineering?" Chongming Demon Monarch? Zhou Xuanji had never heard of him, but he was quite satisfied with this guy's appearance. "Follow me," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With this, Su Xianquan's expression changed, while Chongming Demon Monarch was stunned. Chongming Demon Monarch stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with a deep voice, "Brat, are you stupid?" Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand, and the Phoenix Emperor sword appeared in his hand. A horrifying aura exploded from his body. The phoenix flame burned along his right arm. Next, half of his body was ablaze, but he was not injured at all. At this moment he looked like a fire god. Chongming Demon Monarch was shocked. Zhou Xuanji gave him a bone-chilling feeling. Su Xianxian opened her eyes wide. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. What's his motive? Su Xianxian sensed that something was wrong and looked at Zhou Xuanji cautiously. Zhou Xuanji walked toward Chongming Demon Monarch with his sword in hand. "How is it? Am I still stupid?" He laughed coldly. Chongming Demon Monarch heard him and felt humiliated. He roared furiously and raised his right hand. A white bone blade appeared in his hand, which was even longer than his body. He slashed at Zhou Xuanji with great force, as though it could sink the ground. The surrounding mist was dispersed immediately, revealing the swamp within a radius of 500 meters. Clang, the blade and the sword clashed. Zhou Xuanji blocked the slash with his sword single-handedly. Awesome! The amethyst legendary sword indeed. Zhou Xuanji felt that Chongming Demon Monarch was not that powerful. It might be because his cultivation had increased, which made it easier for him to control the amethyst legendary sword. Chongming Demon Monarch was enraged. A layer of faint black radiance emanated from his body. Boom! The ground beneath his feet shook violently, and cracks appeared on the ground. His power began to increase. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and came up to Chongming Demon Monarch's back with the 8-step sword lunge. He exerted strength in his legs and leaped up. He raised the Phoenix Emperor sword and slashed. Tempest slash. The sword chi slashed horizontally and landed on Chongming Demon Monarch's back. Blood splattered. Chongming Demon Monarch's face was distorted, and his body stumbled a few steps forward. Su Xianxian backed off quickly, distancing herself from Chongming Demon Monarch and Zhou Xuanji. She was shocked. Chongming Demon Monarch could not resist Zhou Xuanji at all. Brat! I will hack you into pieces. Chongming Demon Monarch roared furiously. He turned around and slashed. The terrifying demonic aura gathered together, and with a flash of saber light, the saber chi slashed out vertically, directly splitting the mist in half. The ground in front was torn apart, and trees were uprooted from the ground, while small mountains were directly crushed into pieces. Boom! 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 The blade chi swept across tens of thousands of meters and created a bottomless canyon. It was extremely horrifying. Chapter 135. Zhou Xuanji levitated in the air with a smile on his face, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. Although he had the Phoenix Emperor sword with him, if he was hit by that slash just now, he would have been crushed into pieces. Such destructive power. Chongming Demon Monarch roared at him. Waves of sound waves shook the sky. A loud bang resounded. Chongming Demon Monarch leaped up and slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his saber. His massive body, which was 30 meters tall, was not slow at all. It could even be said to be extremely fast. Zhou Xuanji activated the vibrant raindrop sword. His sword shadows were continuous, and the sword chi engulfed Chongming Demon Monarch in an instant. Countless sword chi landed on Chongming Demon Monarch's body. He gritted his teeth and received the attacks with his body without any defense. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened at this sight. Why? Are you afraid? My skin is impenetrable and indestructible. Chongming Demon Monarch grinned. He thought that he had intimidated this brat. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, I'm not afraid. I want you more now. Having heard that, Chongming Demon Monarch opened his eyes wide. He suddenly thought of a legend he heard before. There were some people with wicked interests in the human race. He was in a bad mood immediately. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji somersaulted backward to increase the distance between them, and flew 1,000 meters into the sky. This sword move is called Heavenly Lights. Chongming Demon Monarch, submit to my sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was under the blazing sun, was like a god. Su Xianxian opened her eyes wide. The fleeing cultivators also subconsciously turned their heads to look. The two maidservants who were picking the flowers carefully looked up too. Everyone saw Zhou Xuanji, but they could not see his face clearly. He swung the Phoenix Emperor sword quickly with his right hand, and countless sword chi descended like a thunderstorm. The sword chi transformed into the sun, moon, and stars. The sun and moon were in front, and the stars were behind. It was as if a torrent was crashing down at an extremely fast speed. Chongming Demon Monarch could not dodge in time and blocked with his white bone saber instinctively. Boom! The heavenly lights clashed with his white bone saber and numbed his arms instantly. Before the tsunami of sword chi, he seemed to be dwarfed. This scene was extremely shocking to the eyes. Su Xianxian opened her eyes wide and did not dare to blink. The others were even more dumbfounded. Suppressed by the sun, moon, and stars, Chongming Demon Monarch gradually landed on the ground. The torrent of sword chi did not dissipate and forced him to slide backward. His feet rubbed against the ground, creating two long grooves. He gritted his teeth in anger, and his heart was filled with horror. Who are you? He roared hoarsely. He was napping in his territory, so how did he provoke such a terrifying expert? Isn't my luck a little too bad? I'm the Phoenix Sword Emperor. I've taken a fancy to your strength and image, so I've recruited you as my mount. It's your fortune. You dare to refuse? Zhou Xuanji said proudly with a magnetic and majestic voice. With that, he swung his sword again. The sun, moon, and stars charged out and collided with Chongming Demon Monarch. Boom! The armor on Chongming Demon Monarch's body was instantly shattered. He was covered in blood as he screamed in agony as he was sent flying. Its huge body rolled on the ground, knocking down trees one after another. In the end, it crashed into a mountain 1,000 meters away. Its body was embedded into the mountain wall, and it lost its ability to fight. Silence. The world fell into silence. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They were all stunned, including Su Xianxian. Zhou Xuanji landed quickly and came up to Chongming Demon Monarch with the Phoenix Emperor sword. "Are you convinced?" he asked. 2 consecutive attacks of the heavenly lights consumed half of his spirit energy, but he could not show it. Chongming Demon Monarch looked up with difficulty. At this moment, he was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. "I am not convinced." Who was he? 7th-ranked Demon Monarch. To be able to stay in Great Shang, his power was extraordinary. How could he submit to someone else? Zhou Xuanji raised the Phoenix Emperor sword and pierced into his abdomen. Chongming Demon Monarch grimaced in pain. "My sword will go down. Are you sure you are not convinced?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Chongming Demon Monarch heard him and his pupils contracted. "Master!" he cried out loudly. "From today onwards I, Chongming Demon Monarch, will follow your lead." And now Zhou Xuanji had subdued a 7th-ranked demon. Su Xianxian, who was watching from afar, was stunned. The famous Chongming Demon Monarch was subdued just like that? She had a surreal feeling as though she was in a dream. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and let Chongming Demon Monarch recuperate. A while later, the 2 maidservants returned to Su Xianxian with 2 purple flowers in each of their hands. After handing them to Su Xianxian, they turned around to look. There was no mist between them and Zhou Xuanji. The ground was cracked and there were ruins everywhere. It was a complete mess. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle had taken place here. The lady in the white dress frowned and asked, "Young lord, is he the one I recruited?" She recalled her attitude toward Zhou Xuanji and felt a lingering fear. If Zhou Xuanji was an evil cultivator, it would be a nightmare for them. Su Xianxian took a deep breath and nodded. "Phoenix Sword Emperor. Have you heard of him?" The 2 ladies shook their heads in confusion. The lady in the red dress muttered, "The northern wilderness region is so vast, and there are so many heroes. To become a sword emperor, he must be powerful and charismatic. Should we befriend him?" The lady in the white dress stared at her and said unpleasantly, "Aren't you afraid that the little evil lord will be angry? What's there to be afraid of? If he's so powerful, he should go and find the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Whether he can win or not is another matter." The lady in the red dress did not care. They had never been interested in the little evil lord, including Su Xianxian. Su Xianxian thought about it and said, "He's going to participate in the World Hero Conference. We can bring him along and it can be considered fate. Other than that, we don't have to be too attentive. A powerful cultivator like him might dislike such behavior." Along the way, Zhou Xuanji did not throw a tantrum or show off his might. She was impressed by his demeanor. The 2 ladies nodded. They were curious about the Phoenix Sword Emperor's background, but they did not develop any other feelings. Zhou Xuanji was not handsome after all. A while later, Chongming Demon Monarch's injuries recovered a little. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. "Pack up and follow me later. If you dare to escape, I have 10,000 ways to find you and make you wish you were dead." Zhou Xuanji instructed calmly. He gave Chongming Demon Monarch a chance to escape on purpose to make him fearful. As long as he did not dare to escape this time, he would not dare to do so in the future. Chongming Demon Monarch left with his head lowered. His domineering silhouette now looked so lonely. It was as though a king had fallen from his divine altar. Half an hour later, Chongming Demon Monarch returned. The bloodstains on his body were washed away, and his wounds began to heal. Such self-healing abilities made Zhou Xuanji envious. Zhou Xuanji asked him to transform into his original form, which was a muscular bull with a shoulder height of 2 meters. This bull was a green bull, but there was a lot of black hair on its body which made it look evil. He rode on Chongming Demon Monarch and walked up to Su Xianxian and the other 2 ladies. "Let's go. Let's go straight to Chaoga Royal City," he said. Seeing the bull under Zhou Xuanji, the 3 ladies were stunned for a moment. Su Xianxian nodded and said, "Sir, please follow us." Chapter 136. Zhou Xuanji and the others gathered with the other 9 cultivators. When they saw Zhou Xuanji riding on a giant bull, they opened their eyes wide. The Phoenix Sword Emperor was this guy? They became nervous and uneasy immediately. Su Xianxian asked the 2 maidservants to distribute the rewards. Zhou Xuanji received a storage ring. There were 10,000 level 4 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit gathering pills, and an earth-grade spell scroll. Next, we will head to Chaoga Royal City. If you are going the same way, you can travel together. Su Xianxian said, and 6 of them left immediately. Zhou Xuanji gave them too much pressure. Together with Chongming Demon Monarch, they felt that it was too dangerous to stay. After that, the green bird pulled the palanquin and flew into the sky. Chongming Demon Monarch followed, while the other 3 cultivators looked at Zhou Xuanji enviously. They had to admit that Chongming Demon Monarch was mighty indeed. He did not look inferior to the green bird. Zhou Xuanji said casually, I still have a snake and 2 birds. The snake is very despicable. Teach it a lesson for me. No problem, Chongming Demon Monarch replied. You seem a little unhappy? I dare not. Tell me a joke or I will peel off a layer of your skin. Ah, a joke? Chongming Demon Monarch almost broke down. This guy is going to torture me right from the start? Can he still act like a powerful cultivator? The other 3 cultivators looked at each other in dismay. They could not believe that this was a 7th-rank demon. It was too pitiful. Finally, Chongming Demon Monarch was forced to tell a joke in a stutter. I don't know jokes. Let me tell you something funny. 100 years ago, I met a cultivator. He said he wanted to eat beef and I ate him. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After Chongming Demon Monarch finished speaking, he burst into laughter. His body trembled in fear, which made Zhou Xuanji's balls hurt. Everyone looked over. Even Su Xianxian, who was in the carriage, lifted her veil to see why Chongming Demon Monarch was laughing so happily. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Was it that funny? The others were confused too. Chongming Demon Monarch could not stop laughing, as though his laughing acupoint was struck. Zhou Xuanji was furious. He slapped his head, which made him dizzy. His laughter came to an abrupt halt. He felt wronged and said, Isn't it funny? Every time this king thinks of this king will laugh for an hour. Even after 100 years I still find it funny. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He was crazy. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this. He didn't expect a 7th-tier demon emperor to have such a stupid side to him. It was truly an eye-opener. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji finally saw the legendary Chaoga Royal City. Chaoga Imperial City was magnificent. The city gate was 200 feet high, like the vault of the sky. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the buildings in the city rose and fell one after another. It was obvious that it was located in the mountains. There were many soldiers circling above the imperial city on black eagles. The security was tight. When they arrived at the city gate of Chaoga Imperial City, Su Xianxian dismissed the team. Next, they needed to register their identity before entering the city. She did not want to be associated with others. Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch and came to the city gate leisurely. Along the way, he attracted much attention. Chongming Demon Monarch was so ashamed that he wanted to die. He could only pretend to be an ordinary green bull to avoid losing face. Senior, what's your name? Where are you from? Why are you here? The soldier asked respectfully. Even if Chongming Demon Monarch did not speak, his demonic qi was enough to make them shudder. Chaoga Royal City allowed demons to enter, but they were not allowed to harm others. Zhou Minglang from the Black Rock Village outside the borders. This is the World Hero Conference. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. There were countless villages in the world, and one that he made up might really exist. After that, he threw out a level 2 spirit stone. After the soldier took the spirit stone, he began to register Zhou Xuanji's identity. Even Chongming Demon Monarch had to register. Zhou Xuanji named him Anyo. After all, Chongming Demon Monarch was quite famous in Great Shang. Just like Gulan Demon Monarch in Great Zhou. Chongming Demon Monarch met Gulan Demon Monarch before, and he snorted at his ambition. Soon, Zhou Xuanji received his own identity card and entered the city. He was still riding on Chongming Demon Monarch and planned to find an inn to stay in. The streets of Chaoga Royal City were wide, but it was still crowded. There were all sorts of shops on both sides of the street, and no one set up stalls on the ground. The people who came and went were all cultivators, and most of them had reached the foundation building realm. Zhou Xuanji also saw some inner pellet and soul fountain cultivators walking on the streets. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji found an inn. Before he entered, Chongming Demon Monarch transformed into his human form. He was 2 heads taller than Zhou Xuanji, with a muscular body and wild hair. He looked like a formidable opponent. Seeing Chongming Demon Monarch transform into his human form, the passers-by did not panic. The state advisor of Great Shang was transformed from a demon, so Great Shang was an empire where humans and demons coexisted. Because of this, Great Shang was demonized in Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji booked a guest room. When he went upstairs, the waiter looked at him and Chongming Demon Monarch with an extremely strange gaze. Chongming Demon Monarch was a little nervous, and he felt a chill down his spine. He was considering if he should escape now. After they entered the room, Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and said, "You can sit on the floor and cultivate." "Okay." Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and sat at the corner obediently. He could not wait for that to happen. He did not want to sit on the same bed as Zhou Xuanji. In the next few days, Zhou Xuanji did not go out but asked the waiter to help him find out about the World Hero Conference. He heard that the World Hero Conference did not require registration. One only needed to show up 8 days later to participate in the conference. The venue was on Qingsong Mountain behind Chaoga Royal City. Participating in the World Hero Conference was a matter of life and death. It was normal to die on Qingsong Mountain, so the number of participants was not overwhelming. One must have a certain level of power. Chongming Demon Monarch did not go out and behaved himself. He confessed that he was afraid of Great Shang's Fury Buddha. Great Shang's Fury Buddha. Is he really that powerful? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. To be able to defeat Lin Guanyu, he must be at the Great Realization stage. Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said, "Of course. That old man once killed 1,000,000 demons with a single palm strike and shook the world with his might. He was once the prince of Great Shang and indulged in debauchery when he was young. He came to his senses one day and went to the West to seek Buddhist scriptures. After he achieved great accomplishment in Buddhism, he returned and cleansed all the demons in Great Shang. In other words, he has already defeated all the demons in Great Shang and is invincible." As he spoke, Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered. Apparently, he was beaten up by Great Shang's Fury Buddha before. Seeking Buddhist scriptures? Zhou Xuanji blinked. Interesting. Chongming Demon Monarch reminded. Don't create trouble in Chaoga Royal City. Not long ago, Baba Blade Master came and was defeated by Great Shang's Fury Buddha. I could even hear the commotion from the forest. Baba Blade Master is a fool. He came to Great Shang to find Sword God Zhou. He must be crazy. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Oh yeah, have you met Sword God Zhou before? Is he really that powerful? Xinhao sect, Great Zhou and Baba Blade Master are after him. Tiske not bad. This king admires such courage." Chapter 137. Sword God Zhou? Yes, I have. I only admire one person in my life, and that is Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji nodded and replied, then began to praise Sword God Zhou. Sword God Zhou's sword technique is definitely the best in the world. Other than the way of the sword, he is handsome and elegant. No one in the northern wilderness region can compare to him. His breadth of mind is unparalleled. His knowledge and self-restraint are far beyond that of a sage. His target is the immortal god. Chongming Demon Monarch felt a headache coming on. He could not help but interrupt. Why are you boasting about him so much? As if you're Sword God Zhou. Wait a minute. Could it be Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes in horror? Zhou Xuanji looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Now that you know this secret, just in case." Chongming Demon Monarch quickly knelt down and said in fear and trepidation, "Senior Zhou, I was wrong. I will never reveal your identity. I swear." No wonder. Like I said, where did this Phoenix Sword Emperor come from? So it was the recently famous Sword God Zhou. Even Baba Blade Saint could not kill Sword God Zhou. How powerful was Sword God Zhou? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and said, "From today onwards you are my mount. Follow me, and I will make you the most powerful demon in the world. Of course from now on you and I are on the same boat. If my identity is exposed you won't be able to live either. I killed Lin Guanyu's sister, so he swore to kill everyone around me. As you can see, he has already gone mad." Chongming Demon Monarch nodded instinctively. Lin Guanyu charged into Great Shang as though he was possessed and said that he was looking for Sword God Zhou. He even fought with the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. He was indeed crazy. He sighed in his heart. It's over. This time he had completely fallen into the trap. Since that was the case, he would accept his fate. He looked up and asked, Master, can you tell me about your competition with the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou? The battle on the Sword Monarch's pinnacle was Sword God Zhou's true battle to become a god. Even in Great Shang he had heard of it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to exaggerate his battle record. Chongming Demon Monarch's blood boiled, and he respected Zhou Xuanji even more. 8 days later, Zhou Xuanji left the inn and headed toward Qingsong Mountain. As for Chongming Demon Monarch, he stayed in the inn. He had too many enemies and didn't want to wander around. On the street, everyone was walking in the same direction. Zhou Xuanji listened to the discussions around him as he walked. This year's World Hero Conference is incredible. Even the Son of Heaven's mandate wants to participate. That's not all. The grandson of the Fury Buddha is also going to participate. With so many heroes gathered, only the heavens know what will happen. The holy daughter of the Hanin divine sect, Su Xianxian, has also come. I'm really looking forward to it. I heard that the top 10 of this hero assembly will be rewarded handsomely. I wonder if it's true. The Son of Heaven is also here to watch the battle. If you can catch his eye, you will soar through the ranks. Zhou Xuanji memorized some names. The Son of Destiny Yang Renlong. The grandson of the Fury Buddha Yu. Especially Yang Renlong. He and Zhou Yalong from the Great Zhou dynasty were known as the twin dragons of the northern wilderness. Everyone believed that they would be able to occupy 2 parts of the human world in the future. One could become the Emperor of Great Zhou while the other could become the Emperor of Great Shang. They were often compared by the world. Yang Renlong and Diyu were the favorites to win the championship, and many people thought highly of them. The winner of the World Hero Conference would be able to get whatever he wanted. He could become an important official of Great Shang, and he could also become a hot commodity for the various large sections. In this battle they could fight for fame and profit. Zhou Xuanji's target was the 10,000-year Thunder Core Grass, but he also needed to become famous. Sorry, the main character is here. You all have to become supporting characters. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself as he followed the crowd. The World Hero Assembly was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Sometimes it would be held every 10 years and sometimes it would be held every 100 years. It was all up to the Emperor of Great Shang. This time the Emperor of Great Shang wanted to choose the strongest between Yang Renlong and Diyu. Between the two of them, no matter who won, they would become the crown prince of Great Shang. Unless those old monsters came to participate, no one could overshadow Yang Renlong and Diyu's glory. This was the consensus of the world. Zhou Xuanji continued ahead. He heard many other names. They were all outstanding cultivators within and outside of Great Shang, geniuses from various sections. Compared to Great Zhou's Heaven selection, Great Shang's World Hero Conference lineup was much stronger. There were even powerhouses from other dynasties. Of course, there wasn't a single Great Zhou expert. Great Zhou and Great Shang were mortal enemies. After walking for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji finally saw Qingsong Mountain. There was a huge crowd in front of him. Outside the city walls was Qingsong Mountain. The mountain was surrounded by celestial mist that reached into the clouds. Countless cultivators flew around the mountain like celestial guests. Cultivators leaped up from the city walls and flew toward Qingsong Mountain. But most of them were waiting in front of the city walls. They looked up and were bustling with noise. Zhou Xuanji saw many pavilions floating in the air not far away. There were soldiers guarding them all. There are only 16 hours left before the start of the World Hero Convention. A mighty voice resounded across the entire city, counting down to the World Hero Conference. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and flew toward Qingsong Mountain. His movement attracted many gazes. But when they saw that he was an unfamiliar face, they lost interest again. To most people, the World Hero Conference was a battle between famous and powerful cultivators. They were all here to watch the show. Zhou Xuanji flew for nearly 1,000 meters before he entered Qingsong Mountain. Outside the city gate was a bottomless cliff. The mist pervaded the air, which was daunting. After he flew into the forest, he saw many cultivators. They were either cleaning their enchanted artifacts or cultivating, waiting for the World Hero Conference to begin. Before the conference began, no one was allowed to fight. Those who violated the rules would be disqualified immediately. There was once a prince who acted recklessly and was expelled forcefully. He was even stripped of his title as a prince. After that, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. Zhou Xuanji walked to a tree and sat down with his legs crossed. At this moment, a fragrance wafted toward him. Zhou Xuanji did not need to open his eyes to know who it was. Su Xianxian, how have you been? Zhou Xuanji said. It was Su Xianxian. She sat beside Zhou Xuanji 3 meters apart. She meditated as she asked, "How confident are you in this battle, sir?" With Zhou Xuanji's power, he was definitely not here to participate but to be the champion. "If I say 100%, do you believe me?" Zhou Xuanji replied. He was not afraid of being slapped in the face. After all, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would leave Great Shang. The world was vast, and he would never see Su Xianxian again. Why would he feel awkward? "I believe you," Su Xianxian said faintly. "Actually, I want to be the champion too. This way, I can make a comeback and no longer be the sex puppet." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He could already smell the drama. He did not reply. He already had enough troubles, and he did not want to trigger more side quests. Su Xianxian did not continue. Both of them remained silent. Time ticked by. More and more cultivators arrived. 16 hours passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji estimated that there were more than 100,000 cultivators on Qingsong Mountain. The weakest was at Inner Pellet, which was horrifying.